Hey guys, Jared here, just popping in to let you know that this is a collection of videos that were all released individually at different times on my channel. That being the case, the on-screen timestamps aren't going to work right, but I will have the chapters set up correctly so you could skip any spoilers if you'd like to. I'm not really sure why I take the time to do that because I'm 99% sure that most of you are going to sleep to these videos, but if that is the case, I guess sweet dreams. Resident Evil, Silent Hill, to a lesser degree Countdown Vampires. Survival horror, as far as I was concerned at the time, ruled the PS1 generation. For some reason, I don't think I ever found out, I was drawn to this niche horror genre, which was a bit of a surprise for me. I really didn't care about horror outside of the survival preface, and to be honest, I'd never enjoyed a puzzle in my life up to that point. Regardless of the reason, I was hooked, but like you might expect from any other addiction, that becomes a bit of a problem when your supply gets cut off. And there eventually would come a time where I had played every single instance of the genre that a teen could get their hands on, and obviously, I wanted more. Well, enter Fatal Frame, the brainchild of Makoto Shibata, and the answer to the question, what if Resident Evil, but ghosts? It's honestly a series that already sits pretty close to everything I enjoy, but conversely, one that I don't have a lot of experience with. And I'm nothing if not a man willing to retroactively make up for his mistakes. Which means moving forward here on the channel, we're going to be barreling through this franchise with the hopes of digging out some survival horror hidden gems. So load up on film and get ready to go on a bit of a walking tour of abandoned Japanese real estate, because this is the Fatal Frame Retrospective.
So this is Himuro Mansion.
The first entry in what would eventually become a long-running franchise came about thanks to series co-creator Makoto Shibata's run-ins with the paranormal as a kid. And like any other rational adult, he used his childhood traumas to inflict a little bit of trauma on other people. So after finishing up work on Tecmo's Deception, a weird hybrid first-person trap-laying game that for some reason always seems to be labeled as an RPG, Shibata started dreaming up a new game that would use the inherently scary atmosphere of old abandoned Japanese residences to cause a fraction of the terror that he claims to have lived through. By this point, early PS2 dev kits were available to the company, and this seemed like a perfect fit. The team had previously been inspired by the first Silent Hill, specifically the way it took the survival horror format and set it in a game filled with fully 3D polygons and a more dynamic camera system. Shibata, during his time on Deception, had always had old Japanese structures as a dream location in his head, but at the time the limited rendering capabilities of the PS1 was a hurdle a little too high to leap. So now, with the raw power of the PS2 at his fingers, he could finally merge those two realities together, the Silent Hill-inspired survival horror game and the Japanese dilapidated structures being a setting. This being a game about ghosts, the staff, both before and during development, watched a lot of old and new Japanese ghost movies, and believe me, that shines through very clearly while you play. Maybe 75% of the cutscenes that you're going to see play out as slow-paced scenarios that has Miku eyes wide with realization, slowly turning her head to see the ghost sitting just behind her. It's a massive stereotype in the genre, and it is genuinely comical how often it happens in this game. And you know, on that note, I should probably mention here that I'd never really been a Japanese ghost story kind of guy. I'm truly not sure why, but this culture's view on the supernatural always kind of struck me as the furthest thing from scary. While on the other hand, Western depictions of the same stuff always leave me with a little more fright. And I'd love to get into why that is, but like I said, I haven't exactly figured that one out for myself yet. But the good news is that doesn't really matter because this is a survival horror game, and as I've consistently proven in the past, my love for the genre is able to stand up to even the most stringent downsides. And before we really jump into things, out of this game's 2 official ports, you're going to be seeing mostly footage of the Xbox Special Edition for a number of reasons. But before we get into those, we gotta talk story. Fatal Frame starts out with a monologue from our main character Miku. She talks about how her and her brother were always able to see supernatural stuff around them, which understandably ostracized them to some degree. Since neither of them had anyone to confide in, they developed a really close relationship built on their shared ability to see dead people. Flash forward some amount of time and Miku's brother Mafuyu heads to a place called Himuro Mansion. His mentor and a few of his assistants went to that same mansion in the hopes of researching the folklore and accounts of strange happenings surrounding the place. But when the author fails to come back, Mafuyu sets out to see what's going on, which are the events we get to play through in the intro sequence. Upon giving the place a once-over and walking around for a few minutes, Mafuyu ends up falling victim to the same supernatural stuff that got his buds, and that's where we come in, because the game actually starts when Miku shows up to look for her brother. As she makes her way through the mansion, Miku comes across an old-timey looking camera, and upon touching it, she gets a vision of what might have happened to her brother. In the process of looking for him, Miku's able to dig up some of her brother's journal entries detailing why his author friend may have been interested in this place. It seems like it has a nasty habit of being a hotbed for murders and whole family massacres. Which makes a lot of sense because not long after that, she comes across the mansion's supernatural security system, which is when she finds out the camera obscura that she found has the ability to exorcise ghosts. And that's going to come in real handy since there seems to be more ghosts here in this mansion than air molecules. As the game continues, you're probably going to notice that the vast majority of its story is revealed through these scattered documents and letters that you can find, which is a little unique. I mean, survival horror games having readable journal entries that give up small bits of world building and plot details is definitely nothing new, but you typically don't come across a game that tells most of its story through them. But that's not to say there are no cutscenes in Fatal Frame, because there's actually a pretty good amount of them. But for the most part, they're here to do one of 3 things: set up a scare, introduce a ghost, or flashback to give a visual reference for information that was previously found in a journal. For example, you're going to come across tons of left-behind documents from Mafuyu's author friend chronicling their eventual demise in text, but in some places you'll get to see a vision detailing exactly how that all went down. Since Miku can see into the other side, every so often you'll get these glimpses of events that aren't going to make much sense to you until you start coming across more and more reading material. And when you do, you'll find out that this mansion is the home of an incredibly brutal ritual. Every generation or so, the people that run this place pick a young girl to sacrifice and tear her limb from limb using ropes. Then they take those ropes, soak them in the woman's blood, and use them as a seal for something called the Hell Gate, a door to the afterlife that, if not restrained, will release something everyone calls the Malice. The last time they attempted this ritual, something went wrong. Normally, the Shrine Maiden is essentially locked away from the outside world. She's supposed to know nothing except for the fact that her sacrifice is the only thing that can keep the Hellgate closed. But instead of having the required no connections to the living world, this generation's Shrine Maiden, Kirie Himuro, meets and falls in love with a guy visiting the mansion. Her dad worries that this is going to interfere with things and orders some of the staff to murder the guy and dump his body somewhere far away. But eventually, Kirie gets a whiff of what went down, and this made her not want to go through with the ritual, which in turn caused it to fail. When Mafuyu showed up, it sort of kicked things into high gear because he's a dead ringer for the man Kirie fell in love with before she was killed. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the Malice is per se, but I do know that after the failed ritual, it got out, killing everyone in the mansion and cursing their spirits to wander its halls forever. Anyone coming to the mansion since then, well, the ones who aren't immediately killed upon entering, will start to manifest these stigmata-like wounds that resemble the ropes used to pull the maiden apart. It's sort of like a progressive disease, and when the last wound shows up, I guess you die or can't leave or something. I can't really remember coming across any journals that weren't vague about it, but either way, these wounds are like a ticking clock. And since they started showing up on our girl Miku, she's now staring down whatever fate they hold. The author who was killed here while trying to research the mansion for his book, Takamine, uncovered a method to shut the Hellgate that requires a piece of mirror to be reassembled, and since we don't want this happening on a global scale, that's what we get busy doing. Once you've gotten a good idea of what the ritual is and who's involved in it, some of the out-of-context flashbacks that you're shown at the start of the game will start making more sense retroactively. And I gotta admit, it was a bit of an aha moment when I connected these events to what I was reading about in the journals, and I think that's the key word here. Like I said before, this is a mostly text-driven story, and I'm not exactly against that. In fact, you could say I'm very much for it, but I do feel like that's not going to draw in the kind of people who aren't already really down with this genre. It's actually kind of close to the sort of experience you can have playing an early Silent Hill game. Like, sure, there's a story you can roughly follow using spoken dialogue and cutscenes alone, but it's when you dig into the readable files that you unlock the rest of the iceberg. Except for in this case, it's a little more mandatory. And I gotta say, there's something kind of intimate and mysterious about delivering a story this way. I can't really tell you why, but it made me feel more invested. And I guess it is a good thing they went in this direction, given the game's voice acting is, not the best.
The rest of you, hurry and escape.
But what about you?
But in the same way every dark cloud has its silver lining, on the plus side our main character might only have like 10 lines of dialogue in the entire game, and a good chunk of them aren't even complete sentences, so you're not going to be reminded of that voice acting all too often. And since we're on the subject of ghosts, maybe some of you might want to disappear while I dive into some spoilers. I'll go ahead and put a timestamp on screen that you can skip to if this is a story that you're interested in seeing for yourself. If I'm being totally honest, I'm not entirely sure anyone cares enough about a more than 20-year-old PS2 horror game to do that, but I guess then again, if people didn't give a shit about old horror games, I'd probably be out of a job, so here we are. Okay, so now that it's just us series vets and those of you who weren't able to get to your phones fast enough to skip this part, Fatal Frame's story really starts to ramp up in the final stretches. Once you make it to that last night, the game finally starts throwing some cutscenes that contain exposition and dialogue at you, but like the rest of the experience, all the really good stuff is found in the journal entries. Speaking of which, if you've been reading those, you will have gotten a lot of messed up details on the stuff done to Kide, the girl in the last ritual. And sure, reading about it is pretty tough, but in this final section, we get to see the area she lived most of her life in. It's basically like a prison cell, and actually getting to see it really puts her struggle into perspective. Throughout the game, we've encountered this apparition of a little girl, but unlike the rest of Himuro Mansion's denizens, this one isn't actively trying to kill you. She mostly only shows up in cutscenes or as a wandering image that you can catch with your camera if you're quick enough, but whenever you encounter her, she's almost always trying to help you out. Well, after we collect a few pieces of a mirror and use them to try and seal off the Hellgate, we find out who it is. After the failed ritual resulted in her corruption, all the good parts of Kidei split off to form this innocent child. Which is nice they gave us an excuse besides little girls in kimonos being a staple in Japanese ghost media and inherently being kind of creepy. And you know what, actually, before we go any further, I've got to talk about this ending. Now, it's not outwardly ridiculous or anything. In fact, it's pretty standard fare, but it's the subtext that really gets me. Okay, so this entire time we've learned about this terrible ritual where these women need to be tortured and maimed just to keep this Hellgate closed, right? And if you're a normal human being with emotions, you'll probably end up developing a slight anti-this ritual kind of position. And that's good, that's the way you should probably feel. Only when the mirror is put in place and we defeat the malice-corrupted Kidei, the game seems to be insinuating that the ritual was actually a good thing. Like, they don't actually come out and say all that, but when the malice tries getting out, Kidei takes her place as a human deadbolt and the music is all triumphant. Kind of like the lesson here wasn't that people shouldn't be raising daughters for the express purpose of one day gouging their eyes out and pulling them apart with rope, but instead that if you are going to do that stuff, make sure you do it right the first time. And to be honest, as a player, the most generous interpretation I can come up with is one of, Well, I mean, the girl did already get brutally murdered. We may as well use her spirit to perform its intended purpose. And that really tripped me out. In a Western story, the point would probably be something like, the terrible shit that people do to keep evil away can often be much worse than the evil they're trying to banish in the first place. No, but here in Fatal Frame, it isn't saying that it's a tragedy that some young girl had to endure such punishment. Instead, it's saying the real tragedy here is that her murder didn't have the desired outcome. Now, to be fair, it is pretty common to see these themes of glorifying self-sacrifice in Japanese media, but I guess I just wasn't ready to see it in my dinky little PS2 horror game yet. Oh, and I touched on this a bit before, but the only reason Mafuyu was held here instead of being killed instantly like everybody else was because he looks exactly like the guy Kidei fell in love with before she died. You know, they don't really explain this as having any meaning outside of sheer coincidence, which makes it all the more strange when he shows up in the final cutscene and refuses to leave Kidei's side as the mansion starts to come down around them. Now, I know there is a more positive ending that can be achieved, but you're going to have to beat the game in the unlocked hard mode to see it, and the devs have confirmed the normal ending is the canon one anyways. So if we list out the events as they've taken place, Mafuyu comes to this mansion to look for his mentor, then is mistaken for a guy that was killed a very long time ago and held in that mansion by a ghost. Then he, I guess, develops a case of Stockholm Syndrome, refusing to leave her side despite the fact that, like previously mentioned, he has absolutely no connection to her outside of a passing resemblance to her ex-boyfriend. You know, I'm talking a lot of shit here, but I would say, you know, it's a horror game ending. It's not amazing, but aside from it taking a very pro-killing women for a good reason stance on things, it gets the job done as well as it needs to. Sure, I do think it suffers from a wild tonal change at the end, but in the grand scheme of things, it's certainly not the worst ending I've ever seen before. As Miku makes it out of the mansion, we get a closing summary of the game's events in Mafuyu's voice, and Miku wakes up to the place completely destroyed. All of the spirits that were trapped there start to scatter, and Miku lets us know that ever since that day, she hasn't been able to see things that other people can't see anymore. Honestly, it's a cute little note to finish out on. And speaking of which, it's about time we let everybody else back in so I can do the same thing for this section. Fatal Frame's story is a really interesting one for a few reasons. First and foremost, because it's light voice acting and heavy reading requirement. It shares a lot in common with titles like Parasite Eve and SMT Devil Summoner, in the sense that it was released in a period where most games were using voice dialogue to tell their stories, but neglects to do so in some capacity. And you know, I gotta say, I think this was actually a really solid move. Not only is the sparse voice acting that is included in the game pretty far from being good enough to properly tell the story anyways, but on top of that, there's just a certain ambiance to sitting there reading through private diaries chronicling a person's last days on Earth while an uninterrupted ghostly tune plays in the background. It's genuinely really effective, and I think having a person voice these lines would have really taken away from that. One of the other factors that made it stand out for me though was its pacing. You start the game off with a good amount of info on your motivations, and then you start discovering these really small and sometimes disjointed puzzle pieces that make up the mystery that is Himuro Mansion. You're given this satisfyingly slow drip feed of story, and when you do get story beats, sometimes it's not going to mean much to you until you get some more context, and a good portion of that context isn't dealt out until the final third of the game. And you know, I'll be honest, at first I thought this was going to be an issue for me. After all, I'm not really keen on Japanese ghost media in the first place, so if the story was going to be absent for long periods of time, I would want something else to fill that void. But you know, as I continue to play the game, I really came to appreciate how many organic aha moments this created. As a really good example, in the first chapter of the game, you find a lot of news articles on these gruesome murders that took place in the woods near Himuro Mansion and police reports on finding bodies with no limbs in the area. And it might be another 2 or 3 straight hours of gameplay before you find out these weren't just little tidbits of world building showing the place to have a malignant history, but instead direct accounts of some really important story events. And honestly, it's kind of masterful how well they pace out your meager narrative helpings. It felt like I was in a constant state of looking for answers to a question I found half an hour ago, and when the game would begrudgingly answer that, it would leave me with an even bigger one to keep me engaged until the next one dropped. And because so much of the story isn't directly spoken to the player through dialogue, it does sort of feel like you're putting this one together yourself. I know in reality the devs are just leading us by the nose via these documents, but it says a lot that I wasn't exactly aware of that while it was happening. Instead of the game saying, here's what happened in a matter-of-fact way, it'll use a second-hand account of noises being heard or bodies being found. Then a few hours later, I'll read something about a specific part of the ritual or a body being disposed of, and I'll remember that previous news article. It essentially forces you to put two and two together, but in a way that makes it feel like you're the one doing it instead of the game spoon-feeding you information. It may not be something that everyone's going to get into. I mean, there is a lot of required reading, but I always appreciate it when a story writer is nice enough to let me feel like I'm the one putting things together. It's sort of like the narrative equivalent of being forced to let a sibling play video games with you and handing them a controller that isn't really plugged in. I'm sure some of you have noticed by this point, but I am sort of stuck here without a lot of critical stuff to say about Fatal Frame's story. And it's not because it doesn't do anything wrong, because it definitely does. But as far as I see it, when it does mess up, you can still feel this intentional earnestness to it. And it gives off a very hard, here's the story that we wanted to tell, and exactly the way we wanted to tell it sort of vibe. And with that kind of noticeable attitude, it's really hard not to be won over. Which is why I give this game's story my highest rating of, it's pretty good. When I first came across Fatal Frame, it was on the shelves of a rental joint. At the time, me and my brother had been heavy into skateboarding, so you didn't exactly have to twist our arms to get us pushing pavement in the direction of our local Hollywood video.
He's up at the game. Hey.
Seeing FF's cover there on the rack, I'd never heard of it before, and I certainly had no idea that it would draw a lot of foundational inspiration from Resident Evil. I just sort of glanced at the back of the box and thought it had an interesting look to it. So we skated back home, and like you might imagine, I was really into it right from the start. At the time, survival horror games weren't exactly in vogue, so the odds of me just randomly stumbling onto a title existing in my favorite genre that I also had zero knowledge of weren't great. Although at first you could be excused for not seeing the resemblance. By default, Fatal Frame has you controlling your character with a pretty familiar modern system, which means if you hit a direction on the analog stick, your character will move in that direction regardless of their orientation on screen. But if you head to the options, you can switch to the C control style, which has you using a very unique version of tank controls. The basics are all here, meaning you can hit up on the D-pad to move your character towards whatever direction they're currently facing, and left and right rotates Miku around on her axis. There is an ironically named run button, which will have Miku transitioning from a speed I can only describe as nearly inert to a full-on run filmed in slow motion. Aside from the speed though, this run button is one of the larger innovations to the tank control system that I think I've ever seen. Like I said before, you can use the up direction to move Miku forward like usual, but about 30 minutes into the game I realized that button was sort of redundant. In this game, holding down the run button doesn't modify the up input, but instead it kind of replaces it. When you hit square or X depending on the port, Miku will start running in whatever direction she's facing, leaving you to just steer her, kind of like you're playing a racing game. It's a pretty damn interesting innovation in a control style that hasn't seen any real forward progress since the advent of the quick 180-degree turn. And on that note, the other difference is that the down direction doesn't move you backwards at all. Instead, this is how you perform a quick turn, and unlike the whole run button thing, this took me a very long time to get used to. I mean, slowly backing up to avoid damage in a survival horror game is engraved in my DNA at this point, and I don't really mind saying that this was still tripping me up at the very last boss encounter of the game. Taken as a whole though, this is a very interesting approach to survival horror controls. You might hit a tiny learning curve, but after the first I don't know, half hour or so, it starts feeling really good. This whole run button acting as a racing game-esque gas pedal thing gives the normal act of exploring these disheveled, rope-filled hallways an almost skillful feeling. Sort of like I'm executing some complex maneuver by turning just the right amount to stay straight coming out of a corner. You know, as I'm sitting here writing this out, I'm realizing these aren't exactly massive changes, but they do a lot to liven up a control style that, by the time this game was released, had become sort of old hat. To be honest, though, I'm not 100% that I made the right choice by committing to them. I imagine being able to turn in any direction I pleased at a moment's notice instead of having to wait for the turn animation to finish would have saved me from some of the more frustrating fights, but I mean, what can I say? If there's even a remote chance that there's an option for tank controls, I'd feel like a charlatan for not using them, if anything, just for all the shit that I've talked to their detractors over the years. So by all means, try both, but if the game seems a little too difficult, switch to that default control setup. Now, I'm sure you've noticed I've mentioned the term survival horror a lot so far, and besides the obvious comparisons you can all see with your eyes, I can assure you Fatal Frame follows the holy RE playbook very closely. I would hope most of you are familiar with the formula by now, but the act of making your way through Himuro Mansion is going to be governed by you either having the right key to unlock a door or the right key item. This can range anywhere from finding an obscure object and inserting it into an even more obscure device, or the more common door puzzle that'll need you to not only have the right stuff in your inventory, but will also have you looking through your collected notes for clues. And on top of that, there are these mechanical head scratchers that I for some reason had a lot of fun with. Just like any other self-respecting game in the genre, smashing the interact key on every single square inch of this place is going to result in a nice cache of hidden ammo and healing items. And while you're doing all that, you'll be crisscrossing the same rooms and hallways a nearly uncountable amount of times. After all, survival horror is a house built on a solid concrete foundation of backtracking. Which means even at the most efficient level of play, you'll come across a door or a puzzle that requires an item, then backtrack through the mansion until you find that item, then backtrack back to the door in order to unlock a single room which will almost surely contain another door that'll force you to do it all over again. And listen, even I can recognize that does not sound fun at all, but you gotta believe me, there's something wildly relaxing about working your way through a game location so many times you've become subconsciously more familiar with its layout than that of your own house. It's sort of like grinding in an RPG. You could do it for 4 hours straight, never making any actual progress in the game, and still walk away feeling like you've accomplished something. I don't know, maybe it's an acquired taste, but I'm pretty sure every game genre has its version of this effect. Unlike any RE title, Fatal Frame is broken up into an intro and 4 main chapters or nights, and this plays into the whole survival horror thing really well in my opinion. As you progress into the next chapter, you'll oftentimes wake up in a different part of the mansion than you passed out in, and any extra items all get reset. So if you're running low on resources, you can count on a bit of a scheduled refill, but more specific to the exploration, door locks and passageways can become blocked or might require totally new keys to get through as the chapters change. Objects you couldn't interact with before might hold clues needed to move forward, and of course ghosts will repopulate the place. At first, I wasn't really sure how to feel about this, but when I opened my map to see that all my progress had been reset, I don't know, I was kind of excited. By the time this happens, you will have already unlocked a large portion of the mansion, and shaking that progress up a bit does tons for extending the gameplay without the setting getting too boring. On each night, you'll be able to access more new areas too, so sort of like I'd do in a Metroidvania game when I encountered a new item, on each chapter change I would rush off to areas that looked significant but couldn't be examined or interacted with in the previous one. Doors that used to be nailed shut might now be open, and there were a few instances where a major intersection I was used to taking would get cut off, forcing me to find all new routes. And I know this sounds like a cheap way to squeeze more gameplay out of a single location, which, to be fair, it is, but I also think it plays really well into this genre. I will be honest and let you know that in any other game I would have been pissed about progress essentially getting taken away from me at set points, but here it was actually really fun. This being a ghost hunting game, you couldn't exactly put a Beretta in Miku's hand, so to stand in for firearms, we have Fatal Frame's Camera Obscura, an ancient magic device that can damage spirits by taking pictures of them, which is genuinely a smart move. I mean, across the world, tons of cultures already have folk tales and superstitions that tie ghosts to cameras, so as the game introduces the concept, it goes down a little easier than most sci-fi game mechanics might. Speaking of which, aiming the camera with the circle or B button will take you into a first-person mode where you have to keep the ghost centered on screen for a certain amount of time to charge up a more powerful shot. While in the aiming mode, you can move your body with the right analog stick, which technically means if you chose the tank controls option, you actually didn't screw yourself out of the ability to walk backwards, you just can only do it while you're aiming. And you know, this might just be my dumb head, but I absolutely could not get used to the idea of the D-pad or the left analog stick moving my view while the right one controlled my movement. It just feels like gaming sacrilege, and as you can tell from this footage, I really never got used to it. Getting back to that whole critical thing though, I really like the idea of trading general safety for the reward of a stronger hit, and after about an hour or so, that fully charged noise started to sound like music to my ears. Catching a ghost just before they hit you or when they're charging an attack of their own will net you even more damage on top of that critical, which is something that literally never fails to feel really great when you're able to nail it. Just like a gun with ammo, there are 4 types of film that the Camera Obscura can use, with each one increasing significantly in damage and rarity. But more interesting than that is the fact that your camera's usefulness goes far beyond just self-defense. During your time in the mansion, you'll come across scripted moments where, if you're fast enough, you can catch a ghost on camera doing something creepy. Sometimes these can be pretty trivial to capture, but other times you'll be left scratching your head how anyone could have possibly gotten that shot without already knowing what's going to happen before it does. And if you do end up missing a lot of these, which you probably will, I wouldn't worry too much. I'm still not 100% what they really do. I mean, I assume they affect your endgame grade, but I'm not exactly basing that on any facts, so maybe don't spend too much time obsessing over a 100% rating. Going even further than that, you can also use Miku's old-timey camera to assist in exploration, as some doors will be locked by a talisman that'll require you to go and snap a pic of a certain place in the mansion, which is where that environmental familiarity I was talking about before comes in real handy. You're only given a small idea of where it might be, so it really pays to keep your eyes open as you run around because you never know when you're going to need to use some landmarks to guide you to the right spot. Once you snap a pic of the designated location, the adjoining talisman will burn off, which might be the most inefficient locking system I've ever heard of, but I really love that they decided to include the game's one and only weapon in all of the item hunting and puzzle solving as well. There's also scattered locations where you can get a picture of some kind of invisible lingering spirit, but once again, I don't know what these do, so don't worry if you can't find them all. Getting back to where Fatal Frame sort of innovates on the survival horror genre, they have this cool little system that helps cut down on frustration. Anytime you're near an item, non-threatening ghost, or anything else that can be picked up, the little jewel on the bottom right of your screen will glow blue, and when a ghost is near, it'll glow orange. And believe me, that latter detail is a godsend, since these ghosts can move through walls and your shots, well, they can't. So it's nice to have at least a tiny barometer that'll let you know if you're aiming in the right direction. And you know, at first, I'll admit this seemed a little too handholdy. I mean, I'm a real red-blooded American badass. I've found all the hidden ammo in RE2, so I don't need the thief visibility crystal letting me know when I'm playing a survival horror game correctly. But I will admit that I grew to appreciate it for a reason we'll definitely have to talk about a little bit later. Replacing the classic Resident Evil door transitions, we have Miku just sort of deciding that being chased by incorporeal threats isn't dangerous enough to risk opening a door too fast. And believe me, I can take long door transitions. If anything, they can add to a game's atmosphere and pacing, but the doors in this game open so slowly that by the time you get control of your character again, you can run right into them as they swing. And Jesus, don't get me started on the ladder climbing. Yeah, you having fun yet? Imagine this happening on accident because you got too close to a ladder when running away from a ghost. More than once. But outside of that, if you're an old RE head like me, this is all great news. I mean, backtracking, tank controls, puzzles, key hunting, all the boys are here and it's great. But sadly, there's a lot of other stuff in Fatal Frame that leads me to believe this was someone's first crack at survival horror. And the very first thing that's likely to get on your nerves not even 10 steps from the front entrance is just how easy it is to get Miku caught up on random bits of environmental geometry. I can't really describe it in any other way but say that it feels like anything with boundaries applied to it is just kind of sticky. In games like this, it's not uncommon to hug a wall while you run, but in Fatal Frame this slows you down to a wild degree and sometimes even stops you in your tracks. And further compounding that issue, when you're using the tank controls mode, not being able to back up and essentially being forced into a constant state of running forward means it's very hard to free yourself from what seems to be the air directly adjacent to a door frame. So you either have to stop running to give yourself a little adjustment, or you do this move where you keep barreling forward, rotating left and right over and over again until you're free. This happens an absolutely staggering amount over the course of a normal playthrough, and believe me, we will talk about how it affects the game's combat in a bit, but more to the point, this being a survival horror title, you'll be running around exploring far more than you'll be snapping pics of ghosts. And when 75% of the experience is driven by navigating narrow hallways and rough, dilapidated terrain, maybe don't also make me come to a dead stop whenever a molecule of Miku's shoe just barely brushes past a particularly menacing piece of baseboard. And if you're wondering, the previously mentioned slow run speed does not help with this problem in the least. On the less destructive side of things, it can be a little tough lining yourself up with items and hitting the examine button. It might look like you're right on target, but nothing happens until you've made a few micro adjustments in that spot, and then all of a sudden the game figures out what you're trying to do. To be honest, I can't really tell if this is a visual thing or a programming thing. On one hand, it could be the perspective messing with my eyes and making me think I'm over an item when I'm not. But since this also happens with stuff that's on shelves and in dressers, I'd imagine they just made the items, hitbox a little too small, which sadly requires precision that the game doesn't exactly have. Alright, so next up is one of my largest issues with the game, and I'm not going to beat around the bush. Right up front, I'll let you guys know that Fatal Frame has some of the most unnecessarily frustrating combat I have seen in a very, very long time. Which really sucks, because truly, it's an idea that works really well on paper. I've already explained the basics to a degree, but once again, the name of the game here is keeping a ghost centered long enough to build up the power of your next attack. You can swap out different films, which for some reason cause more damage to ghosts, and if you manage to snap a shot just before an attack, when your aiming reticle glows red, you'll get a 0 shot. This is basically the game's version of a critical hit, but even more important because it nets you exponentially more points that you can use on upgrading your camera stats or unlocking special attacks. And you know, for the first hour or so, this system is probably going to work really well for you. On the challenge side of things, the ghosts have a tendency to go invisible, their movements are erratic, and they can float through walls or solid surfaces, so keeping one of them in your sights long enough to do some real damage can actually require some skill. In these starting moments, despite the combat feeling really snappy and responsive, ghosts are still a pretty big threat, with most of them taking away more than a quarter of your life per hit. Which is a nice skill versus risk versus reward scenario. It really sets up a kick-ass alternative to survival horror combat, but it's not long until you hit a nearly vertical difficulty curve. After you're done with the first, say, quarter of the game, the ghosts become insanely fast. They teleport around and start taking away more than 50% of your life per hit. On top of that, the faster enemies shine a light on something that might not have been so noticeable before. It kind of feels like this game hasn't really nailed down a concrete idea of what does and doesn't count as a hit. Sometimes you'll have a ghost right in your sights and snap a pic only for that ghost to arbitrarily decide that, well, actually you didn't. Now, to be fair, sometimes this would be because they suddenly passed in front of something solid, and that's understandable. But going through some of the footage in my video editing software, I found out the game was genuinely pulling some bullshit. And while I'm saying all this, I want you to keep an open mind because at first, this is going to sound like some real scrub logic, but I promise you I have proof. Now, like I mentioned before, I took some of my combat footage into my editing software and watched it back frame by frame. And while doing that, I noticed something interesting. In a not entirely insignificant portion of the encounters where I would miss a zero shot, just as I would notice my reticle turning red, I'd hit the flash button precisely 1 to 3 frames too late. If I go frame by frame in this clip, you can see that I have a red circle indicating a zero shot. So I try to get one off, but just 2 frames later, it switches to blue, which means it's just a normal shot. I can find you a wild number of exactly similar scenarios here. I am almost always precisely 1 to 3 frames off when I miss a zero shot. And to add insult to injury, in almost every single one of these encounters, just as soon as my still frame picture clears the screen, before the enemies even had a chance to move, suddenly I see that reticle is blood red again. So to put this all into perspective, I had a zero shot. I went to hit the button, but when I hit that button, I just so happened to land in a 1 to 3 frame window that wasn't a zero shot, and on the frame coming back from hitting the shutter button, it is once again a zero shot. This is gonna sound wild, but I truly think the game is reading inputs and randomly canceling out zero shots as soon as you hit the shutter button. And like I said, I was able to find a ridiculous amount of these exact scenarios across the game, and while that may sound like a me problem, this was happening with wild consistency. It would be one thing if my reaction time varied across a few frames, but I was consistently hitting the flash button 1 to 3 frames late. A feat that feels almost impossible given it's happening across different ghosts with different movement patterns and varying wind-up lengths for their zero attacks. Some of them will have a zero attack be available for a long period of time, and some of them for a very short window. And across all of that variance, I was somehow able to keep hitting the exact same frame target. And just to put all of this into further context, 1 frame out of 60 FPS is just 16 milliseconds. I promise you I could not be this consistent if I tried. In order to combat this, I essentially stopped even attempting zero shots on most ghosts past the 3rd night. I would still get some in as a fluke or if I was in a perfect situation, but for the most part, I had to actively stay away from using this mechanic because it would so often negate any damage I could have done even with a regular shot. And believe me, that is frustrating as hell, but what makes it way worse is how fast and cheap these spirits become. Once you get past the 3rd or 4th night, in any room that isn't a big wide open floor plan, these guys will duck behind walls, phase through furniture, or just flat out disappear right in front of you at crazy speeds. And as you might expect, you can't land an attack on them unless they're visible to you. To deal with this, your jewel will alert you with its varying levels of brightness, whether or not you're facing a ghost's general direction, but it can be really finicky and it doesn't account for verticality. I found a good strategy is to track ghosts with the camera, getting off whatever hits you can, then returning to the 3rd person perspective to get a better look at your surroundings once you've lost sight of them, which can make combat with certain ghosts incredibly tedious. You'll just take a picture and then spin around in place for what seems like forever, only to get one more shot and then have to repeat that 6, maybe 7 times. But aside from that, the ones that can teleport will almost 100% of the time just teleport themselves directly in front of you. So if you're standing still, you get to eat a cheap hit, and if you're running, you get to feel like an idiot because you ran into a cheap hit. And it doesn't really matter where you go. The game just sort of spawns them right on top of you regardless of the direction you're facing. And the blind woman ghosts, I have to say, they deserve a special mention here. Mostly because they're just a walking combination of every single enemy's most annoying quirks combined into one. Which might not be obvious right off the bat, especially because I find them to be the most visually cool looking enemies out of the bunch. These things tend to walk around pretty slowly, and they can charge an attack that has them flying towards you no matter how far you are away from them, which, to be fair, is easy enough to counter. Either you get a zero shot off as she charges, or just switch to 3rd person and move slightly to the left or right, letting her fly by. Now, everything I just said is how all of this would work in a perfect world. As it is, these ghosts have a wild tendency to teleport themselves behind a wall, charge the flying grab attack where you can't interrupt it or see it, and then just zoom over to your location where you will most likely be frantically turning your camera to echolocate where the hell they went. And the very best part of all of this is 50% of the time, they just stay invisible while this attack is active. So not only have they hidden themselves to a point where you can't predict which direction they're coming from, but even if you could, you'd have no idea how close they are to shaving off more than half of your health with that attack. At one point, I found a journal entry talking about how these ghosts operate completely off of sound, which had me thinking, well, I was just an idiot. Maybe the reason these encounters felt so unfair to me was because I've been fighting them wrong the whole time. So the next time I came across one, I tried keeping my finger off the run button, but it would still reliably teleport right to my exact location for every single one of its attacks. Well, then I figured maybe walking makes noise too, so I would stay in one spot for the next fight and she would still teleport right to me every time she wanted to attack. This game has bosses and tons of really hard enemy encounters, but this blind woman specifically, she traumatized me. They do this thing when they grab you where they scream "my eyes," and eventually just the sound of this would send me into a fit of rage even if I was doing well in the fight. And you know I'm being really specific here, but I just gotta get general with you guys. The combat in this game, it nearly broke me. When I start one of these full series retrospectives, I of course want to finish every game that I talk about. It'd be really weird if I didn't, but I gotta be honest, I genuinely considered stopping this one about 75% of the way through. I just did not want to beat it. Guys, genuinely, it was so goddamn frustrating playing this game at some points. I did eventually push through to the final credit sequence, but to get there, I had to save before and after every single ghost encounter, boss or not. And in order to progress, I not only had to beat each one of these fights, but with enough resources left over afterwards to make the rest of the game finishable. While they do a really good job in the early chapters of loading you up on healing items, as the game progresses, it feels like you not only come across far less of these, but you end up using them at a far accelerated rate. For reference, when I first started capturing footage, it was with the PS2 original, and I made it to the last chapter, but I was so lacking in resources that the only way to continue forward would be to perfectly complete each and every enemy encounter in the most efficient and damage-free way, which I was nowhere near interested in attempting. So instead of doing that, I started the game up again on the Xbox port and ironically ran into nearly the exact same issue. Even when I had intimate knowledge of which fights would take place where, after I'd already fought most of the game's bad guys and formulated some kind of strategy for them, I almost found myself in the exact same scenario as before when I was doing really poorly. And you know, honestly, I hate being negative like this because the game's exploration, atmosphere, and hell, even the theoretical idea of its combat, they all work really well. And all that hits way harder because, like I said before, for the first few hours of the game, it's kind of incredible. Even when the more cheap and frustrating side of it started showing up, I was still able to focus on all the stuff it was doing right. It's an honest-to-goodness tragedy. Here we have a really capable survival horror title that takes a very interesting, wholly unique crack at the genre, and a majority of it is really well made. But all of that eventually coalesces into sheer frustration. This is gonna sound so stupid, but I didn't even beat this game because I wanted to. At a certain point, I just didn't want it to think that it had defeated me. I really want to recommend that people check this one out. If anything, just because you can't really find this specific type of survival horror outside of this franchise. But with how much rage it filled me with after its halfway point, I'd say the best thing I could recommend is that all of you at least start the game. Play it, get a feel for how it works, and then don't be afraid to drop it the second it starts getting on your nerves, because trust me, by that point, you're going to be staring down a good 3, maybe 4 hours of pure misery. But outside of the absolutely unfair combat, I'd say this is a perfect 8.5, 9 out of 10, at least in terms of survival horror games. The exploration is killer, Himuro Mansion has a nice diversity of locations to it, and the item hunting you're going to have to do to get through it is very satisfying. It's actually kind of sad how good the rest of Fatal Frame's gameplay elements are, because I just find myself wishing we didn't have this massive dark cloud in the form of cheap, annoying combat hanging over the latter half of it. Like I said before, this is still a game I'd recommend you guys check out, but my advice would be to only play it until it starts to frustrate you. Unlike most video games, you won't be pushing through the annoyance so you can get to the more satisfying parts, because once you hit a certain point in Fatal Frame, you're just struggling to give yourself the opportunity to struggle again later. Now, if you don't feel like putting yourself through that, or you don't like the idea of starting up a game that you don't plan on finishing, I totally understand that. But if you've already played most of the Resident Evil style games out there, you sort of have to play this one. In summary, I have no idea how I feel about Fatal Frame's gameplay. I hope you guys have been able to form your own conclusions based on all this blabbering, because as a guy who wrote it all out, I have not. Alright, so on to an infinitely more positive subject. Fatal Frame is a really good looking video game. Beginning its life as an early PS2 release, I was expecting for it to have aged kind of poorly, but I still came away impressed. A lot of these earlier titles on the console tend to have this soft, almost fuzzy look to them, almost like all the straight lines and corners were traded out for rounded edges, and normally I would say that this negatively affects the type of game that's going for that photorealistic aesthetic. But since Fatal Frame has firmly planted its flag in the land of anime, I think it actually works really well. Which is genuinely ironic, because when it crossed the pond into the States, Tecmo decided to dial some of that anime flavor back. They changed Miku's hair color, shrunk her lips a bit, slimmed down her face, and took away some of the bulbousness from her eyes. And to be honest, I'm not 100% if this is because I played the US release first, but I kind of feel like these were changes for the best. Outside of a Japanese versus Western art perspective, new Miku, at least to me, looks a little more visually and aesthetically attractive, but I don't know, feel free to let me know which one you like better in the comments. And if you're interested in a much more in-depth look at these two versions, I found this really great comparison video by YouTuber Kelpelt. The guy knows his way around port comparisons, and he seems to understand obtuse video jargon as well, which definitely gives him street cred in my book. Getting back on track though, if you've seen my coverage of Silent Hill 2, you're gonna know that the PS2's unique, proprietary architecture could be very limiting. But if a developer knew what they were doing, they could squeeze performance and effects out of the console that flat out couldn't be replicated by the competition. My best example is always going to be Silent Hill 2's transparent fog, and how it needed to be significantly nerfed on the much more powerful Xbox in order for that port to run at a halfway decent frame rate. You can expect to see a lot of those PS2 only, fill rate dependent kind of tricks here. For example, the entire game seems to run with that faux per pixel motion blur that the PS2 was famous for, and the often less used bloom lighting effects that they applied to some light sources and reflections. The ghosts themselves are definitely taking advantage of the PS2's affinity for great looking transparencies, and you can expect an absolute smattering of different post-processing effects to be applied to the screen when they're around as well. Which normally would be a good thing. I mean, this is technically impressive, but when all of these screen effects start to overlap with each other, it can be kind of visually fatiguing. And it doesn't necessarily help that the game makes use of my old nemesis, the PS2 era full screen static filter. On top of that, if you're paying attention during some cutscenes or whipping out your camera to get really close to stuff, you might notice some very low res textures, but to be honest, you sort of have to go out of your way to look at them. So don't take that as a complaint, but more of a, hey, look what I found. To get this footage, I used the RetroTink 4K to upscale and deinterlace Fatal Frame's 480i image. But even with that kind of horsepower, at the game's 60 field per second output, you're still going to notice combing artifacts when things start moving really fast. Now, of course, if you have a PS2 that's capable of launching Homebrew, then you can force this game into progressive scan with GSC, but I didn't really mess with that this time around, and that's because there already is a 480p version of the game. It's just on a different console. The Xbox version of Fatal Frame was labeled the Special Edition and hit US shores just a few months after the PS2 original did. This release of the game would feature all new ghosts to fight, an overhauled heads-up display for the camera, new costumes, and a harder difficulty mode unlocked after beating the game. Which of course is great to have, but more important to me, it natively outputs 480p. Looking at the two side by side, it's pretty noticeable the detail and sharpness gained when jumping from interlace to progressive scan output, but it's definitely not what I would call a massive divide, at least not at first glance. Thanks to its interlaced output, the PS2 port tends to get very muddy when Miku or the camera are in heavy motion, and you're going to see the aforementioned combing artifacts because of its fast 60 field per second operation. which to be honest is a quirk that you're going to learn to live with if you're upscaling PS2 games, but when you do have an opportunity to see one running without interlacing, you should always take advantage of it. Like I already mentioned, it wasn't exactly uncommon back in the day for PS2 games to lose a lot of their graphical flair when jumping over to the Xbox. This wasn't always the case, but for the most part, if a title was developed on the PS2 first and used some of that console's little hardware tricks, it was probably going to have to slim down a bit before Microsoft's much better spec machine could run it well. And at least to my eye, this does seem to be the case with Fatal Frame. I noticed a few of the post-processing effects either weren't present or would mess up from time to time, but to be honest, I was more interested in the game's frame rate. Fatal Frame's original release on the PS2 operated at 60 interlace fields per second, like a lot of early titles developed for the console, which, as far as the human eye is concerned, by the way, is effectively 60 frames per second. Because it's a lot easier than the alternative, a lot of Xbox ports of the day would chop this down to its progressive scan counterpart, which is 30 frames per second. Which, if you'll remember, is what happened when Silent Hill 2 crossed over to the Green Team. But with Fatal Frame, I'm happy to say they kept the smooth frame rate. Now, this is just an assumption on my part, but since the original PS2 version did use a full screen motion blur for basically its entire runtime, I would assume this gave the team porting the game an open license to use frame interpolation and let its slight blur effect take the place of the PS2 specific graphical trick. And if some of that terminology has you a little stumped, don't worry. That just means that during the porting process, each two interlaced fields were being smashed together to make a progressive scan frame. But as you math experts may have already figured out, this would have the effective frame rate. I think in order to keep that smooth 60 FPS look, they used interpolation, which is the process of introducing composite frames in between each real original one. Essentially, every other frame that you'll see in the video game is a combination of the frame that came before it and the one that's going to immediately follow it. Now, normally you wouldn't use this because it has a smeary sort of effect on fast-moving graphics, but in a game that was already blurry in motion by design, this side effect will be completely hidden. Now, this next one is something I didn't even notice about the PS2 original until I started playing this Xbox port, but that first release of the game was wacky dark. I've been boosting the brightness of my PS2 footage in post so the video stays watchable, but here's the raw image without me helping it along, and here's what it looks like on Xbox. And, you know, sure, you could probably argue there are a few scenarios where the PS2 version looks a little more slick thanks to its inky black levels. But I would say in an interactive medium, I would much rather spend hours looking at and engaging with the easier to see Xbox version. And sticking with the upsides, I found the redesigned heads-up display in the camera mode on this port to be much better looking than the original. In a strict gameplay sense, I was able to notice an improved run speed on Xbox, and that even crossed over into the first-person camera mode. In that original PS2 release, moving your camera is actually pretty slow, so much so that they let you hold the run button while moving it for faster panning. Well, here in the Xbox port, the default camera panning speed is so snappy that I found holding the run button made it a little too fast to accurately control. And believe me, I was able to notice that things were moving kind of slow on the PS2, but you really have no idea until you move from this port to the original. It also seems like ghosts here on Xbox are giving out way better payouts for kills and zero shots because I maxed out my camera stats much earlier than I did on PS2. To be totally honest, if you're looking to play Fatal Frame right now, I would say the Xbox port is the one to reach for, but that being said, there are some downsides you guys should be aware of. The first and really least offensive being that over here on Xbox, along with the brighter picture, comes more washed out, less saturated colors on top of some really noticeable color banding, which is a term that refers to these visible stripes that show up when colors don't have enough of a gradient to smoothly transition from one to the other. Now personally, I don't think the colors being muted really affects things all that much, and the banding was more of an interesting quirk, but I had to mention it. Now getting back to the subject of Xbox ports not exactly handling PS2 effects very well, you will notice a few instances, mostly in combat, of the frame rate dipping by at least half. Now to be fair, most of the game does run at a smooth 60, but when certain ghosts show up, you can expect big spikes in frame time and even bigger drops in frame rate. With an FPS deficit like that, things did feel like they were running in slow motion, but if I'm being honest, I came to welcome the slowdown because of how well it allowed me to deal with enemy attacks. As things would start to slow down, I would know an attack was incoming, and because it's moving at half the speed, I get roughly double the amount of time to react to it. Listen, I already told you how hard the game is. I'll take whatever leg up it'll give me. As you guys can see, these are not the kind of flaws that should be keeping any person away from this port, especially when you consider how much it helps having that tweaked difficulty and faster run speed. Cards on the table, if you're going to play Fatal Frame right now, I can't in good conscience recommend it be the PS2 original. The Xbox version just made way too many micro improvements to things that really add up to a noticeable difference. To be fair, the elements that made the original so infuriating can still be found here in a lot of ways, but they've also given you much better tools to deal with them. I mean, really, getting grabbed by a cheap attack that you couldn't have seen coming is gonna suck no matter which port you go with. But take it from me, having a run speed that would technically allow you to dodge that attack if you did indeed see it coming, it helps. Don't get me wrong, it's still an absolute bastard of a game, but this is the version I was finally able to beat, so I'd say the gains far outweigh the losses. It looks like both versions cost about the same on the used market, so if you get the chance, I'd say your money would be better spent on the one that doesn't hate your guts quite so much. Well, this has been a pretty up and down ride. I both love and hate this game, and I imagine this video has felt schizophrenic at times because of that. So what do you say we take all of this and hammer it down into something that approximates a take? The first entry in the Fatal Frame series is a title I think everyone familiar with this genre should try at least once. It takes really common themes and mechanics from games like Resident Evil or Silent Hill, but offers up its own twist on them. A twist informed by a very Japanese mentality behind its creation. But everything I said in the gameplay portion of the video still stands. This is a wildly frustrating playthrough, and it defeated me completely on the PS2. I'm more than aware that my taste can be a little unique, and there are people out there who actually appreciate a more uphill fight in terms of difficulty, but I've got to assume most people watching this right now are not going to want such an unfair and hard to predict challenge. Which is why I think this should probably be a game that you casually pull down every once in a while, get to a part that beats your ass, and then put it back away again. Don't get me wrong, the atmosphere, mood, story, and visuals are all top-notch and well worth taking in, but everyone's gonna get to a point where they feel like it's being too cheap. Hell, without save scumming, I would have never made it through the game, and I imagine my 5.5 hour clear time looks something more like 7 when you add up all the time I spent retrying fights. And you know, despite me saying all this negative stuff that I really do believe, I'm still torn here. I mean, on one end, this title takes survival horror and twists it into something that's both really fresh and 100% familiar. It does the genre well, and for a smaller game, it feels really tight. But when it comes to the combat, things are just flat out a mess. The first few ghosts you come across might have lowered your guard a bit, but it doesn't take long for the game to start throwing absolutely baffling amounts of bullshit at you. Like I said before, each person is going to reach their own limit at some point, and my advice is not to push past that. Once you've made it to the halfway point, you've already seen 95% of what the game has in store anyways. And to be honest, life is way too short to be restarting ghost encounters over and over again just so an old PS2 horror title doesn't feel like it's walking away with your masculinity in its hands. I mean, that's what I did, and I can assure you, it was not a valuable use of my time. And speaking of my time, I think it's about up on this one. I know this isn't exactly the sharpest note to end on for a first entry in a full series retrospective, but I'm still really excited to see where things go from here. I mean, realistically, they can't get any worse, right? Well, anyways, I am stoked you guys decided to stick around for this one. Here's hoping I get to see all of you next time, but until then, thank you very much for watching The Fatal Frame. Retrospective. In the year 2001, Tecmo took a shot at Capcom's survival horror supremacy with the release of their own photography-based take on that original Resident Evil formula, and to say the least, their initial offering was a little rough around the edges. But on top of that, it was also really ambitious and pretty unique with its heavy emphasis on Japanese folklore and ghost stories. It was a formula that I really enjoyed and I wanted to see expanded on, which is why we're here today. A second entry in what was about to be a franchise represented an opportunity for its developers to both polish their initial ideas and double down on what made them so special. So I guess it's our job to figure out whether or not that happened. I hope you're all down for a lot of slowly opening sliding doors and emaciated pale figures with black hair, because I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews, and this is the Fatal Frame Retrospective. Starting development almost as soon as the first game hit US shores, Fatal Frame 2 was meant to offer players a more robust story to follow. According to Tecmo, a lot of people were too terrified to finish the original game, though I'd wager that was more due to difficulty than scary ghosts. If you watched my last video, you'll know the first Fatal Frame suffered from a lot of issues, most likely stemming from the development team working within a genre they had no real experience with. That being said, there was nothing in that first game that I would call unfixable. You know, with the right amount of elbow grease and a can-do attitude, a sequel could be just what the doctor ordered here, and in a lot of ways that's partly, sort of true. Aside from making a more engaging story, the guys behind this sequel also wanted to revamp some of the horror elements. If the producer is to be believed, they wanted to put forward a type of spookiness that spoke to people's inherent fears of the unknown. So instead of prefacing every scare with a long drawn-out turning around scene, they wanted to focus more on stuff like random unexplained noises or items falling from some piece of furniture. And to be honest, I think they nailed this direction. Akira Yamaoka did something very similar with the sound design of one of my favorite games of all time, Silent Hill 3, and in both cases, not being able to see what's making those footsteps or breathing sounds definitely has a positive effect on the atmosphere. And more towards that end, they gave ghosts the ability to just wander around and show up randomly, which does go a long way in making the game feel more dynamic and less formulaic. Although it would be nice if I knew about this new direction before I started the game. There were a few occasions where I'd set the controller down to go do something or take some notes, only to return halfway through a poltergeist attack. Just like the last video, I've elected to get most of my footage from the Xbox Director's Cut, which was released after the initial PS2 version and sees a few graphical additions as well as an officially supported 480p output resolution. I just wanted to pre-explain why you'll be seeing footage from this version of the game compared to the other two consoles you can play it on. Believe me, the whole port situation here is an entire can of worms, and you know I'm going to dive into that when the time comes, but until then, let's figure out exactly what this game is trying to say. Fatal Frame 2, despite trying to incorporate the new story-heavy emphasis I mentioned earlier, still lays out roughly the same premise as the first entry. This isn't necessarily your main character's story, or really her twin sisters for that matter. The two are really only important in the sense that we're experiencing the story of this place and its atrocities vicariously through them. The real focus here is on the history of this place and what has it looking like New York in the latter half of Ghostbusters 2. Speaking of which, the game starts out with our main character Mio and her identical twin sister Mayu resting by a spring in a pretty lush-looking forest. Mio comments on Mayu's obvious leg injury, and you might want to put a pin in that whole thing because it's going to come up later. After committing the sin of spending a few seconds not making direct eye contact with her, Mayu takes off running into the woods for some reason, and by the time we catch up with her, the scenery shifts to nighttime and we've stumbled on what Mayu calls For some reason, they decide to go further into the literal ghost town that they've stumbled on, and in the process, they notice what looks like a woman walking around. Thinking they might be able to get some answers or potentially help from her, they give chase, and this is when the game starts pulling that good stuff that you've been expecting. While Fatal Frame 2 is certainly in no danger of not living up to the series' tradition of main characters slowly turning their head to look at ghosts that we can all see, they did a great job of including some other genuinely creepy shots as well. This first scene right here sets a nice pace, and I think it's one the game does a pretty good job at keeping up for most of its runtime. Heading further into the manor, we start coming across newspaper clippings and personal accounts that further flesh this place out. Seems like a lot of people refer to this as the Lost Village because, well, technically it's not here. According to the accepted folklore, the Lost Village just sort of appears to people as they wander the surrounding forest, and once it does, you're essentially trapped there. Which would already be pretty awful, but you throw in an entire population of spirits of the dead, and you've got yourself a fine recipe for a classic Japanese ghost story. We also find out that the woman we keep seeing came here to look for her husband, who disappeared after traveling to the area to do surveying for a dam that was being built. Well, on the plus side, she did find him, but on a less happy note, he was already driven mad by the place and proceeded to strangle her. Which leads us smack dab into discovering the camera obscura and its effects on ghosts. After taking out the star-crossed lover's ghost, Mio is shown some disconnected visions of events we can't really understand yet, and when she snaps out of it, we find that her sister Mayu is run off again. So Mio takes off after her seemingly possessed sibling, and although it may not be obvious, the game has just thrown us into one of its new gameplay elements. Okay, so you know how the first Fatal Frame operated essentially like a Resident Evil title, with lots of exploration and a creepy abandoned mansion? Well, the sequel does still do all of that stuff, but just with a few more steps involved. The best way I can put it is that the game went from a classic RE-type layout to a more Silent Hill feeling one. So instead of having a single large residence to explore and uncover, you have a kind of hub area with a few smaller interior locations inside of it. As the game's events continue, you'll be given all kinds of reasons to leave and return to these houses, mansions, and shrines. You'll almost never make it all the way through one area in a single section, but instead most of the time you'll get to a certain point, obtain what you're looking for, then make your way back to the village streets to find out the next spot you're headed. Speaking of which, we're going to need a key if we're going to follow Mayu past this point, and after exploring the village a little more, we come across a guy with white hair and some kind of a slapdash holding cell. He starts off the conversation by referring to Mio as a different name, and instead of correcting him, she carries on the entire game's events with a guy who thinks she's someone else just to avoid a socially awkward situation, which is goddamn relatable. Through talking to this guy, we find out he's nervous about a ritual that's starting, and his aim is to allow us to escape before that happens. So he tells us to check out all the little deities scattered around town because the key's hidden in one of them. Once we make it past the locked gate, we're taken to the ceremony master's house, and it's here where we learn a lot about the village and its inhabitants. Through the scattered writings of a folklore expert who came to this village to document its culture, we discover these people went to the Fatal Frame 1 school of esoteric religious practices. It seems like this place also has itself a hell gate, and just like the guys from the first game, they figured out that it takes ritual sacrifice to keep it closed. We don't know the exact process just yet, but we have been able to absorb the broad strokes. To keep the Hell Gate from opening, the town designates a pair of twins to perform some kind of occult ritual that ends in them becoming crimson butterflies that watch over the village. We also figure out that this ritual, at some point, was messed up so badly that the Hell Gate was able to open, locking the village away from reality and putting it in this constant state of night where everyone has to constantly relive their gruesome deaths. After linking back up with Mayu, it's obvious she's in the grips of something. She says she's being called to complete the ritual, which, kind of makes sense. I mean, think about it. Imagine you're the one stuck in a constantly looping slaughter dimension that's locked your entire village away from the world because your twin sacrifice ritual got messed up. Now imagine a set of twins just happen to get stuck in this little time bubble with you. I'd probably be possessing one of them too. Just like the first game, most of the story is told through journals and files that you can come across while playing, and once again, I am totally cool with that. However, as a video editor, it can be kind of problematic. It's just kind of hard for me to describe all of these events to you guys when all I have as a visual reference is some still images of text. Which, to be fair, is an issue that I imagine most people aren't gonna have. But since we're on the subject of journals and written first-hand accounts, as we make our way through the ceremony master's house, we learn about some of the specifics that led up to the current state of things. It turns out the twins that were designated to go through the previous ritual, Sae and Yae, ended up taking a liking to the folklorist who is visiting the village. And since they know he's probably going to be thrown into the ceremony too, meeting some kind of nasty fate, they try to help him escape. So far, this is all the info we've been able to find, but the scattered pieces that we do have are starting to paint a pretty easy to understand picture. As our current two twins work their way out of the ceremony master's mansion, Mayu ends up getting locked in a room. Mio, being the only free one, heads to grab the key, which can be found in the first house we entered upon showing up to the village, but before she's able to leave, Mayu begs her not to, referring to a promise that they made each other when they were young. Then we get a flashback, and I'll go ahead and admit to something that might mean either me or this story is kind of dumb. So in the flashback, we see Mio and Mayu running as kids. Mio is up ahead, and Mayu's spending way more energy calling her sister's name than actually trying to catch up to her, and in the process of doing that, Mayu ends up slipping down a slope, which is where my confusion set in. So call me crazy, but I thought the imagery here made it seem like Mayu was dead at this point, and then I jumped to the obvious conclusion that Mayu was just a ghost following Mio around, and the surviving twin was stuck in a James Sunderland-like state of either not remembering or accepting this. And at the risk of ruining that same surprise for you, no, that's not even a little bit how that went. In reality, this event just led to her current day leg injury and her extreme issues with separation anxiety. And listen, I can admit when I'm being an idiot. It's almost all the time, but I've got to assume this was a purposeful red herring or something. I mean, not only is this eerily similar to something that happened to Yae and Sae that we'll find out about later, but also Mayu, despite aging like 10 years since this fall, is still walking around with a bandage on her leg like she just heard it last week. I really could have sworn I had this entire thing figured out, and if the writers did that on purpose, little tip of the fedora. I really appreciate the twist being that there was no twist. But getting back to the issue at hand, Mio does the rational thing and leaves to get the key to the cell, but as she does, Mayu starts talking like she's possessed again.
I really will. Wait just a minute, okay?
Dear sister, are you leaving me again?
Heading back to the Osaka house by the village's entrance, we uncover a secret basement tunnel where Mio runs into these really awesome looking blind ghosts. And listen, you guys know I don't go hard on the whole everything has to be realistic and believable thing, but having an incorporeal ghost drop the key that I'm looking for from his physical belt, maybe that needed a second round of brainstorming. Like, I'm fine with them being able to harm Mio, and I can suspend my disbelief enough to accept that there are ghosts running around this place, but come on, that's too video gamey. For this to have gone down, these ghosts, which presumably have been down there since the failed ritual, would have to A, be able to carry physical objects, and B, would need to have dropped that object right in front of the only person in hundreds of years who has ever needed it. Like, am I insane for just wishing they would have let them roam around near where the key is kept or something like that? Either way, we've got it now, and you guys aren't going to believe this, but Mayu's run off again, leaving us to explore yet another one of the town's dilapidated structures to find her. Working our way through yet another house, we get a nice smattering of text-driven exposition. We've already learned about the town's religious practices and the ceremony they used to seal the Hell Gate, but now we know exactly how that ceremony goes down. Kind of like the Shrine Maidens from the first game, these villagers take any twins born in the area and raise them in an environment of brainwashing, telling them they're the only ones who can save everyone in the village. And to be fair, they would need a bit of brainwashing, as we'll come to find the ritual requires the oldest twin to strangle their sibling to death. The accepted lore is that the dead twin will become a crimson butterfly, and through some process that's never really explained, those crimson butterflies keep the village safe. We also learn that the remaining twins' hair usually turns jet white after the procedure, and the way they justify this is by raising these people to think that after the ceremony, the two twins will combine and form a single body. And I assume they've been doing this for a very long time because there is no shortage of these crimson butterflies scattered around the game. As we continue to rummage through these diaries, we get a lot of non-essential but really cool world-building info, like an entire long account of two girls that underwent the ritual at a really young age. After the oldest one strangled the youngest, the surviving twin was obviously psychologically damaged, and to help her not be so depressed, her dollmaker father creates a bit of a replacement in the likeness of his late daughter. Which actually does work, but as time goes on, the doll starts to move around the house on its own, and the dad comes to the obvious conclusion that an evil spirit has inhabited it with the goal of possessing his remaining daughter, which in his defense was pretty spot on. So this guy plans on going through the hell of killing an approximation of his own daughter for a second time, but the living twin gets wind of this and kills him first. Which is dark as all hell and really not even something you need to know about. It's essentially just the backstory for a puzzle, but hot damn, what a nice bit of world-building lore. Moving on to the actual story, Mio comes across a figure that we've been seeing in these supernatural flashbacks for a while now. It seems pretty obvious that she's one of the remaining twins from the ritual, and she seems to be responsible for all the death in the village. In the process of getting the hell away from her, Mio drops the camera obscura, and we have to go through a pretty tough portion of the game without any way to defend ourselves until we slip the ghost and head back down to grab it again. From here, we find out about the white-haired guy that we talked to previously. It turns out he was the remaining twin from a previous sacrifice that for whatever reason was botched, and the reason he's locked in the cell is because he tried to help Yae and Sae. Knowing how brutal the ceremony was, he tried to get them out of it, but in the process, one of the twins fell to the same fate Mayu did, leaving her behind as the other one hightailed it out of the village. Getting back to current events though, Mio finally finds Mayu again, who seems to have her wits about her a little better than before, and the two execute an escape plan. The only issue being, neither of them are aware that they're in a survival horror game, so obviously that plan's gonna require collecting a few key items and solving a puzzle to accomplish. And you know, I have decided that this spot right here is perfect for an arbitrary spoiler warning, so if you don't want the game's ending ruined for you, go ahead and follow the timestamp on screen or skip past the chapter mark spoilers. Or, you know, don't. I mean, I can barely dress myself in the morning. I don't need to be telling you how to live your life. So Mio heads out to do a final bit of exploration to solve the last puzzle in our way, but beforehand we should probably check in on the guy that's been helping us this whole time, which ends up being a pretty depressing affair. When Yae and Sae were trying to escape, the latter faced a similar fate to Mayu, which let the villagers grab a hold of her and bring her back for the ritual, which resulted in Itsuki, the white-haired guy who tried to help them, hanging himself. Now you'd figure they might want to call this thing off because they only have half of the ingredients, but because of the previous two failed ceremonies, that being our white-haired friend and the two creepy girls with a doll, the village is kind of in dire straits. So thinking that maybe there's a bit of wiggle room in the rules, they string up Sae and hang her instead of having her twin do it, and then ironically just sort of unceremoniously throwing her lifeless body in the Hellgate pit. And it seems like instead of closing the Hellgate, this half-assed version of the ritual either released the calamity within it or corrupted the process and brought about the village's demise in some other way. Not only does this result in the village getting stuck in a time loop, but Sae's spirit just absolutely runs through everybody who's left alive there. Which explains why there's so many ghosts around. They all died during this event, and as such, they're kind of forced to relive this torment forever. I would imagine to these guys, the arrival of Mayu and Mio looked like a 1 in a million chance to break that cycle and get a redo, which is why Sae is so hell-bent on possessing Mayu and getting her back to the sacrificial altar. Mio, after collecting all the MacGuffins for the escape, returns to the tunnel but finds Mayu being taken away by the villagers, who are once again being shown to be able to grab physical objects with their ghost hands that technically don't exist. And it's here that the game gives you a bit of a choice. You can be like Yae and continue on without your sister, or you can follow Mayu. So I saved right here to see what would happen if I did both, and I've got to say Tecmo took the easy way out on this one. If you do decide to be a coward and repeat history, Sae's ghost will end up catching up with you, and when you open your eyes, you'll be right there at the intro scene, only Mayu's not there anymore, and you sort of get an unceremonious game over, which feels a little weak. If they really wanted to punch you in the gut, they'd have some sort of a prologue where Mio says that she's unable to live with the guilt of what she did and eventually ended herself. I mean, most of the people in the story so far have taken a similar route. I don't know, I think I was just expecting something a little more harsh for the game's bad ending, but as I would come to find out, this is actually one of the least traumatizing choices you can make. Speaking of which, if you decide to save Mayu, you can head to where the ritual is supposed to take place and fight your way through about 1 million ghosts on your way there. When you finally make it there, Mayu starts talking about how they were born and lived together, but they would have to die separately, and Mio's like, I mean, we don't have to. We could just walk out of this place. But then for no reason that I can figure out, Mio just throws up her hands like, well, I tried, and she just starts choking her sister out.
Kill me.
After the deed gets done, the villagers throw her body in a hole, and it does end up saving the day. Mayu turns into a crimson butterfly, and Mio chases after her to the tune of a J-pop song. And you know, at first, I was really confused as to why Mio would go along with this for zero reason, but as I think about it, I guess without this act, the two would have been trapped there forever, or for the very least until some other twin couple happened to stroll by. Now, in my defense, this isn't brought up in the final cutscene. Mayu's just like, you gotta do this, and Mio, with an alarming amount of enthusiasm, is just like, say no more. Really makes you wonder if Mio wasn't already on board with this idea beforehand. Anyways, the ending seems to imply that we freed all of these dead people from their hellish existence, and we end on a shot of Mio by herself, but with the mark of a crimson butterfly on her neck, maybe signifying that Mayu actually did sort of merge with her. Once again, we seem to be left with a plot line that justifies, if not glorifies, torturing and killing young people to appease some kind of a supernatural threat. And again, I have to marvel at the cultural difference between how your average Western writer would tackle this kind of religious zealotry versus the Japanese version we have here. I mean, to be fair, I don't even need to say it out loud because most of you probably already auto-completed that premise in your head from years of consuming Western media. We all know that the people making the sacrifices would start out looking good, but would eventually be shown to be bad guys, and then the potential sacrificees would wake up to the idea that all of this is fake. But over here on Fatal Frame, the concept is more like, yes, this is an awful and dehumanizing practice, but hey, do you want a Hellgate to open? Yeah, I didn't think so, so get busy choking your sister. And to be upfront, this is not what I would call a critique. When I wasn't actively thinking about it, the ending of this game was pretty effective, but after the fact, as I collect my thoughts for something approaching an analysis, I don't know, I can't help but smile at the culture shock.
I'm sorry. I can't keep our promise.
Well, I can definitely say that the team behind Fatal Frame 2 succeeded in their goal of making a more substantial and followable story compared to the first game. Now, personally, I didn't necessarily think that's what the series needed, but it is hard to say the team didn't accomplish that goal. One thing I can really applaud, though, is how this game doesn't have any real narrative ties to the first outside of the general setup, its theme, and a few really cool little Easter eggs. As the franchise stands with this entry, I could see it successfully continuing on as a sort of anthology, a series of stories that don't necessarily share any real content aside from the same general theme. A bunch of unconnected people having similar experiences across Japan's wealth of creepy and potentially haunted locations. I really don't remember much of the third game's plot, but it would be nice if they continue with the same general setup, although I know I'm jinxing it into not being the case just by saying it out loud. Getting back to the subject at hand though, it was nice to see the same tricks from part 1 being used here. That first game had this setup where literally none of the story was delivered verbally through cutscenes. Mostly, you would be walking around collecting people's diaries, getting pieces of the story, sometimes out of order, and then every once in a while your main character would get these supernatural flashbacks, where she can see portions of the inciting events, but oftentimes so out of context they're not going to mean much until you figure out more of the story. And if that's something you also like, the good news is you can expect roughly the same experience here. Because there are other characters present in the game, you are going to get 400% more spoken dialogue than that first entry, but a majority of this is just conversation as opposed to exposition. Don't worry, you're still going to be getting 99.9998% of your information via text here. Now that we've seen this formula in its second, more refined iteration, I can officially confirm I'm a big fan. Not just because a true survival horror lover is going to be used to and probably enjoy sifting through written accounts of events just to get an idea of what went down, but also because it's nice to see a team really sticking with the elements that make their game so great. I mean, really, this title could have just as easily fallen victim to the modern Silent Hill cycle, a looping series of attempts to merge established franchise doctrine with completely incompatible modern amenities. And while this is an older release and thus potentially or ideally free of contemporary game design mistakes, this was approaching the height of the PS2's popularity. It was an era where it wasn't exactly unheard of to see big names in gaming getting that modernization treatment. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I really appreciate this group sticking to their guns and delivering something that stays true to the spirit of the first game instead of altering that spirit with the goal of bringing in a wider audience. In my opinion, this isn't what I would call an incredible story, but so far with these games, the emphasis isn't so much on the story itself, but instead how slowly all the details are doled out. Essentially, at the start of the game, you're hit with a solid number of questions, and the game slowly but surely rations out tiny micro explanations every, I don't know, hour and a half or so. Sometimes you'll get these details out of order, so some of the diary entries you read might sound like random world building, but after you learn some more, previous info gets recontextualized. Now, I've mentioned before how Japanese ghost stories don't really do much for me, and truth be told, I don't find much of what happened here to be engaging in and of itself. But what I did enjoy is how it felt like I was putting so much of it together on my own. And on that DIY note, by the time the credits rolled, I was able to piece most of this together, and the only thing I was really fuzzy on were all the coincidences. I mean, our twins Mio and Mayu, by sheer luck, winding up in a village where twins are turned into sacrifices is something I could probably hand wave away, but then there's also the analogs between them and the previous village sacrifices, and it all seems a little too perfect. I'm gonna have to assume that them getting the same exact injuries and nearly the same exact scenarios plays into the whole looping thing here, kind of like these events are doomed to repeat themselves, but I don't think I can remember actually receiving an in-game explanation for this. Aside from that though, this is a perfectly workable story. It sticks in line with the first games while still bringing a little more to the table. Sure, concepts like the Calamity, Sacrifice, and Hellgate all come back, but instead of a simple retread of what worked in the past, this feels more like a Final Fantasy sequel. The kind where characters and locations might change from game to game, but the same elements and themes can still be found repeating over and over again. If you do end up getting into the whole Japanese wandering spirits thing more than I do, I'm sure there's going to be more value here, but even if that's not the case, I can confirm this is still a solid tale. Let's say a good 7 out of 10 kind of material. If you watched my video on the first Fatal Frame, you would know that I really enjoyed it as an experimental offshoot of my favorite genre, but as a functional video game, it was a little too difficult. At the end of that video, instead of being mad about all that though, I was really looking forward to the team taking another shot at the formula. There were some glaring flaws that I wanted addressed for sure, but the raw materials were there for something that could potentially be so much more. So as you might imagine, my hopes were actually quite high given the fact that I came away from its predecessor with so many complaints. And outside of the tiny tweaks to its established style, in a more broad sense, I'm happy to report that Fatal Frame 2 is very much still a product of its genre. Any fan of survival horror would likely come into this one expecting a mountain of locked doors and an untold number of puzzles and exploration between them and the endgame, and that is precisely what they're gonna get. And like I've already mentioned a few times, Fatal Frame 2 is actually kind of unique in the sense that it takes place across several smaller interior areas all connected by this sort of hub town. Throughout the story, you're going to need to return to previous locations, and I'm not lying when I say I found this to be kind of fun. Now, if we look at it through a more cynical lens, it is pretty clear this was just a way for the team to keep up a relatively long 8-hour runtime, while still saving time on environment design and significantly decreasing the number of graphical assets they would need to stretch across those 8 hours. And to be sure, that is some portion of what's going on here, but I feel like it works really well for this style of game, so we're gonna go ahead and pretend that it's not. Just like Fatal Frame 1, you can choose either a traditional analog stick-based control scheme or the obviously superior tank controls. I'll give you 2 guesses as to which one I picked, and to the game's credit, right off the bat, your run speed seems a little less slow motion than that first game. I'd say we're still pretty far from the land speed of your average STARS member, but I'll take my wins where I can get them. Focusing back on that first entry, one of my biggest issues was that the environment felt kind of sticky to move around in. Like if I'd hit a wall at a certain angle or I brushed a little too close to a doorway, it was really easy for my character model to get hung up. In Fatal Frame 2, I'll go ahead and call that problem 100% solved. No more getting caught on tiny pieces of clutter in a room, and no more dreading the thought of going through a doorway. And for a game that has you exploring for a majority of its runtime, these small improvements to movement feel disproportionately effective. Compared to that first game, I didn't feel like I was coming across as many puzzles, but it wasn't necessarily like the game was hurting for them, it was just something I was aware of while playing. On the plus side, the talisman doors that I liked from the first game are back here, but on a more neutral point, they operate kind of differently. Normally, these would have you taking a picture of the talisman hanging from the door, which would reveal a sort of vague location for you to explore and take a picture of. When you'd find the place, you'd search around for a ghostly apparition and snap a pic of it, destroying the talisman and giving you access to whatever was beyond that door. And here, roughly the same process takes place, but only sometimes. On occasion, these things will have you taking pictures of stuff to unlock the door, but sometimes it just wants you to go to that location. It could be for a fight or because you need to get an item, but it just sort of wants you to be there, which I don't necessarily see as being either bad or good, but again, just a difference I wanted to point out. Getting back to the whole Hubtown thing, these houses tend to be a little smaller than something like the Spencer Mansion, but you get to move in and out of them pretty often, so you don't actually get much of an opportunity to get particularly bored with any one area. Oftentimes, you'll need to leave a house with a few of its doors still locked, and this always got me pumped at the idea of coming back at some point when I've collected a new key item or something. In the same way the first game would spawn in new usables with every chapter, Part 2 is going to repopulate items every time you return to one of these interior locations, which offers a nice incentive to do that even if the story isn't making you. And finally, we've gotten to the most contentious point, the combat. Just like the first game, your weapon is the camera obscura. Hitting the ready button will have you switching to a first-person view, and instead of just firing blindly at ghosts, these games really reward you taking your time. In these games, the accepted strat is keeping the target in frame for a while, getting uncomfortably close, and snapping pics just before an enemy attack is about to land. Taking the risk and the time it takes to pop off the best shot that you can get is going to reward you with higher amounts of damage, obviously, but also more points that could be spent on upgrading your camera. This game's main addition to that system are the combos. When you get a chance for a zero shot, taking it will leave the opponent open to more attacks for a very short window, giving you the opportunity to fire a series of shots at them if you can time it correctly. Essentially, while the ghost is recovering from that first hit, you can follow up with a few more. I was only ever able to get maybe 3 in a row, but that's mostly because these things knock ghosts back pretty far, and I'm not sure there's a single screen in the game that could facilitate maybe 3 or 4 hits before the thing gets knocked behind a wall or piece of the environment. Here in the second game, they slightly limited the effect that grinding can have by requiring both the right amount of points to buff a stat or lens and a special item that'll slot into that upgrade. As you might imagine, these spirit orbs are limited in quantity, and it doesn't seem like there's enough in the game to allow you to fully level every stat or lens to max, but there seems to be more than enough to improve on the ones that you're going to use the most. Now, it's important to mention that this specific combat system was one of the things that really helped the first Fatal Frame stand out from the crowd, and if you watched my video on that game, it was also where I think Tecmo dropped the ball hardest. Really, on paper, it's an awesome system. Having to keep the ghost properly framed in order to build up a charge and letting yourself get uncomfortably close to danger in order to do more damage are all really great ideas. And that's not even counting how cool the general concept of using a camera as a weapon is. In practice, however, that first FF game had some of the most frustrating combat I've ever experienced before. And to address some of the comments that I've read in my previous video, yes, it is entirely possible that my upscaling video chain has had some form of negative effect on me getting good, as it were, but just for context, I recently played through Mega Man X, X4, and 8 with this same setup. I feel like if lag was any real concern, I would have run into it far earlier than this. That being said, I'm not so knowledgeable of the processes going on inside of my upscaler that I can 100% rule it out. Regardless of the reason though, that game was a nightmare to finish. The ghosts that you would fight had this severe tendency to travel through walls where you can't see them and wind up nearly undodgeable attacks, so not only can you not interrupt them with a pain state, but you're basically guaranteed to take some form of damage. Which really hurt, because these ghosts could take away more than 50% of your life bar with a single attack, and very regularly did. In my video, I spent an insane amount of time ranting on this particular subject, and I also talked about my hopes that the team would address some of those issues with a sequel. And, well, they did and they didn't. In some scenarios, this can still be some of the most frustrating combat from a finished AAA video game that I've ever played, but I will say there have definitely been some attempts at fixing things. On the plus side, ghosts on average do far less damage per attack here, which is a godsend. On top of that, you can now find an accessory that'll show a flashing light on screen when a combo shot can be performed, and even one that'll play a noise. Which makes hitting those 3 hit strings much easier and satisfying to pull off, meaning you're probably going to be doing a lot more damage to ghosts with a little less risk involved. Relating to that, you're also given way more healing items here, so completing this game was nowhere near the slog it was for part 1. In that game, I had gotten to a point where I had to save before and after every single enemy encounter, bar none. I mean, fights were just becoming so unfair, and I had almost no resources left to deal with them. Well, I'm thrilled to say that I did not have to save scum in order to beat this game, which is a massive upside. But that is not me saying that this is a significantly less annoying combat system. And you might be wondering how things are just as frustrating when I just got done talking about all of these obvious improvements. That may take a while to lay out, but one of my largest issues is that on top of defanging your enemies, they also nerfed how much damage you can do to them. I don't exactly have any concrete numbers on this, but it feels to me like most encounters you get into here in the sequel last roughly twice as long as they did in part 1. And that's not just because I'm doing less damage comparatively. See, one of the new additions here are these ghosts who can only be targeted just before they attack. And to be fair, in a sense, I applaud the idea of forcing players to engage with the zero-shot mechanics further. However, I don't feel like this was the right way of going about that. Because these ghosts can't be damaged at any other point than the moment just before one of their attacks land, you're going to want them to be attacking a lot, but instead they're essentially inert. Sure, they might make their way over to you eventually, but if you're a normal human being, that process is going to drive you insane. So to combat this, you're going to want to get in close so you can bait out an attack and get that zero shot. The only problem being, I've noticed with most ghosts, they have a single attack that they can do that has no windup. So you're kind of left with a dice roll. You get bored of waiting and then you walk up close to bait an attack, then you pray to God it's one that gives you an opportunity for a critical and not one that activates instantly and damages you without any warning. Because of the lessened damage output on your end, there's a much bigger emphasis on getting zero shots, so you're going to find yourself using this strategy on ghosts that actually can be attacked normally. Because sure, you could snap a regular picture of them for a paltry amount of damage, but why would you waste your time and film on that when you can do 3 or even 4 times the damage just by waiting for them to try and attack you? And it's an even bigger tragedy because I feel like it wouldn't take much to make this thing work perfectly. Just 2 potential avenues could have this combat system absolutely killing it. Either you increase the damage done by normal shots, making zero shots a very useful critical that doesn't need to make up the bulk of your combat strategy, or you increase enemy attack frequency so people relying on zero shots can get them without spending 2 minutes walking backwards in front of a ghost that they desperately want to be able to damage. Okay, so I know I'm complaining a lot, and fair warning, I will do it some more, but I do want to let it be known I'm thankful that issues were addressed here in the sequel. Without a doubt in my mind, Fatal Frame 2's combat feels much better than its predecessors, but it seems like in fixing some of those lingering issues, they might have caused a few new ones, and that's what I'm talking about here. But outside of that continually botched zero-shot mechanic, the ghosts here can be just as annoying as they used to be, and it wasn't entirely uncommon for me to get into a fight with ghosts so cheap that it felt like the people who had developed the game had formed some kind of vendetta against me. For example, these 3 little shits right here. Out of sheer luck, you encounter them all together in this big open room, but the very microsecond that you turn to snap a pic of the one that's winding up an attack, another one's going to teleport behind you for a grab. And like I said before, you are given more healing items on top of enemy damage getting dialed back, which is great, but it doesn't really do much for how frustrating it is constantly taking damage that feels like you never could have avoided. In beating this game, I came across several encounters that I restarted, not because I ran out of resources or took too much damage, but because I figured there had to be some kind of pattern that I was missing. Like, there was no way the developer intended strategy was for me to eat 6 or 7 BS attacks before being able to do any damage. And with very few exceptions, after a few attempts, I would almost always discover, no, that was basically it. And I've got to shine a very special light on the few sections of the game where Mayu's with you. This girl absolutely loves getting in between you and Ghost, and she will almost 100% of the time body block you while you're in first person backing up. I mean, hell, even when you're not in combat, she has an awful habit of blocking you into corners and then acting like you just slapped her across the face when you have the gall to try and run around her. Now, to be as fair as possible to the game, this isn't something you'll have to deal with even 20% of the time, but when you do have her around, she's going to be a massive pain in your ass. And listen, I 100% get it. Survival horror is not exactly a genre built on easy gameplay. In fact, it's most often the opposite. These games love leaving you feeling like you've got no chance, artificially creating those moments where you're almost out of ammo and you defeat the big bad guy with the last few rounds to your name. But I would say that's something that needs to be done through careful resource management and enemy placement. Trying to shortcut your way there by giving the game's enemies such an unfair advantage over the player is only going to increase frustration. Ideally, I should feel like there's a resolution to every problem that doesn't require taking unnecessary damage. I might need a better plan, find an item, or flat out choose to pass some enemies by, but it needs to feel like any of the game's hurdles can be leapt with the right applications of the tools that you've been given. In Fatal Frames 1 and 2, though, in interestingly unique ways, it feels like the developers heard that survival horror games were supposed to be hard, so they went about artificially making their game hard so it could better fit in. Either that, or they never play-tested their own work, because I can count on one hand the amount of fights I got into across both games that didn't feel like I had to cheat in order to survive. Between the two available FF titles, at least as far as this retrospective goes, I would definitely go with Part 2. Because at least there, the cheapness doesn't get in the way of actually finishing the game. Fatal Frame 1's difficulty is what I would call a detriment to anyone looking to play it today, where Part 2 is more lacking in what it could be accomplishing. Certainly a big improvement and a noticeable uptick in playability over that first title, but still suffering from what I would call very fixable issues. And you know, after saying all of that, there were still definitely times in Part 2 where I was feeling the flow of things and the environment allowed me to have a fair, fun fight with these spirits. I mean, sure, I would still take the odd bullshit cheap shot, but the amount of fun I was having lining up attacks and trying to get groups in the same shot for extra damage far outweighed how minor of a frustration that could be. And keeping with the upsides, just like its predecessor, Fatal Frame 2 excels at most of the elements key to survival horror, which means it's fun as hell exploring these broken down Japanese houses, solving really challenging puzzles, and looking deep into the lore for hints on where to go next. The new village location, which mirrors Silent Hill's eponymous town in terms of mechanics, helps change things up and offers a nice coat of paint to put over the tried and true backtracking that fans of this series and this genre would be looking for. It's just when ghosts show up for a fight where things become less than ideal. So this might be a little surprising for how much I've complained in this video, but I would say once again we have ourselves a must-play for people who get into these type of games. I mean, don't get me wrong, it still falls short in some annoying ways, but it also excels at all the stuff that survival horror fans will be looking for. And it should be said that the improvements over its predecessor, while not 100% successful, are commendable. I know I'm setting myself up for failure, but damn, I really hope they're able to make the slight changes necessary in the next game in the franchise to really let these good ideas shine the way that they should. They've already shown that they're capable of doing this to some degree. I'd just love to see them push this thing all the way to the finish line. Like I've already said a million times before across both of these videos, these are great ideas, and I think all that's required to have them reach their full potential is for someone with some slight common sense gameplay knowledge to step in and start making very small tweaks. But you know, I'd feel bad for ending on a negative note like this, especially for a game I had so much fun with, which is why we're now officially transitioning into talking about Fatal Frame 2's ports, which is a subject that, honestly, is almost more interesting than the game itself.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Starting off with the PS2 original, we're looking at a bit of a downgrade from the first game. Natively, it's got a 480i image, just like Part 1, although we are using GSM here to force 480p in these captures, which is all well and good for a PS2 game. Pretty standard fare, but it's the frame rate that really has me disappointed. Part 1 operated at 60 interlaced fields per second, which if you're using a deinterlacer is effectively 60 FPS. Fatal Frame 2, on the other hand, is a 30 FPS game on every platform. It seems pretty obvious this was a sacrifice made for larger, more detailed environments, but to be totally honest, given the type of game this is, it's not exactly something you should be all that aware of most of the time. I mean, yes, it's really nice having a silky smooth 60 FPS frame rate, but not having it in a survival horror game specifically shouldn't ruin your time. But of course, that's only when it's actually hitting its target. During fights with multiple ghosts and some strange scenarios, you can see that 30 FPS get cut nearly in half, and that is never a good thing. But on the plus side, I will say that most of the time, the frame rate in this game shouldn't be a huge issue for anyone. Sure, technically a lower frame rate will mean smaller windows for things like zero shots, but because Part 2 solved the first game's issues on that front, I really don't imagine anyone's going to feel any negative effects from this. Getting back to the whole resolution thing, I've found that forcing progressive scan through GSM on a PS2 never really produces the vast differences in fidelity that you might see with similar features in the GameCube's Swiss, so we're not looking at a huge jump in that sense. As a matter of fact, taking a close look at the footage, it seems like forcing 480p might actually result in a slightly softer image, but there still is a really good reason to do it. If you're already used to having to deal with the PS2's video output combined with a video scaler, you're going to know that motion adaptive deinterlacing is the GOAT. But you'll probably also know that even that process has its visual downsides. For example, there's nothing on the market right now that can deinterlace perfectly in real time, so depending on how fast you're moving or what's happening on screen, you might be able to notice moments where combing artifacts shine through. On top of that, deinterlacing can cause a bit of a blurry image when things are in motion. It's certainly not too bad, but you will be able to notice a difference in clarity when you're standing still versus when you're moving the in-game camera around. And of course, there are a few other artifacts as well. You can see them when highlighting options from a list. On the interlace side of things, you could see a slight jump as I highlight the option, but with 480p this isn't present. Hopefully it goes without saying, but all the stuff I'm going to talk about here really isn't all that important when it comes to playing a PS2 horror game, but as a video nerd, I really enjoy getting lost in the small details. So feel free to let your eyes glaze over for the next few minutes if you're not into all that, and then just decide which one looks best to you. And I guess we should probably start off with the least important one. Just like the first game, FF2 uses a per-vertex lighting system, which means the real-time light cast by your torch will display an effect on a set number of vertices in the environment. You can actually see this taking place for yourself by paying attention to the light cone as it moves around. You could see it creating these little geometric shapes. It's a trick you can see in a lot of PS2 games, including Silent Hills 2 and 3. Compared to the first entry in the series, you can definitely tell there's been a real push towards including lots of small details here in the sequel. It's overall a much more detailed picture, but I won't lie, I kind of prefer the bigger, smoother, less defined look of the original. That game had a lot of rounded edges, simplistic shapes, and a lot less stuff in the background to look at, but I don't know, I feel like it stood out a little better visually. Which isn't to say the second game looks worse in any way, I just prefer something about the original that I can't really explain. I'll say though, one area where Part 2 definitely outshines its predecessor is in the film grain. That initial release of Fatal Frame had a static filter with these really big grains to it, and it was overall way more opaque. Here in Part 2, it's still there to a degree, but it's more transparent, and the smaller size of the individual grains makes it way less distracting, which might not mean too much to most people, but for a weirdo like me, that's really cool to see. Moving on to the Xbox port, this is the version of the game that I got most of my footage from, and that's for a lot of reasons, but most of them come from this being a director's cut of the game with a bunch of fixes and new content smashed in. First up on the list, we have a native 480p image, which you'll know is always great to look at. I mean, we were forcing it on the PS2 anyways, but it's always great to see an officially supported 480p mode. I was also stoked to see an upgrade for the flashlight in the form of per pixel lighting, which I imagine is something most people wouldn't care about enough to notice, but I guess that's what you guys have me for. For this port of the game, I chose the control option that switches around the way the thumbsticks work. In the first game, the fact that I moved my head with the left one and my body with the right just never felt good to me. And, as expected, this was a much better way to play this game. What had the polar opposite effect of that, though, is the option to map your first-person quick turn to the left analog stick's button press. Throughout the entirety of this game, I flat out could not stop myself from accidentally initiating a quick turn most of the time when I was just about to line up a zero shot. I'm being dead serious with you guys when I say that I accidentally quick turned probably once per fight, and each one was more frustrating than the last. But hey, on the plus side, at least this port lets you switch between 3 of your lenses via the Y button. Honestly, I didn't really get a lot of use out of this, but it is still nice to see the devs trying to improve on the formula. And speaking of which, Tecmo added an FPS mode to this port, and truth be told, it works pretty well. I imagine it'll get more cumbersome as you move into the smaller locations and you're going to need to look up and down more, but this offers a really nice way to experience the game a little differently after you've beaten it. Just like most PS2 to Xbox ports, you can expect a few graphical features to be sort of broken here. For example, the black and white scenes where you can see your sister being possessed, you can see these jail bars and diagonal lines in the fog. I'm not really sure what's causing the issue, but it's kind of fun to point out. And coming in second in the niche porting differences that only I care about contest, this version of Fatal Frame 2 uses much more compressed cutscenes than its PS2 original. When you see them side by side, you can tell there's a lot more block boundary artifacts over here on Xbox and these huge sections with messed up color information. To be honest, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what would cause this since both consoles use the same DVDs for game media. And the best theory I've been able to come up with is that I don't know, maybe the first-person mode ate up a little extra space on the disc. Really, I'm not even sure that overcompressing the scant number of pre-rendered cutscenes in your game would net you the extra space to make it worth doing anyways, but I don't know, that's the best I could do. Now, like I've already said, I used this Xbox port for a majority of my captured footage, but if I'm being honest, I'm not sure there's so much of a difference here that I'd recommend you have to do the same. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a fine port of the game, but since you can technically play that PS2 original in 480p, and I didn't necessarily find the new camera functionality and FPS mode to be massive game changers, I'd say just go with whatever console you happen to own or have plugged in that day. Okay, so listen, I am more than aware that I often use this platform that I've been blessed with as a springboard for my anti-Nintendo Wii propaganda, and I'm 100% sure that one day there will be a valid reason to stop doing that. But until then, we've got the Wii port of Fatal Frame 2. Except for actually we don't, because Project Zero 2 Wii Edition is actually a remake of Fatal Frame 2 that was released nearly 10 years after the original came out. It was built from the ground up to take advantage of the Wii's, we'll go with unique control setup, and it seems to have been made in Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse's engine. And at the cost of giving away the reveal, playing this has given me a lot of doubts about whether or not I'm going to enjoy that game. Now, in full transparency, I've gone back and edited this script after finishing Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, and I will say that through the course of that game, I have softened on some of the problems I'm about to list. But because this is genuinely how I felt when I first experienced them, I'm gonna stick with my initial thoughts here in this video. Just know that I will eventually not hate all of this stuff quite so much. Starting off, I can confidently say that this was nowhere near a lazy remake. They rebuilt every single solitary part of the original here, including the cutscenes, and re-recorded dialogue with new voice actors. Voice actors who are all much more British than I remember them being before.
Your leg. It's not sore, is it? Only a little. I'm okay.
And you might be wondering why that is, but if you listen to the name I read earlier, you may have noticed that I didn't use the US title of the game. And that's because this remake only came out in Europe, Australia, and of course Japan, which explains why the research phase of this video was the very first time I learned of its existence. Alright, so what does a decade's worth of game design evolution get you here? Well, at first things actually seem kind of promising. Just like the Xbox port's FPS mode, this version of Fatal Frame 2 gives you an interesting new perspective to view All God's Village through, specifically the RE4 over-the-shoulder kind of perspective. Which admittedly is something I can be kind of hostile towards thanks to previous betrayals, but to be fair, it does feel pretty good at first. Movement isn't noticeably scuffed, and the redesign of the village seems to accommodate this new camera placement well, but when you get past the first maybe 15 minutes or so, things take a nasty turn down shoddy Wii Game Avenue. Which is all the more disappointing because I was really stoked when I first saw that I could control the flashlight with the Wiimote. That functionality in Silent Hill Shattered Memories really made the game feel tailor-made to the platform, and it didn't feel as good when making the jump to non-motion control-based consoles. Sadly though, I can't say the same thing for this version of that system. In Project Zero 2, you have a very limited amount of control over where your flashlight shines. Mio never really lifts her arm up, so there's an upper limit to the height you can get to, and overall it's just way too tight. It felt like a lot of contortion was needed for not a lot of on-screen movement. But hey, don't worry about that too much, because for most of the game you actually can't use this mechanic. When you're running, the team made the flashlight automatically shine downwards, illuminating your path forward, and if you're not holding down the run button in Fatal Frame 2, you're probably in a menu. Honestly, if I didn't know any better, I'd say this functionality was thrown in at the last minute because it's almost never necessary. The general idea is that items aren't going to be visible unless you shine your light on them, but 99% of the items that I came across were illuminated merely by me getting close to them because they're always on the ground, and like I said, the flashlight always points down when you're running. And the worst part is, when you do come across those items, you have to deal with this. And I will admit that I get the idea behind this mechanic. I mean, this is a ghost story, so making the player reach into places they can't see too well, it feels like an obvious choice. But you gotta keep in mind that this is a survival horror game. Like 85% of what you're gonna be doing here comes in the form of grabbing items, and maybe making that process potentially long and drawn out is not a great step towards improving it. I played this remake for about 2 hours, and this whole holding the A button down for Mio to slowly grab stuff thing got old by the third time I did it. I feel like stuff like this should be relegated to minigame status at best, and it should only show up every once in a while. But when you make it the main mechanic driving all of an 8-hour game's progression, I mean, who thought that was a good idea? But hey, let's look on the bright side. I mean, this is a Wii game with motion controls. At the very least, we can count on a first-person camera mode that works really well. I mean, this is a combat system that seems custom-made to work on a console like this. So imagine my genuine and honest surprise when it absolutely sucked. Now, your first thought might be that you're going to hit the aim button, putting the game into first-person mode, and then you would have control over the camera with the right Wii mode acting as a pointer for it. Maybe because that's how every other game for the console functions. Well, how it works here is your Y-axis is the only one mapped anywhere near 1-to-1 with your motion, so if you move your right hand up, the camera looks up. But the horizontal axis, because it's such a special little snowflake, is changed by spinning the Wiimote left or right in your hand, basically twisting it. And yeah, that feels about as good on your wrist as it sounds. Now you might call me a slow learner, but utilizing real-world one-to-one movement to look up or down, but then a twisting motion to look left and right just never felt natural, and I can't for the life of me understand what would have inspired them to do this wacky-ass combination of movements instead of using the hardware in the most obvious and effective way. And believe me, as a guy who's played this remake, that's enough of a reason for you not to get into it. But the absolute worst part is that the motion controls are always on and they're always tracking your right Wiimote. Which means if you come across a ghost sighting and you hit the aim button real quick to snap a picture of them, unless you're one of those weirdos who always holds your controller pointing at the dead center of your screen, even while running when you effectively have no control over the flashlight, you're going to start drifting up or down when you go into first person. And depending on how close you are to the target, you're probably going to miss your shot. It's a tough issue to avoid because while you're running, there's no real indication that you're pointing your controller at the top of your TV. Now, to be totally fair, this is an issue with all Wii games that have the player hitting a dedicated aim button while carrying over positioning info from before the aim button was hit, but it really stands out as stupid here. I mean, listen, I know I talk a lot of shit, and I may or may not enjoy going into my comment section every week or so and picking a Wii fan to just piss off, but you can't honestly tell me you find it comfortable to keep your wrist locked squarely at the dead center of your TV while playing video games for hours on end. And you know, it sucks even further because this right here is one of the hardest parts of any review. I have to sit here and try my hardest to figure out a way to put a purely mechanical action into the kind of words that would make a person understand a physical experience that they've never had before. It's no easy task to say the least, especially when things control poorly because you really want to explain what you're feeling in these videos and sometimes the only words you have are shitty and severely aggravated. So if I've done a bad job with my descriptions here, man, I hope the included footage of me really and truly attempting to play this game well fills in some of the cognitive gaps because this is easily some of the worst feeling controls I've ever used before. And you know, it's not like this is purely coming from a place of negative bias. I mean, sure, it's like 50% that, but if you go back and check out my take on the aforementioned Silent Hill remake, I love the motion controls in that game. So you're gonna have to trust me when I say that this game's combat is absolute grade A uncut ass. But hey, on the more positive side of things, this remake actually looks pretty damn good. I think they went a little too far in brightening things up, but getting to see more of the awesome environments from FF2 is nice enough for that not to bother me too much at all. The brand new pre-rendered cutscenes are pretty impressive as well, although they do have this odd horizontal artifacting, which I found out from the fourth game is actually due to them being meant to be viewed in 16:9, which at the time wasn't exactly unheard of for a Wii game, but still kind of uncommon. The new over-the-shoulder perspective gives you a much better look at what's ahead of you than the original did, and this is a Wii game, so you can expect a relatively shallow draw distance here, which can be more or less obvious depending on the area you're in. And I forgot to mention it before, but this is also the case with the Xbox's FPS mode. Oh, and the frame rate in combat can fluctuate a lot, but to be fair, that's not something unique to this remake. Just like the director's cut of FF2, you can expect a native 480p image at 30 FPS here on Wii. Which, if there was ever an argument for how hard Nintendo has held back this industry, let's just keep in mind that after 10 years of technological progress, the Wii was able to achieve the exact same resolution and frame rate as an original Xbox game. Alright, so getting down to brass tacks, I would say this is a pretty awful version of Fatal Frame 2. It changes most of what made the original game so effective and replaces all of it with these dumb forced jump scare mechanics where you have to laboriously take part in the game trying to spook you. On top of that, I just could not get used to the controls and I feel like the atmosphere was lost in the translation. I mean, listen, I can appreciate these guys not taking the easy way out and remaking the entire game from the ground up. I'm just saying I wish they would have remade it into something I enjoyed. Well, alright, now that we have effectively pissed off an unknowable chunk of the audience, we're left with a few questions. After all, this is a sequel, so it's got a few more responsibilities than just being good. I mean, sure, a good game is great, but ideally you'd want something that successfully continues the legacy of the original and adds a little more to the equation to justify you not just picking up that first game again instead. And while my thoughts on the game are a little more complex than just this, I'd say it does a really great job as a sequel. And I say that because it can be easily identified as a Fatal Frame title from miles away. It feels like a great continuation of all the innovative ideas that Tecmo squeezed into that initial survival horror offering, but with a few improvements on what I felt was a pretty flawed first showing. It made leaps and bounds of progress on the game's combat, although I'll admit I still haven't seen it shine the way that I know it can. And really, you see that repeated across everything. I mean, there were tons of moments where I could feel all of the tweaks that were made, and you could tell they were done with a genuine desire to improve, but it's still just not enough for me to say this is the entry where Tecmo figured out Fatal Frame. Just like with Fatal Frame 1, I'm gonna say this is a must-play for survival horror fans, only this time with the confidence that none of you are gonna have to save scum to beat this one. So, little miracles. Now, I'm not going to say this is the PS2's go-to survival horror title, but I will say it's got the potential to be. I mean, this franchise's entire design ethos, based on my experience with just these two titles, is a hair's breadth away from being incredible. I just want to see these guys execute on their ideas just a bit better. Now, I am once again going to be very optimistic and hope for the third entry in the franchise to finally deliver on the massive amount of hype I still have for it. But as of right now, I can confidently say this is a noticeable improvement on its predecessor and a fun, if not difficult time. It's an awesome little look and an alternative take on the genre, and there truly is some good survival horror style exploration, item hunting, and puzzle solving to do. But the glue that's holding all that stuff together is not as good as it could be. So I guess there you have it. Once again, it has taken me more than an hour to come to a non-conclusion in one of these videos. Here's hoping the next entry in the retrospective breaks this cycle, but in order to figure that out, I'm gonna have to get back to work. So here's hoping I see all of you again in the next one, but if I don't, thank you all so much for watching The Fatal Frame Retrospective. By the time Tecmo had went to work on the third game in the franchise, the Fatal Frame series had already established itself as a real player in the survival horror space, a sparsely populated but fiercely competitive genre, or at least at one point it was. Sadly, the PS2 era would see the release of games like this slow to a trickle, which would mean a few things for Fatal Frame 3. Chiefly that there was a bit of space on the shelf for a competitor and less big-name titles to compete with. And this latest entry in the series was more than poised to take advantage of that. This game represented a chance to both cement some of Fatal Frame's most well-loved features and maybe experiment on some of the others that didn't land quite so well. And, since we're already on a bit of a Fatal Frame road trip anyways, I figure, why don't we peek in and find out exactly how that worked for them. What's up, guys? I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Fatal Frame Retrospective.
Right? Should we get going?
Fatal Frame 3 was released in both Japan and North America in 2005, which wasn't exactly a post-PlayStation 3 era, but Sony's new HD console was definitely looming over the horizon, which would mean two things. A, the PS2 had already been well cracked in terms of its limitations and capabilities, and B, a lot of developers were busy working on games for new hardware instead of the console that already sat in most living rooms across the world. So if there was ever going to be a theoretically perfect scenario for a smaller competitor to take a swing at an underserviced sector of the gaming scene, this was it. And when first booting up Fatal Frame 3, it's kind of hard to say Tecmo didn't put their best foot forward. Outside of the expected, more detailed environments and character models, this intro would also clock in a good 2 to 3 hours longer of a runtime than the first two games. And while survival horror definitely necessitates some degree of backtracking, a good amount of those additional hours are going to be spent exploring a respectable-sized map. Hell, on top of that, we have 2 additional playable characters, not counting the main protagonist. All in all, this is exactly what I imagine its developers wanted it to be, a swan song for the series on the PlayStation 2. Which actually brings up a really good point. For whatever reason, Tecmo never saw fit to port Fatal Frame 3 to any of the platforms available at the time, which means sadly, I've been robbed of the opportunity to bore the hell out of my audience with the unimportant differences between video game ports. I'll go ahead and leave it up to you whether or not that's good news or bad news. Fatal Frame 3's story begins with a bit of a tragedy. We don't know it yet, but we're looking at Rei Kurosawa, our main character, and she's just been in a nasty car accident that her fiance Yu was not fortunate enough to have survived. Flash forward some indeterminate amount of time, and we're taken to Rei going about her day job of photographing creepy as hell locations around Japan. She's joined by her assistant/adult platonic roommate Miku Hinazaki, which fans of the series will recognize as the main character from the first game. While snapping pics of the aforementioned creepy abandoned manor, she sees a glimpse of her lost fiancé and follows him, only to be taken to a dream state where she explores a location we are all going to become supremely familiar with going forward.
Where am I?
After coming into contact with a suspiciously tattooed ghost, Rei is given a vision of what seems to be some kind of a ritual with her at the center of it. At the, I guess we'll call spiritual climax of the ceremony, Rei snapped back into reality by Miku. Later, while going through the film from that day, she notices the image of her late fiancé was actually captured by her camera, and if that turns out to be real, maybe the ritual she experienced was too. So that night when going to sleep, her mind obviously occupied with the insanity that she just went through, she finds herself entering that same creepy manor, which is when we transition out of the introduction and into the actual story of this game. As Rei, we check out this dream manor, and after coming across several lost souls and the series staple camera obscura, we find that same tattooed spirit from the previous vision. Even though she's well acquainted with the paranormal by this point, Rei seems particularly scared by this one and hightails it out of there. During the chase, the ghost was able to lay a single finger on Rei's back, which sadly is all it takes to receive an STD, a spiritually transmitted disease. When she wakes up from her nightmare, we can see that Rei's developing some sick new ink that resembles the tattoos we saw in the ghost from our nightmares. But before we get a chance to rationalize all this, Miku comes in to both ask if Rei is okay and let us, the player, know that she's been waking up screaming from this same nightmare for a while now. Rei pulls a very typical Japanese character archetype and blows it off in a way that isn't really clear if she actually believes what she's saying or not, and we're also introduced to a mechanic that you're going to want to familiarize yourself with early on. The notebook in Rei's room is where she stashes info on nearly everything and everyone you're going to come across in the game, and sometimes a solid understanding of the story is going to require you to spend at least a little bit of time in here. It's actually here where we find out that Rei's almost husband, I guess, was friends with Mafuyu, Miku's older brother from part 1, which explains why these two series protagonists are living together in this Golden Girls-esque situation. And we also find out that the place we go in our dreams is called, among people who follow folklore, the Manor of Sleep. Heading downstairs, Miku lets us know that a letter came in addressed to the late Yu, apparently from a buddy of his who was always into creepy, rundown Japanese landmarks. Which, isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you are going to be into that stuff, you really couldn't have picked a better game world to inhabit. The letter mentions an investigation that the guy is on and about how you would probably love getting involved. It's actually through this package that we get the camera obscura, although it is broken just like it canonically was at the end of the first game. Heading upstairs to look through some of Yu's old stuff, we find out that Kei, Yu's friend, is digging into the urban legend of the Manor of Sleep, and all the stuff that Rei's been going through is sort of a documented paranormal cycle. Then Kei goes on to mention how he's related to Mio and her assumed dead twin sister Mayu, the two main protagonists of the second Fatal Frame title, making this game a sort of nexus for all three FF storylines, and I genuinely get a kick out of that. And on the plus side, it is just an Easter egg, so you wouldn't exactly need to play every other Fatal Frame game to get into this one. With a little more exploration of Rei's shared living space, we come across a dark room where we can develop pictures taken by the camera obscura in Rei's dreams. You can give the developed pictures to Miku and she'll do some real-world detective work on their contents, opening up a little more context for the story, which is all going to end up in the notebook. And I know I already said it, but I really can't recommend enough again that you spend a little bit of time catching up with new info here in the notebook, or you're going to find yourself lost. After doing what I'm led to believe was an entire day's worth of talking with Miku, Rei gets ready for bed, and no prizes for guessing that she'd end up back in the manner of sleep as soon as her head hits the pillow. This time around, she comes across a woman who seems to be sharing her fate, but before Rei gets a chance to get any info from her, she wakes up back in the real world and the tattoo from before seems to be spreading. Later on that day, Miku was able to find some info on the woman, and she ends up being the sole survivor of a tragic plane crash currently housed in the hospital. So Rei suits up to go and see her in real life, but just as she gets there, the woman starts manifesting a very familiar full body tattoo, and as it envelops her entire body, she vanishes, leaving behind what looks like ash. So Rei, feeling understandably defeated, heads home to have a shower and show the camera just a little more side boob than I'd be comfortable leaving in a YouTube video nowadays. Afterwards, we are again taken to the manor of sleep, and it's right here where the game shows you its story and gameplay loop. While Rei's unconscious, she's in the manor of sleep, engaging in survival horror style gameplay. Here, a majority of the story is given through scattered journal entries and the stuff that can be found in Rei's notebook. During her waking hours, however, things play out in a much more real-life kind of way. Information can be given to Miku for research, which does turn up some nice clues, but other than that, the rest of your time during the day is going to be on rails. Here in these sequences, the story's delivered in a more traditional sort of way, which is to say it's told verbally via character interaction, as opposed to the journal-only method that the previous two games seem to prefer, and honestly, I gotta say I really appreciate the combination. I mean, I really like that the company is sticking to their guns and keeping their original text-only storytelling method, but it's also nice to see them shaking things up by including an additional style as well. I mean, really, they could have just as easily replaced one for the other, and in doing so, they would take away one of the more unique aspects of this series. Anyways, getting back to the real important stuff, once again Rei makes contact with a woman from the hospital, but by this point, she's basically just another one of the angry spirits in the manor. Which, you know, I mean, it sucks, but that means we gotta take pictures of her until she dies. After Rei wakes up from this trip, it is once again made clear that what happens inside this manor isn't necessarily going to stay inside this manor as the tattoo grows some more. Heading downstairs, Miku lets us know that the hospital dropped off the late Yoshino Takagawa's journal from her time there. Since the rest of her family already died in the plane crash, they figured they'd just pawn it off on the only other person who came to visit her. And through these writings, we're seeing the order of events for this curse, along with its obvious conclusion. We get to see this cycle repeat itself several times across the game's runtime, and with each dive further into the manor, we find out more about it. It turns out the manor of sleep is something that people who have lost loved ones will dream about sometimes. It's their longing to be with these people that draws them further into it, and once the tattooed maiden of the manor touches you, you're looking at a countdown to your fast approaching demise. Once the tattoo spreads across your whole body, you go into a coma and eventually just disappear, which, as you might imagine, is not an ideal outcome for those afflicted. And you know, this feels like an appropriate spot to put a spoiler warning. So much of this game's allure, for me at least, came from solving its slower-paced mystery, and I feel like just blabbing it out to you guys is going to ruin that. So if what you've heard so far is enough to get you stoked on potentially playing this thing, go ahead and skip to the timestamp on screen or navigate past the chapter marked spoilers. Or else.
Where did he go?
If you're already familiar with this series, you should know about its hook by now. There's always a ritual to keep some ever-present calamity at bay, and that ritual almost always fails at some point. So it should surprise nobody that that is the exact case in Fatal Frame 3. But hey, that's not to say this isn't a unique story. In fact, I'd say it's the most interesting and engaging in the franchise so far, mostly because it's the first time you could really say there was any story content whatsoever outside of the events of the aforementioned ritual. Speaking of which, the Manor of Sleep was actually a physical place at one point. Specifically, it was known as the Kuze Shrine. Here, the belief is that the space between the real world and the afterlife is called the Rift. This rift is in a constant state of wanting to expand into the waking world, and the only thing stopping it is, yeah, you guessed it, a ritual sacrifice. In Fatal Frame 3, the process goes like this. People would come into the shrine bringing their burdens and pains, and all of that would somehow manifest itself and be weaved into a tattoo ink. Then a shrine maiden would be chosen who would take all of these people's pain into her own skin. To keep all of that anguish from ever escaping, the maiden is taken into a room where she can be physically nailed to the wall, and then a song is sung which is said to lull her into an eternal sleep. Which is very brutal, but, it's not the most insane process we've seen in this series so far. And in the same fashion as those previous titles, here in Fatal Frame 3, the last recorded instance of that ceremony was, yeah, you guessed it again, unsuccessful. I mean, sure, at one point things were going smoothly enough, but the most recent shrine maiden to take on the tattoo, Reika, was in love with a boy, and when that boy snuck into the chamber where Reika was nailed up, he was killed by the woman who ran the shrine. All of this understandably sends Reika into a fit, which means she's not able to contain the pain imprinted onto her body via the tattoo. Fearing that this could lead to the rift expanding into the world of the living, the shrine's retainer gathers up all the carpenters that built the place and all the handmaidens, and then she sacrifices them in order to seal the place into a dream. Which did have the desired effect, but everyone still inside the manor when it was sealed ended up getting locked in a never-ending nightmare thanks to the shrine maiden's pain. Now the place shows up in the dreams of people who are locked in a fight with losing a loved one, and so far the scorecard is looking something like Manor of Sleep 137, the collective endeavors of depressed people 0.
It can't be. It can't be.
Now we already know this is what Rei is going through, but eventually we'll find out that Miku is also exploring the manor in her dreams. Which does make a lot of sense. I mean, she did canonically lose her brother in the events of the first game, and it stands to reason that a place that takes advantage of feelings of loss would benefit from appearing to more than one Fatal Frame protagonist. Speaking of which, remember that guy Kay I mentioned before? The one who's related to Mio from Part 2. Well, it turns out he's also looking into the Manor of Sleep because, well, he's seeing it too. For most of the story's events, Kay communicates via letters. Letters that he thinks are being received by his friend and Rei's fiancée Yu, and that's because Rei is still so distraught by his loss that she's yet to go about the process of informing Yu's friends and family of his death. But eventually, Kei does get the message, and after hearing the news, he decides to include Miku and Rei in his research. So the three decide to bunk up together like some kind of supernatural adult Goonies, and as things go on, we start to see that the dark stuff that takes place in the manor doesn't necessarily stay in the manor.
She will be mine.
So now, with all their supernatural nonsense bleeding over into the real world and each of them personally involved, they pool their knowledge together, and Kei ends up being the most valuable member because he not only clues everyone into the history of the manor, but also on a potential solution to their shared problem. His idea is that they collect the spikes used to nail down Reika and actually get the job done. Which is weird to me because her body was nailed down during the ritual. I mean, I guess maybe it needs to also be done in the dream world, kind of like her ghost also needed to be nailed down, but either way that stood out to me as kind of inconsistent. As the three go about achieving their new goal, both Miku and Kei end up getting drugged so far into the manor that they can't willingly get out anymore, with Kei getting that permanent resident status. Which was kinda sad. I mean, the guy was really only a physical character present in the story for the last few chapters, but he was able to make an okay enough impact on it. But the weird thing is, no one really gave a damn after he died. I mean, after it happens, Rei heads downstairs to see the spot where he was sleeping covered in a very suspiciously K-shaped pile of ash, and the first thing she can think of is going through all of his shit. I'm not even 100% sure there's any in-game dialogue dedicated to the fact that the guy expired. He just sort of gets unceremoniously deleted from the story, which I guess is well enough because in the end, this being a Fatal Frame title, obviously the real solution was to have the camera obscura snap a few pics of Reika all along. After she's been defeated, all of the souls that were caught up in the Manor's clutches get set free, including you, and maybe one of you guys are going to have to catch me up here because I didn't know the Manor was appearing to you, and if it wasn't, I'm not really sure why his soul was released after it was destroyed. Regardless of the reason though, he's here and Ray is trying to convince him to let her go with him. But instead of letting her die, he takes the tattoo from her, which had already spread over most of her body. With this, all of the pain that allowed the rift to spread was taken into the afterlife and, I guess, nullified or something? Either way, we don't have to worry about Ray turning into a pile of ash. Now with everything fixed and Miku out of her coma, Ray's able to make peace with what happened to you and hopefully move on. Oh, and as a really nice small side note, I love that they kept up with the series' doctrine by playing a sappy J-pop song during the ending cutscene.
You can't leave me this time! I want to go with you.
As the third entry in a relatively well-respected horror franchise, Fatal Frame 3 had a lot riding on it. Not only was it going to be expected to keep series tradition alive, but most people who had already played these games would probably be wanting something new by this point. It's a weird combination of opposing stresses that can often cripple projects. In situations like this, you'll commonly see way too much effort being put into one side of that equation and not enough on the other, either leading to something that feels derivative or unrecognizable. The balancing act with stuff like this can be wild to commit to, which is why it's such a surprise to me when this ended up being my favorite story in the series so far. In the previous Fatal Frame entries, I've talked about how most of the attention was given to the old rituals and ceremonies that those games were effectively based around, with little to no real setup allowed for the characters experiencing the fallout of those events. Now, it's fair to say that Part 2 started showing a bit of interest in opening to expand past those borders, with a few NPCs you can talk to and a couple of side stories, but even those were tied to the ritual. Here in Part 3 though, this is where I'd say they dug their feet in and really committed to the idea. For example, Ray losing you in the intro wasn't just an inciting incident for the story, but it remains a powerful motivating force for her character the entire time. In that same sense, not only are we uncovering the events of some Japanese ritual sacrifice ceremony, but also the real-world characters that may have fallen victim to its after effects. I mean, we actually get to talk to those people, and some of them are even developed as side characters. It meets this really nice middle ground where you couldn't really say that they didn't follow in the series' footsteps, but you also couldn't accuse the team of playing it safe and only walking on a well-tread path. But besides how it fits into the other games in the series, I just flat out enjoyed this story so much more than the previous two, mostly because it's got a lot more meat on its bones in terms of events taking place outside of a medieval Japanese setting. If you've watched this channel before, you're going to be very familiar with this concept, but for some reason I can't really nail down, I've always loved a good horror story set in a very recognizably contemporary setting. And since I too live in a two-story house here in Japan, maybe this one imprinted on me a little more than it would have otherwise. Aside from that though, it was really great seeing more of the actual story being laid out verbally for a change in a Fatal Frame title. But you guys know how that goes. With more voice dialogue comes more old video game voice acting. Which, to be fair, is no worse here than any other game you could find on the PS2 at the time, but still not exactly what I would call award-worthy.
Are you okay? Oh, it was nothing.
Oh, and when I said verbally before, I meant dialogue either voiced or written. Basically what I'm trying to say is that those early games use journal entries to tell the vast majority of their stories, but here in Part 3 they use way more two-way conversations. Two people discussing an issue and pontificating on its potential solution. Now it needs to be said that I've been highly praising the voiceless text-only approach for 2 videos now, and that's not about to change, but I do have to admit that it is nice seeing a back and forth dialogue take up so much of the story pie chart here. Getting back to the topic of voice acting though, I noticed something really strange in this game. During the pre-rendered cutscenes, any voice dialogue sounds really thin and sort of metallic.
I heard this house was haunted. Too bad it's not.
Rumors are just rumors. I'm gonna load these up.
At first, I thought maybe this was some kind of aggressive compression, and maybe that is still the case, but it could have also been awful microphones. To be honest, though, I would imagine this isn't a problem of hardware. This sounds like someone purposely went in and did this. I mean, really, it's kind of hard to make voices sound this bad unless you're trying to. And if you think that's the furthest I'm gonna nitpick, well, I imagine you're new here. I don't know, maybe I'm insane, but outside of those hopefully blatantly insignificant complaints, I really enjoyed this story. It puts together just the right amount of the traditional Japanese horror stuff that everyone else seems to get a kick out of, with the more contemporary, realism-adjacent stuff I tend to enjoy more. And even though I know beggars can't be choosers, I do wish they would have pushed even further in that direction. I mean, I flat out love the idea of potentially using the daylight hours to run down information on the issue you found yourself in, while using the nighttime to explore all the survival horror gameplay of the Manor of Sleep. Now, more to that point, it would have been really great if the story had us going outside of Rei and Miku's house more often to conduct our investigation, but I will most certainly take what I can get, and what I got was a really nice story. Just like the other two games in the series, Part 3 here is a master at dealing out small bits of story and just the right amount of frequency to keep me wanting more, which is already a lost art form, but is even more impressive in a 12 to 14 hour video game. Honestly, it would have been pretty damn easy for Tecmo to lean on tried and tested methods here, but I'm glad that the team behind this one decided to take a chance on something kind of different for this series. And as a guy who's already completed every game in the franchise, I'm really stoked to say that a lot of Part 3 is going to continue forward in future Fatal Frame titles. Although, to be fair, I can't really remember if we get another shower scene, so here you go. If you were to take a random sample of Fatal Frame 3 from a typical playthrough, you'd almost surely find that it perfectly reminded you of the previous two games. You've got the same first-person camera-based combat, the same survival horror traits, a similarly large Japanese residence to get lost in. It's definitely all here, but there's a good amount of work being done outside of all that too. Starting off with the basics, like I just said, you're probably not going to notice too much of a difference here. Just like every other release in the franchise, you can choose from either modern analog stick-based movement or your more classic tank controls. Now, I'd like to think that you guys know me by now, so yes, I obviously went with the latter, and if you've never played a Fatal Frame title before, one of this series' biggest claims to fame is the weird way it pulls off those tank controls. Instead of making you hold down a run button coupled with the up direction on the D-pad, like most games in the genre, run essentially functions as both of those buttons put together. So when you hold it down, you really only have to steer your character left or right. I've already said this before, but it's a lot like a racing game. And I know that sounds like an insignificant detail, but in games like this, it really doesn't take too much being done outside the typical mold to shake things up and make the genre feel fresh again. Running around the Manor of Sleep in this game just feels unique from any other survival horror title, and because the controls are so fundamentally different, it's almost like I'm flexing a skill when I take a corner just right without running into any walls. I've talked about this more in detail in my first video in the series, but it really does spruce things up and make the game really fun to control. Well, alright, so we've got cool tank controls, but obviously you can't have those without survival horror exploration. That being an incremental process that requires a lot of backtracking, item hunting, and puzzle solving in order to make more progress. Well, here in Fatal Frame 3, all of that basically operates exactly how it does in any other title in the genre. There is one fairly large exception, but we're going to have to hold off on that one till later. Outside of that though, this is basically any other survival horror game. And that means you're going to want to be on the lookout for any key items, puzzle solutions, or Fatal Frame's little addition to the genre, ghost sightings. Being able to snap a pic of a wandering spirit that's not currently trying to kill you can net you extra points that could be spent on improving your camera, ability, and lenses, and they can also leave behind some items as a reward sometimes. Which honestly is a great way to run this mechanic. Tecmo's over here like, here's this fun thing you can engage in if you want to. I mean, it's not necessary in the least, but if you do feel like messing with it, there's some items in it for you. A nicely done way to encourage participation without making it mandatory. And if you've watched my other videos covering this series, you're gonna know that its combat has always been a sticking point with me. I mean, I love the concept, but I just don't think it's been executed all too well yet. Now, it is worth saying that Fatal Frame 2 made huge strides in fixing things, and that made for a much more fun gameplay experience, but there was still something missing. And that being said, I am thrilled to say that finally, in the third entry in the franchise, they figured this shit out, because I've been having a blast with its combat. It seems like the team found a nice middle ground between how much damage you can do versus how much your opponent should be able to. It ends up being this really satisfying spot where things are still challenging, but not so much that you feel like your enemies have an unfair advantage over you. I mean, don't get me wrong, these ghosts can still phase right through walls and teleport to your location, but they're not taking away as much of your health when they do, and fights seem to take place in more wide open or spacious areas, which allowed me to account for that. Sometimes I'd be left scratching my head as to how a person could be expected to beat a certain enemy based on the environment that you encounter them in, but all it takes is retreating a bit to find the right sized arena to finally take them on in. From the second title, Part 3 adopts the combo system that rewards waiting till the very last second of a big enemy attack to snap a pick, resulting in a critical that could be followed up with a few hits if your timing is right. On top of that, just like before, you can get your hands on lenses that can act as special attacks. Some of them will slow an enemy down or push them back for extra damage. But to be honest, I never really use these too much. I feel like waiting for a zero shot is way more effective. And further adding to that is the multiple playable characters. At certain points in the game, you'll switch from controlling Rei to either Miku from Fatal Frame 1 or Kei, and each one handles differently as far as combat goes. As you should already know, Miku has an innate supernatural talent, so she uses that instead of lenses, and Kei has the mystical ability of being the absolute worst part of this game. I don't have any concrete numbers to back this up, but this guy feels slower than the rest, and his camera's definitely weaker. Honestly, Kei kind of feels like how combat was in Fatal Frame 1. I'm doing next to no damage, and ghosts are absolutely mopping the floor with me in every single fight. But hey, on the plus side, Miku's sections play really well and feel just about as good as Rei's. I'm not really sure if it's just me or maybe they set up much more difficult encounters for Kei, but something makes that guy's chapters suck a whole lot of ass. Like I said though, outside of this guy's parts, the game finally nails down Fatal Frame's combat. It's really hard to put into words, but it feels incredible getting these long combos and then narrowly dropping out of first person just to barely dodge an attack. As I was playing the game, I was washed over by this realization that this is exactly what they were going for the whole time, and it feels really killer to finally be playing the version of this idea that I had in my head when it was first introduced to me. Now sure, it's not perfect, but compared to how the series has played before, it might as well be. And you know, so far I'd say we have a pretty great little survival horror title. It's all the good from the games that came before it with at least less of the bad. But this being the third entry in a franchise, you might be expecting some new stuff, something to spruce up a formula that's already been tried twice at this point. And despite the image that I might portray here on this channel, I can be open to change. Just, you know, not in Resident Evil games. Which is why I was really stoked when I noticed them doing something a little different with the formatting. While you were watching through the story section of this video, you may have noticed the theme of going to sleep and waking up, which is how this game separates the old from the new. During the daylight hours, you can talk to colleagues, develop photos that you've snapped in the dream world, and of course take part in the cutscenes that drive the story. But when the night comes and you go to bed, you're taken to the manor of sleep where all the survival horror stuff takes place. And on the surface, this sounds like an incredible idea. When I first started noticing these patterns, I got myself all excited that the investigation segments might be a little more involved. Maybe something like an adventure game where I'd have a few places I could go and a few people I could talk to whenever I needed clues. In reality though, it's pretty limited. You have almost no control over what happens in these scenes, and you're essentially at the mercy of whatever environment the story's placed you in, which 99.9% of the time is just going to be Rei's house. To be fair though, it is a really nice framing device to have the dreams and waking world use different styles of gameplay. My only actual issue is that it really gets in the way of the intrinsic format of this genre. Usually with one of these games, you'd find an item or a solution to a puzzle, and that dopamine hit would be enough to carry you through that same process again and again. A survival horror title is basically that scenario repeated over and over for an average runtime of 3 to 6 hours. It's a great little system and we all love it. Now, Fatal Frame specifically likes to break up the exploration between chapters where new routes might be available and items will respawn. And both are present in Part 3, only they have to come to a grinding halt every time you reach a crescendo. Literally every time without fail. Just when I would start to build a little momentum, I would be thrust out of the manor and back into my bedroom, completely halting all forward progress in the least satisfying way possible. Now, that's not to say that I didn't like the type of gameplay that was going on in the real world. I actually had fun with some of it, but I really grew tired of the repetitiveness. Every single time Ray wakes up, we as the player will have to walk her out of her room and down her stairs, where we'll either have a cutscene thrust upon us or we'll have to interact with something or someone towards that same end. And listen, that kind of repetitiveness is not inherently bad. I mean, after every single mission in Stalker, without fail, I'll either return to 100 Rads or the Rookie Village and buy more ammo and sell artifacts. You couldn't exactly say that I'm averse to repeating certain actions over and over again. But like I already said, these moments come just as you start to hit your stride with the survival horror gameplay. So not only do you have to grind all that process you were making to a halt, but you also have to go through this really tedious process that ends up wearing on you more than it might have otherwise. Once you've passed enough progress checks in the real world, Ray will slip into her nighttime attire and you can choose to re-enter the manor of sleep. Sometimes this means picking right up where you left off, and sometimes it means waking up in a random section of the map. Every time you re-enter the manor of sleep, certain item locations will repopulate, and if you allow me a little space within this complaint to complement the game, this actually feeds into the survival horror gameplay really well, as opposed to fighting against it like you might expect. I mean, sure, having a cache of endlessly respawning items can lean in the opposite direction of difficulty, but FF3 bridges that gap pretty damn gracefully because along with those items, ghost encounters also respawn. So if theoretically, let's say you've woken up at some point near the top of the map, you'll know that working your way back down to the bottom for items, while fruitful, can also be a detriment considering how many resources you might burn through defeating all the spirits between you and that spot. It's a great neutral feeling risk-reward system, and it's a decision you're going to need to make several times throughout the game. But getting back to the whole day-night thing, I feel like it segments things in a way that just doesn't flow very well, and it uses one of the genre's biggest positives against the player by constantly snatching them out of the map that they just made progress in to watch a typical no-eye contact, let's look in opposite directions Japanese conversation.
How long has it been?
And you know, I hate to harp on this single downside so much, but I feel like with how well Fatal Frame 3 polished its predecessor's format to a mirror sheen, this sort of stands out as pulling against all that progress. I mean, it's not exactly something that's going to ruin your playthrough, and I think if this wasn't such a good survival horror game, it wouldn't jump out at me so much, but it's definitely something I would imagine the average player is going to wrestle with to some degree. Aside from that though, I truly don't have many non-positive comments to make. I mean, when you take away K's whack-ass sections and the odd formatting, you've got Fatal Frame 2 but with better combat. So essentially a perfect horror game.
Stay back. Stay back.
Now, if you held a gun to my head and made me think of a complaint, I guess it taking me 11 or so hours to complete might look like a downside to some, but speaking for myself, it's really nice playing a very long survival horror title. Hell, these games usually only last 2 or 3, so it's pretty great that the best title in the series so far, in my opinion, is the one that allowed me to play it the longest. I will say, towards the end of the game, switching protagonist and playstyle stopped being as good of a cover for a general lack of new areas to discover, but on the plus side, since this is a dreamscape, you got some sections from Fatal Frame 1's Himuro Mansion. It's not a significant amount of the map or anything, but it's nice to get a sort of supercut of some of the more memorable areas.
This dream again. I thought I wasn't going to have it anymore.
To put a pin in this whole gameplay thing, I'll say that Fatal Frame 3, despite my complaints, is still the most tightly designed game in the series so far. I definitely feel like it failed to deliver on the potential of the really interesting day versus night gameplay thing, but I've got to admit it's still a great idea. When that's off the playfield though, we're still left with a really great distillation of all the things that make survival horror such a magnetic genre for so many of us. I'll admit a lot of my goodwill comes from this game being the first time that I feel like the franchise delivered on its potential, but either way, the result is a game that punches well above its weight. In fact, I'll go as far as saying that this is the first time that I've cleared a Fatal Frame title and felt really good about my performance in doing that. It's a little hard to point to any one thing that may have caused that, but from a totally subjective and hard to prove sort of position, I just felt like I was taking less unavoidable damage, and simultaneously I was able to dole out a good amount of hurt while not feeling like the game's mechanics or controls were getting in the way. Now, to be fair to them, parts 1 and 2 definitely gave me a great taste at how good things could have worked theoretically, but I would say each one fell short for different reasons. This time around, though, they figured out just the right mixture, the exact perfect combination of ideas and execution that leads to the kind of survival horror game that you can play for more than 10 hours and still love every second of it. I mean, the previous entries were great in so many ways, but for the most part, at least as far as I was concerned, they were more of a promise of things to come, and I would say that Tecmo has finally made good on that promise. They essentially just delivered a noticeably more tight version of all the stuff that showed up in the last 2 games, and honestly, that's precisely what I've been waiting for. And you know, after sitting and thinking and writing this script for a bit, I'm more than comfortable in saying that this is the best entry in the series so far in terms of gameplay, and one of the better survival horror games I've played in a long while. If you've heard about this series, but you're kind of apprehensive on checking it out, I'd say starting here is probably your best bet. And if you're already a fan of Fatal Frame, I probably don't have to sell you on the idea of a title that makes an entire-ass connected cinematic universe out of the previous release's storylines. So interestingly, for the first time in this retrospective, filled with games that I really have enjoyed, I can give a wholehearted, full-throated recommendation. I know we're 3 games in already, but I would say this is the one to pick up for first-timers and series vets alike. Now, the only thing to do is check the internet for other people's reviews and see exactly how wrong I am compared to everybody else.
Let me out. Please let me out.
From the first entry in the series to this one, you could definitely track a pretty noticeable shift away from its original anime sensibilities and towards something at least attempting to approach photorealism. And to be fair, you can't exactly blame Tecmo specifically, as this was the general move most developers in the industry were making at the time. In most early PS2 games, you'd be more likely to see wider, more stylized proportions, but as the console aged and the Japanese developers who essentially ran 90% of the library changed their taste, slender, more realistic figures were the gaming scene's default body type. And if we look at Fatal Frame protagonists lined up side by side, we could see that same shift in design principles. And really, it's a nice enough look. I mean, I guess with the Japanese ghost theme, it would make sense for the characters in the game to somewhat resemble their counterparts in film, but I will admit to a bit of a soft spot for that PS2 generation faux anime aesthetic. My preferences aside though, Part 3 here is wildly impressive from a technical perspective, which isn't entirely surprising. I mean, this series keeps making these massive improvements from release to release. It's enough to make a guy all nostalgic for a time in game development when an influx and increased funding could actually be expected to turn in an improved end result. But hey, it's not all bad though. What do we got nowadays? We got ray tracing, that's good, right? God, I want so bad to go back. Just like its predecessor, Fatal Frame 3 has a 30 frame per second target, but unlike that previous release, this one has an officially supported 480p mode, which I am fully aware is likely something that's not going to get most people out of bed in the morning, but very well might be the most profound piece of news that I can get in an average day. But let's go ahead and temper those expectations, because if you watch my last video, you'll know that forcing progressive scan here on the PS2 can often have the opposite of the expected effect. Which is definitely counterintuitive, but with the interlaced image, you get this perceived sharpness from the aliasing, or at least I do. Now, the progressive scan option is going to successfully fill in those aliased edges to a degree, but the result can be an ironic perceived drop in sharpness and definition. I've seen the same exact thing happen when forcing 480p through GSM, and it seems to be a quirk with how the console handles video or something, because across the board, I tend to find that the PS2's 480p footage lacks in sharpness compared to similar offerings from the GameCube and Xbox. But I would say since this is a 30 frame per second game and it does often operate below that 30 FPS target, you don't really need to worry so much about which mode you want to use with this one as you might with others. If you've got yourself a scaler like the RetroTink 5X or the 4K, you can expect near flawless results with deinterlacing the game's 480i, but you do have to keep in mind that even the best deinterlacing process that we have right now is going to result in some form of anomaly somewhere. For example, motion adaptive deinterlacing, which is my favorite, can produce an amazing picture, but when everything's in motion, things can be slightly blurry, or at least more blurry than they would be in native 480p. In that same vein, you might notice small quirks like the sort of jumpy effect that you get when highlighting options on interlaced menus, which admittedly is all stuff that probably isn't going to bother your average person, so feel free to just go with whichever suits you and your setup best. That being said, you guys know I'm a video nerd, so everything you've seen so far today has come from the game in its progressive scan mode. For those of you who've never played an officially supported 480p game on the PS2, oftentimes you'll need to use some kind of esoteric button combination during boot up to activate it. The most obvious example coming to mind right now being the fact that you have to hold triangle and X together when starting up Star Ocean till the end of time to access 480p. But luckily, FF3 is one of the rare titles on the console that just puts that as a toggle on the main menu. The only real issue that I found was that it doesn't remember your choice between sessions, so every time you boot the game up, you're going to have to remember to activate it. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost positive that among the 12 hours of captured footage I have here, there's at least one that I've recorded at 480i without realizing it. But like I already said, if you're not counting on your modern day TV to deinterlace, that's not going to be an issue at all. Getting to the actual in-game graphics though, I was thrilled to see that the static filter had been dialed back even further than the last game. It's almost invisible unless you're really looking for it most of the time, which if you are going to use a static filter, that's how I'd prefer it look. Just like every other game in the series, when ghosts are around, you can expect a million different post-processing effects to be layered over top of each other, and again like those games, this can make for a visual mess. Really, this is one of the very few complaints that has persisted throughout the entire franchise for me. Oh, and since I'm already going in on it, this game's facial animations seem kind of lackluster in a lot of scenes. I can't really remember FF2's animations being anything to write home about, but at least they weren't so strange looking that I noticed them enough to make a note of it. Here in Fatal Frame 3, characters often don't move a whole lot of parts of their face, leading to this creepy android kind of effect. And their eyes feel like they're piercing your soul with the sheer awkwardness of their stare. Aside from that though, this is a great looking PS2 game, which is a statement that might be a little hard to swallow in an era with ray trace light paths and shadows so real you could swear something was in the room casting them. And you know, video game analysis aside, I've sort of struggled with this subject a lot lately. There's no real way for me to point at a nearly 20-year-old console video game and say, this technically holds up, graphically speaking. I mean, there's got to be some kind of objective measure for what's visually appealing outside of technical specifications, right? Like at the moment, even with my crazy knowledge of convoluted video jargon, the best thing that I can come up with to convince you guys is, look at the screen right now. That's what good graphics look like. Well, on the plus side, I would imagine that nobody comes to this channel for anything approaching an objective take, so let's keep that tradition alive. Damn, this was kind of a short one. I mean, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love it when a game has a bunch of ports for me to analyze, but it really increases the amount of time it takes to bang one of these videos out. Well anyways, Fatal Frame 3 was a really good time for me. Since I started this retrospective, I've been really waiting for the series to wow me, waiting for it to deliver on how cool of a concept I know it is. And I'm happy to say that I was finally able to get that aha moment here with Part 3. Which I guess is actually kind of fitting. After all, this would be the franchise's swan song on Sony's PS2. From here on out, we're going to be jumping into some very unfamiliar waters, but until then, let's revel in finally seeing the games live up to their potential. As of writing these words right here, I have yet to lay a finger on the next game in the series, so I've got no idea what to expect. But I will say, what I would like to see is exactly what we got here. A title that expands on the Fatal Frame blueprints that we've already familiarized ourselves with, while making sure to keep those series roots well inside at all times. Something I'm hoping that takes this series' special brand of survival horror and kicks it up a notch with a very slight sort of innovation. Let's hope I'm at least somewhere on target with that, but in order to figure that out, I'm gonna have to get back to work. So here's hoping I see you guys in the next one, but if I don't, thank you so much for watching The Fatal Frame. Retrospective. In this industry, there tends to be a relatively narrow way of looking at things. Either a game was a massive AAA success, or the kind of failure that forces a company to shut its doors forever. And while I don't think it necessarily needs to be said, yes, there is a middle ground in that dichotomy. For example, let's take today's subject. Tecmo's Fatal Frame trilogy certainly hadn't captured a comparatively massive audience on the PS2, and you couldn't really say it was printing money for its company, but it was a series that you could reliably count on for good scares and gameplay reminiscent of the, at the time, rapidly dying survival horror genre. And as I'm sure most of you know, I would have been perfectly fine with things staying that way, but by the time Part 3 hit shelves, the gaming scene was getting ready to go through what I would call a bit of a self-destructive phase.
We would like to play.
At the time, the Nintendo Wii had taken over in terms of popularity, and that meant everybody who wanted to play a video game needed to stare down the barrel of a motion-controlled future. And sure, some people who are very attractive and intelligent might argue that's a bad thing, but maybe you like it. Regardless though, in Fatal Frame's case, it was a pretty easy sell. I mean, for a series that's always relied on a first-person perspective for its combat, the concept of using a Wiimote to control that perspective was pretty rational, which is admittedly a pretty tough pill to swallow for a guy like me. I've never really enjoyed the Wii or motion controls in general, but on the other hand, I have put up with a lot in the past in terms of pursuing cool horror games, so I guess today's gonna be no different. So if you guys are good to go, let's dive into Tecmo's first brush with what the next generation of gaming tech had to offer, and of course its subsequent HD remaster. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to The Fatal Frame Retrospective.
体のどこかが覚えている。懐かしい匂いにも似た。
Unlike a lot of games from its era, Project 04 Mask of the Lunar Eclipse isn't just some low-ranked game dev taking a swing at the Wii's popularity and hoping to bring back a fistful of money. I mean, to be fair, there may have been elements of that in there, but it wasn't just that. In fact, it was a collaborative effort that actually saw Nintendo themselves getting involved in development. Now, I get the feeling that the Big N was looking for that killer app that would get horror fans on board with what was essentially a platform for children and their elderly grandparents. And in terms of stuff to shove into the intro of a video game analysis video, Nintendo themselves getting involved with the horror game's development, it ranks pretty high up there. Which I think goes a very long way in showing you exactly how YouTube-brained I am. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I can only think in terms of potential video essay thesis ideas. I'm lost, I'm done for it, you guys leave me behind. And with that in mind, you'd imagine if something was going to outshine a piece of trivia like that, it'd have to be pretty wild. Well, unrelated note, but did you guys know that Grasshopper's own Goichi Suda had a major hand in this game's development? You know, Suda51. Come on, you know him. It's that guy behind maybe 2 enjoyable video games. I can already tell this is going to be a interesting comment section. Anyways, the goal of the joint team was to create a horror game that offered something more than just a visual scare. They wanted some form of visceral, tangible horror to be present in the game, and to be honest, given the platform, this was something that could genuinely, theoretically be accomplished. Which is great, but for the more hardcore fans of the series, this would mean that most of the mechanics that they were used to from previous entries would have to be modified in some way or another to work with this new emphasis on horror that the player could actually feel. And, looking back with 2020 hindsight, this collaborative effort between multiple studios and the new gameplay ideas might have been more of a detriment than a benefit. In fact, after the game was completed, members of the staff would comment on the hectic nature of sharing the project with so many different entities, which might explain the bevy of reported bugs that could be found in that initial Japanese release. And while that may sound like the beginning of a downfall, after the dust had settled, Tecmo was looking at about 75,000 units sold, which, to be fair, isn't exactly something to get excited about in the world of massive AAA gaming. But for a small team like this, it represented not only a huge success, but the highest grossing title in the franchise so far. With numbers like that and the platform's insane install base abroad, you might assume it'd be a shoo-in for a US release, but Mask of the Lunar Eclipse on the Wii never got an official English translation. In fact, it was only last year with the worldwide release of the HD Remaster that fans of the series finally got a chance to legitimately play this entry. But maybe you guys noticed I've been using words like official and legitimate. Yeah, that's right, it's fan translation time, which means I need to give a big thanks to Tempest, Chabby, Mr. Mongoose, and anyone else involved for their hard work bringing this game to English-speaking Wii owners. From what I've read, it was actually a pretty big endeavor that required them to work around a whole mess of issues. And, since these guys went through all that trouble, it'd be a crime not to appreciate it by diving into this game's story. Alright, so I apologize for the very strange break with the norm. This is weird, it's different, right? I understand that, and by the way, excuse the HDMI cable in the background, I'm trying to straighten it out. I just needed you guys to see what I'm going through here. So typically when I make videos like the one you're watching, I like to grab the soundtrack from the game that I'm covering, and obviously I would include that as backing tracks for the video. Right now, I'm covering the Fatal Frame series, and I need you to see what I'm going through as far as trying to place tracks from any of the soundtracks into my video. Okay, so what we're looking at here is my media pool for the video you're watching, actually. And we have the official soundtrack tab, and we've got Fatal Frames 1, 2, the remake of 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what we're going to do is play through them randomly at random spots. My playhead here is the mouse, and we're just going to hit the space bar and play these tracks. I want you to see if you notice a bit of a theme here. Have we noticed? There's no music in the soundtrack. That you can't find a song in the entire soundtrack. These are all just single notes stretched across like 3 minutes of runtime with layers of distortion and industrial metal clanking sound effects. And it's not just 5. If we go to 3, they added a theme of it's weird. Okay, listen. They're adding stuff on top. But it's the same idea. These are single notes. But oh, actually, I could use that in a video. I probably have. Every single game outside of the first game, and even the first game suffers from this. They're just... it's just that for the soundtrack. So if you've noticed 3 or 4 songs being in every single video in this retrospective so far, maybe now you know why. I'm sorry that I had to break with the video to do this. I couldn't figure out how to write this into a script. And I'm in the middle of working on this video right now, and I was trying to find a song. I just needed you to see the insanity that I'm going through so it doesn't feel like I'm insane quite so much. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and let's get back to the regular video.
Project 04 starts out with two young girls rummaging around an old sanatorium. We don't exactly know why they're there yet, but given their body language and general conversation, I'm gonna go ahead and assume it doesn't stem from a profound appreciation for potential horror movie settings. After some back and forth, it seems clear that they have some questions about their upbringing, and I'm assuming that's connected to this place. After a while, one gets separated from the other and comes across the camera obscura, which is a bit of luck because it comes in handy almost immediately. Sadly, she is eventually overcome, and I will be honest, I was sort of taken aback by how easily she accepts her fate. But anyways, after that, we're taken to some unknown amount of time later with our character Ruka, who has just come to that same sanatorium to find her friends. And no prizes for figuring out that her friends are the two girls we were just talking about. As she explores, she comes across documents that lets us know that this place is housed on a remote Japanese island and that Ruka and her friends all had to be rescued from this island when they were kids. Recently, two of the other girls involved in that rescue dropped dead for some unknown reason, and it's the circumstances surrounding those deaths that drove the two girls from earlier to come to this island looking for answers. Before these events, Ruka's sick mother begged her not to follow her friends to the island, and of course she disregards that advice. So her mom instead asked Choshiro, a detective, to go find her, which shouldn't be too unfamiliar a scenario for him, seeing as he's the guy who rescued Ruka and her friends in the first place. Just like the previous game in the franchise, Part 4 has you taking control of three characters throughout its story: Ruka, her friend Misaki, and Detective Choshiro. The game gives you control over each one at set points in the story, and all of these events are technically taking place at different times. Essentially, Misaki was the first person to do all of this, and we're just retracing her steps here with Ruka sometime later. The game does lead us to believe it's the same scenario with Choshiro, but we might have to talk about that a little further on. Keeping series tradition alive, even though there is a good amount of cutscenes in this game, about 95% of the story you'll come across will be delivered via text. If you've watched any of the other entries in this retrospective, you'll know that A, Fatal Frame titles have always taken the whole found journals and files thing way further than most of its peers, and B, I love that. Of course, each of these games does have spoken dialogue in it, but you're going to be discovering nearly the entire story through the left-behind documents of people who experienced at least some percentage of these events for themselves. And I don't really know about you guys, but for me, this has always given the series such a cool feeling as far as progression is concerned. I mean, you're moving through these decrepit old areas, finding the accounts of people who have all already died, and you're piecing together some timeline of the awful events that happened to them. And I'm sure for some people that will be a downside, but for a guy like me who enjoys putting a story together piece by piece, this is about the furthest thing from a problem that I could ever imagine. And besides that, there's always been something about this delivery method that reminds me of old George Romero movies. I imagine that guy's going to be remembered as an amazing director for a lot of reasons, but I'll always appreciate how he had his characters go on at least one long-winded diatribe about some crazy event that they lived through in the past. My best example of this is always going to be Ben from Night of the Living Dead's story about his experience in Carson City during the first few moments of the zombie outbreak. On the surface, it may not seem like too much, but out of the hour-and-a-half runtime of the Night of the Living Dead remake, both Romero and Savini decided to devote 5 entire minutes to a guy just telling a story. There's no on-screen imagery of what he's describing, no flashbacks, or really any other kind of visual element is included to complement the story. Just a guy recounting events so traumatic that he's got tears in his eyes literally the entire time he's telling it. This method definitely flies in the face of the whole show-don't-tell rule in cinema, but I think both in the case of Romero's movies and survival horror games, it allows the viewer to put together a mental picture of these events that no cutscene or camera work could ever rival. And let me assure you, here in Fatal Frame 4, this practice is operating at full tilt. Of course, previous games would use this same method to deliver stories, but in my opinion, things have never been so intricate as they are here. This game gives you an absolute boatload of information to comb through across its 3 protagonist journeys, and there are a few different events you're going to want to get very familiar with or you're not going to understand much. If you ask me, this is definitely the most complex story that's been in the series so far, and just like its predecessors, Project 04 loves delivering that story to you at the slowest pace possible. Which I know sounds like an insult, but I promise it's not. For those of you who haven't seen my videos on the other titles, Fatal Frame is a series where the story isn't as big of a player compared to the pace at which that story's doled out to you. These games absolutely thrive at slowly, meticulously dispersing story bits across their respectable completion times, hiding tiny morsels of genuine narrative in with pages and pages of unrelated world building. What I'm trying to say is that these are games you play when you want to piece together things for yourself rather than have the entire story verbally spoon-fed to you. And like I said before, even with that kind of a pedigree, Part 4 stands out as especially eager to make you work. I'm not lying when I say that even in the game's final 30 minutes, I was still putting together key parts of its story. And to be totally honest with you, the nature of that delivery method has me a little apprehensive about just blurting out and potentially ruining what I consider to be one of the game's most interesting features. So if you are potentially thinking about the possibility of putting together a playthrough of Project 04, alliteration that was not on purpose at all, what the fuck am I doing writing this? Anyways, maybe think about skipping past the chapter mark spoilers or jumping to the timestamp on screen to avoid missing out on the fun of putting this all together for yourself. Well, surprising absolutely no one who's ever played one of these games before, Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse is based around a failed ritual meant to keep some sort of supernatural threat at bay. In previous titles, this would mean keeping some nebulous shadow realm from crossing over into the real world, and that is sort of the case here, only this time we're dealing with a type of disease. Now you might have to forgive me here because details are kind of light on this part of the story, but my understanding is that this Moonlight Syndrome is either something that primarily affects people with psychic abilities or just some kind of supernatural thing that has a psychic component to it. Either way, the disease forces you to lose an internal sense of identity before it kills you. People infected eventually stop being able to recognize themselves in the mirror, and the worst part is, it could be transmitted just by looking at someone who's progressed to a certain point in the disease. 10 years ago, before the game's intro in the 70s, there was an outbreak of this Moonlight Syndrome on the remote island of Rogetsu. This island was already home to a spiritual ritual of its own in the form of a dance, but a few people found out that if done correctly, this ritual could actually cure the people afflicted by the disease. And like you might imagine, this version of the ritual has much more stringent prerequisites compared to its more ceremonial mainstream counterpart. In preparation for this dance, some of the infected girls being treated at the hospital were kidnapped by a few of the villagers and groomed to take part in it. At the same time, a detective takes on the case of the missing girls and happens upon the ritual as it's going down. Keeping with series tradition, of course this ritual fails, and to be honest with you, I'm a little fuzzy on why. There is information in the game you can come across that blames the mainstream tourist version of the ritual for taking place at the same time, but to be honest, it really never nails down a concrete reason for why that should matter, or at the very least, I never found one. Well anyways, when the authentic ceremony fails, the dancers involved fall to the floor losing their memories, and the people taking part in the fake ritual all drop dead. A memorable night to be sure. Well, you know, for everyone whose memories weren't supernaturally erased. So 2 years after this detective was able to get the girls off the island, one of their unkidnapped friends at the hospital wakes up from her Moonlight Syndrome coma, infecting everybody on the island and subsequently killing them. Fast forward a few years, and 2 of the girls who were originally rescued drop dead from complications stemming from a really bad staph infection. Nah, I'm just fucking with you, it's Moonlight Syndrome, obviously. Being understandably scared, a few of the remaining girls decide that the only way to keep from meeting the same fate would be to go to Rogetsu Island and dig into their forgotten past to look for some sort of answers. When these 2 girls don't come back home, the last remaining Rogetsu survivor heads back to the island to look for them, and that essentially brings us current. So now we know why our main character is here, but what she doesn't know is that one of the girls she's looking for is already dead, and Misaki, the surviving half of the duo, eventually stands up to this island's patient zero and, I guess, just dies. Now, playing as Detective Choshido, on the other hand, we get to experience a pretty great twist along with him. See, this guy can only really remember being asked to go after Ruka and her friends and then waking up outside the hospital. This whole time he's been pretty gung-ho on finding the girls and not so much on solving the mystery of what the hell got him here. But it doesn't really matter whether or not he wants to figure it out. In the course of digging deeper, he uncovers the hard truth. Apparently, after he originally rescued the girls, he returned to the island to bring their kidnapper to justice, and in the process happened to be there while the outbreak started. In the chaos, he did come across his target, but ended up getting stabbed in the tussle, and at this point, he had a few choices. Our boy Choshido could either accept his rapidly approaching doom with poise and grace like a gentleman, or go beast mode on the nerd that stabbed him and turn this one-way ticket to the other side into a 2-for-1 special. So yeah, this whole time he's been walking around as a spirit, committing these terrible acts of ghost-on-ghost violence to help Ruka along. And admittedly, this was a really fun twist for his character, one that I truly didn't see coming, which could mean it was very well implemented, I was very oblivious to it, or some combination of column A and column B. Speaking of which, as Ruka we collect the scattered pieces of a mask that her father built. One that's supposed to finish this ritual out and retire the ghost girl that's threatening the entire globe with a supernatural AIDS epidemic. And after she puts the mask on her, we get the, at this point, expected J-pop outro song, and the day is saved. Now, what do you guys say we get back with everybody who skipped the spoilers and try to make a point out of all this? I'll go ahead and admit this game's story isn't exactly my favorite in the series so far, based solely on its content. But that being said, it's probably the most rewarding and fun Fatal Frame narrative in terms of putting things together on your own. Among the seemingly unrelated daily logs and research papers, I was piecing out this game's events through the perspective of 3 different protagonists. It was a really cool experience that points back to all the reasons I enjoy the stories in the first few Silent Hill titles so damn much. I just love a story that asks the player to put things together themselves, because you always end up getting out exactly what you put in. If you give in and just engage with its gameplay, you can totally beat the game, but you'll just do it without really understanding what's going on. On the other hand, if you dig into each node and try to keep a mental record of potentially important pieces of info, you're going to come away with a much deeper understanding of what went down and a really good feeling of doing it all yourself. It's sort of an amazing formula because outside of generally enjoying the content of the story, you can also enjoy the process of taking part in uncovering it. I find this to be a really great formula because outside of generally enjoying the content of the story itself, you get to also enjoy the process of taking part in uncovering it. And on top of that, I've always enjoyed Fatal Frame's obsession with slowly pacing out their stories. I tend to appreciate a nice slow story reveal, but that goes double with mysteries like this. Also, from a series nerd point of view, it was really cool seeing Misaki belong to the bloodline responsible for the creation of the camera obscura, and outside of that, it was just nice being in such a familiar narrative again. Unlike other long-running franchises in the genre, Fatal Frame has stayed pretty true to its roots in terms of theming. Ghost, cute girls, old Japanese rituals, and mystery. It's a great combination, and after it hooked me in part 1, it's pretty great to be 4 entries in and still getting the same exact stuff. And on that same note, I too don't change very often, which means I do have a few complaints to talk about. Without spoiling anything, we're sort of left without any conclusion on the fate of one of our protagonists, and it would be nice getting a bit of clarification on that front. Now, this next one's going to be a little hard to talk about because it deals with a gameplay element that kind of veers way outside the scope of this section of the video, but to put things simply, this game uses a new method for discovering items where you actually have to shine your flashlight over them before they become interactable, and without going into too much detail, it can be very finicky actually getting them to show up. Now, the reason I'm placing this complaint in the story section is because that same thing goes for files, journals, and other story-relevant documents, which is a pretty bad combination if you ask me. I mean, Fatal Frame already has a very DIY approach to exposition, counting on the player to discover the relevant information on their own, and I just don't think further obfuscating those documents plays into that system very smoothly, especially when that system isn't always executed very well. There were times throughout the game where I was being told an item was nearby, but after searching high and low, I wasn't able to get it to show up. Eventually, I would just move on with things, and sadly that means I may have left some crucial info sitting there on the floor because I wasn't able to highlight the exact pixel it took to reveal it. Now, to be fair, I do feel like I got a pretty good understanding of things, but this is more of a theoretical complaint. I may have potentially missed some answers to a few of my lingering questions, or even worse, a person less patient than me might miss out on even more key information. It does need to be said that personally, I don't find the whole revealing items mechanic to be crazy engaging anyways, but if you are going to continue with it, maybe make it only for usables or extra film and not for important story bits. And really, that's it. I mean, it's not a perfect video game story or anything. I'm sure people who aren't into horror or Japanese folklore won't get a kick out of it, but if you found any part of the previous Fatal Frame stories to be interesting, well, you can expect that same stuff here. You know, it might be kind of hard to explain this, but after 4 entries of this series, I've just grown to enjoy all of this stuff, and it's great seeing it show up sequel after sequel. I'm sure everybody listening to this right now has seen a game franchise spiral out of control while trying to both stay relevant and please its existing fan base, and it's just really nice seeing Fatal Frame make a commitment to a specific style 23 years ago and just keep honoring it with every release. Now, it does need to be said, this is a pretty niche subject matter, and it might alienate those from the mainstream crowd, but if you do have this specific itch, you can expect it to be scratched with every game I've covered so far, and that's not something you can say about a lot of franchises anymore. That being the case, I can't exactly say that this is a good story from some kind of an objective standpoint, but I can say this is very much a story for Fatal Frame fans. But if you are thinking about starting with this game, it doesn't require any previous knowledge of series lore, and because of that, it can totally work as its own standalone narrative. So I would say give this one a try if you like mysteries, ghost stories, Japanese horror, or cute girls rocking really weird looking dresses, because this series is like the world's chief exporter of all that stuff. If you've conquered the skill of counting to 10, you'll know that there were 3 finished mainline entries in the Fatal Frame verse before development started on Part 4, and by this point in the series, they had developed a very recognizable gameplay hook. Its perspective, control style, and combat remained largely unchanged from title to title, something that I would personally argue is a very good thing in terms of a video game series, but good or not, very few dynasties survived the motion control boom of the Wii era unscathed. Now obviously, the first-person combat sections were a no-brainer for Wiimote integration, but I'm assuming thanks to Nintendo's involvement, these guys weren't keen on just using motion mechanics in a single portion of the game. Now those of you that know me know that I love a good fixed perspective. If you ask me, a static camera allows for a lot of creative freedom on the developer's part, giving them the ability to line up these really effective angles. The only downside with a perspective like that would be that it doesn't make for a grand enough stage on which motion controls can be the star of the show, so sadly it had to be axed, Tecmo instead opting for a very familiar RE4 adjacent over-the-shoulder camera, which I think we can agree definitely has its benefits, but you really have to understand my position here. I had to sit and watch as Resident Evil was sucked into the gaping maw of the modern RE4-inspired third-person video game perspective, and now I've just witnessed one of survival horror's last bastions make that same move. It's like being stabbed in the back and then recovering from the wound, only to be stabbed again right where the scar formed. But enough about my crippling inability to deal with change. We're here to talk about modern day gaming, which for the purposes of this conversation, modern means about 2008. On the plus side, with the over-the-shoulder camera, you are still technically using tank controls, as forward always moves your character in the direction they're facing and left and right pivot you in those directions. The only difference being that yours and the character's perspective are always aligned here. Outside of combat, you use the left nunchuck's analog stick for moving your character, and the right one's motion controls for adjusting her flashlight, which leads to a new mechanic for the series. One that's going to require you to shine your flashlight over an item before you can pick it up. And to the game's credit, unlike a lot of Wii titles jumping onto the motion-controlled bandwagon, this isn't just a small flourish thrown in to justify these devs making a Wii game. This mechanic is how you come across 90% of the in-game items, including ones that are necessary for progression. So love it or hate it, you're going to be engaging with this mechanic a hell of a lot, which is why at first I was seriously considering dropping this original release for the PS5 non-motion controlled remaster. I was having a hell of a time pointing my flashlight where I wanted, and I was also having some difficulties with the motion controls used in combat. It was really digging into the game's fun for me, but that was before I figured out its little trick. You see, Fatal Frame doesn't exactly use motion controls, or at least not the kind that most people would associate with that phrase. In the game's tutorials, you're vaguely told to point your flashlight with the Wiimote, and given my previous experience with games on the platform and a bit of what I thought was common sense, I'd assumed that meant I would use my Wiimote as a pointer. You know, the way 99.9999% of the game's library functions, but this is what was tripping me up. A few hours into the game, I started to realize it wasn't exactly looking for input via the infrared point tracking, but instead it was reading the controller's tilt sensors. It seems fairly small, but this little realization 100% revitalized the game for me. I was having all these issues before finding the right angle for the sensor bar to pick up my motions, but that was because I was keeping my wrist relatively straight while using my arm to point the controller forward and move it around. But instead, what I should have been doing was tilting it up or down and twisting it to the left or right. Figuring this out let me rest my controllers on my lap during gameplay instead of awkwardly presenting them to the dead center of my screen the entire time. Once I connected the dots on this one, things started to move much more smoothly for me as far as gameplay is concerned. Now, like I said, you can technically move the flashlight on its x-axis by twisting the controller left or right in your hand, but I found that to be kind of uncomfortable and limiting, so instead I would just use the left analog stick to control left and right, while the tilt function handled up and down. After making these two adjustments, moving and exploration really started to flow for me. I could move around and pan my flashlight across the environment with no issues at all. Well, I guess that's being kind of generous. Let's say less issues. I still had problems moving my flashlight beam down at something that was really close to my feet, mostly because the angle that I'd have to contort my wrist at was actually kind of painful. Aside from that, though, it was a night and day difference once I finally figured out how things actually work. In combat, it's roughly the same layout. You move your body with the left stick and you move your camera's view up and down via vertical tilt. But since the Wii's ability to track motion was pretty damn flawed and Fatal Frame's combat was already hard enough when using traditional controls, it threw us a bit of a rope by allowing us to lock on to targets while holding the Z button. And to be totally honest, I think I'm torn on this one. I mean, on one hand, this was probably the only way to put a Fatal Frame title on the Wii without totally altering its combat style to account for the motion controls, but on the other, it sort of nukes the difficulty. In the previous games, if you haven't seen my videos covering them, you would need to keep a ghost centered in your viewfinder in order to build up a charge for a big attack. And this was easier said than done because these things would fly all over the place, disappear, and phase through the environment. You really had to get good at recognizing an enemy's movements and patterns so you would know exactly where to look during their attack animations to ensure their weak spot would be centered on the exact moment a zero shot became available. It's a system that started out pretty flawed but began to hit its stride in Part 3, where the developers seemed to have figured out a near-perfect balance of tough challenge but winnable scenarios. Here in Part 4 though, all you've got to do is make some slight adjustments to your view so that the ghost's head is visible, and then you hit the Z button for a free lock-on that keeps that ghost perfectly centered no matter how erratic their movements are. Once you realize this, there's really no point in actually looking at what the ghost is doing after you've locked onto it. You just keep your eye on that little jewel at the top of the screen that lets you know when you can get a zero shot and wait for your moment to do massive damage. I mean, don't get me wrong, I 100% understand why they would make a move like this, but it's really hard to say that it doesn't have a negative effect on the game's challenge. And listen, I 100% get how fucking dumb I look right now. I just spent 3 entries in this retrospective complaining about fights that were a little too tough, and here I am saying the exact same thing about them being too easy. Believe me, I understand how unpleasable I sound, but there has to be some kind of a middle ground here. And I guess there is, but it's called Fatal Frame 3, and that's not the game we're covering, so. Eventually, when you start fighting multiple ghosts at once, you're going to have to develop the ability to stay locked onto one while keeping an eye on the other to make sure they're not winding up an attack, and they do find some other novel ways to introduce some toughness, but for the most part, things are disappointingly easy here. In fact, I didn't die once throughout my 13-hour playthrough outside of a single death I took on the last boss and another stupid one where I sat my controller down without knowing there was a ghost walking around. Now I'm about to blow your mind after complaining about it being too easy because regardless of a lack of challenge, I still found fights to be really fun in this game. Just like every other game in the series, 4 gave me a huge shot of dopamine when I would interrupt a ghost's attack at the very last frame and turn that into a 3-hit combo on him. And besides that, there is still at least a bit of skill needed to hit that shutter button at just the right time. So I wouldn't exactly say it's the least difficult thing I've ever played, but it definitely gets close sometimes, while maintaining a good amount of fun either because of or in spite of the easiness. Okay, so quick warning guys, my voice is going to be a little more hoarse than usual for this section of the video. Me and some buddies went into Shinjuku the other night and things got a little out of hand. Now typically in one of these videos, I'll wait to cover any ports, remakes, or remasters until I start talking presentation, because in the vast majority of cases, that's going to be the only significant change between them. But here with Project 04, the addition of Wii-specific motion controls sort of complicates things. I happen to be playing the PS5 version for this video, mostly because it was just the closest controller to me when I went to capture footage, and luckily that means I'll get access to the DualSense controller's motion sensing. So essentially, the technology behind what's going on here is the same, but the peripherals and gestures required are a little different. Oh, and because this is a modern remaster and a combination of game dev practices and console architecture have been all but standardized, I don't really feel the need to test different versions of the remaster against each other. I'm fairly confident that any differences I'll find are just going to be the boring stuff like lower resolution textures and a slightly different average frame rate. Getting to the actual point though, this remaster handles the change from Wii to PS5 both really well and kinda terribly. I found the combat controls to actually be better than what I was dealing with on the Wii, which was a surprise, but sadly exploration seems to have taken a really nasty hit in the transition. I mean, ideally, they would have just taken the vertical motion adjustments you can do while running and then apply that functionality to the right analog stick. That way the core experience of exploration could still come across as accurate without any major retooling being necessary. But for some reason, instead of doing that, they just completely rearranged the way the game handles. In the original, the camera would just follow your back as you moved around, so if you wanted to see something, you would need to pivot your character so that they, and subsequently the camera, were facing it. Now, it certainly isn't the most fluid feeling system, but the game's environments and mechanics were built around it, and because of that, it felt really good and functioned well within the context of the game. But the remaster gives you this really weird homunculus of that and a full camera control system, and I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Essentially, when you're just walking around, you can move the camera freely with the right analog stick like you would in any other game, but as soon as you hit the run button, that camera's going to zoom around to your back and follow you the way that it used to. And really, to be honest, either of these systems would have been just fine in my opinion, but both of them existing as separately defined states in the same game is sort of a nightmare. It sort of feels like you're never really used to how the game controls because it can change so abruptly. If you're moving back and forth between running and walking a lot, which you can do in a small room where you're trying to look for a lot of items, you'll notice a way less than seamless transition between one and the other. For example, let's say you're walking real slow because you're trying to search the room you're in and you pivot the camera to your left to look at something. Well, it turns out to be an item, so you obviously hit the thumbstick in that direction and hit the run button to get over there. Well, now the camera's going to move from where you were looking to right behind you, which causes this really awkward start where you're going to have to re-wrangle control over the camera by turning your body. It just feels needlessly obtuse, especially when the old system works so well in my opinion and could have easily been retrofitted to function with a regular controller. Oh, and since we're complaining, this game brings back an incredibly annoying feature from Part 2's Xbox port. Pressing in the left thumbstick will trigger a quick turn, which usually is a good thing, but for some reason in Fatal Frame titles, this never fails to activate just before a ghost attacks me or when I'm trying to line up a zero shot, which was just as frustrating as when I first encountered it in the second game, only this time, it can't be changed. I forget, what's the opposite of progress again? Jumping into the combat, here in the PS5 version, you have the option to use its tilt function to aim, and while this did require me to climb a bit of a steep learning curve, I actually ended up enjoying it a lot. Although I will admit I still found the mechanic to be pretty shaky and overly sensitive. I was genuinely interested in continuing to mess around with the PS5's motion controls, but I noticed there was a strictly traditional control option, and surprisingly, it actually results in a combat system that offers a bit of challenge. Of course, you can still hold down a button to lock onto a ghost, but actually getting that lock on to register can be kinda tough. It's not a massive change in the way combat functions or anything, but I did have to pay attention more, and it seemed like more of my input was needed, which was nice. On top of that, I could swear they made some sort of change to movement speed, point accumulation, and damage output, but I'm not exactly sure on that. I was actually feeling a bit of dissonance because the combat was genuinely improved by the new control styles, but I found the camera controls during the exploration sections to be overly cumbersome and hard to get used to compared to the original or really just in general. I think a perfect example is this really odd function that they added that triggers a half turn when you move the right thumbstick past a certain threshold. I know that doesn't sound like it would be annoying, but because so much of the game is you just slowly panning your torch over the environment to uncover items, you activate it all the time and it gets really old really fast. Like imagine if you were playing a first-person shooter and every time you turned your view just far enough, the game would kick in and complete the turn that it thought you were trying to make. It kind of sucks. And by kind of, I mean, I hate it and I have no idea why they put it in. Now, I'm not ready to say that this is the worst way to play the game because I actually did get a kick out of its controller-based motion inputs, and there did seem to be a few balance choices made to the combat that improves things. But on the other hand, I do feel like the Wii original actually kind of controls better. Of course, to be fair, this could be because I played that one first, but either way, I don't think you're in for an awful time if you do go with the remaster, but you're definitely missing out on what seems to be the intended way to play the game. Getting back to that original Wii version though, a lack of difficulty in the combat shouldn't be too much of a detriment, as these games have always relied on the moment-to-moment exploration much more than the comparatively rare combat sequences. And on that front, I've got to say once again, I'm a little torn. On one hand, the act of exploring this hospital is really fun. It's classic Fatal Frame branded survival horror. I mean, moving around, finding hidden ammo and key items, solving puzzles, it's all pretty great, and it feels exactly like any other game in the series. You know, minus the motion controls and needing to illuminate items before they could be picked up. On top of that, we have the return of the multiple main characters that started to blossom in Part 3, and this game handles that similarly well. As you make a certain amount of progress with one character, you'll switch over to another, navigating those same halls, but at a different point in time. It makes for a nice refresh, and it tends to kick in just when things are starting to settle near dullness. Really, my only problems are A, a worrying trend towards including less and less puzzles as these games continue, and B, the Rogetsu Sanatorium is just kinda small, especially when compared to its 3 predecessors. I mean, before you've reached the halfway point, you've seen at least 90% of the explorable environment already, which means past that point, you're going to be retreading the exact same halls for another 5 or maybe 6 hours. To be honest, it's not the smallest location I've ever seen in a survival horror game, but like I said, it definitely pales in comparison to the old Japanese residences that were used in previous Fatal Frame titles. Now on the plus side, just like those other games, you can't expect usables to sort of respawn every time you switch characters or change chapters, so you are going to have stuff to do the entire time, but I think this was the first game in the series that actually made me bored of its setting. Adding another arrow to my "this game is kind of easy" quiver, you've got a new mechanic that lets you use points gained in combat to buy stuff like healing items and film. And because the lock-on button makes it so easy to get fatal frames and zero shots, it's pretty damn easy to walk away from the first few hours of this game with enough points to make you effectively invincible. The only real limitation placed on this is the fact that it can only be done at save points, but as you might imagine, that doesn't do too much to lessen the damage it does to the difficulty. In terms of a tense horror game, I'm gonna say I'm definitely not a fan of this. Which I guess is kind of okay because I decided not to engage with this mechanic very much and the game didn't exactly force me to. Outside of that though, there's something gnawing away at me. I mean, I don't want to come across as that old guy that hates change, however accurate that might actually be, but I kind of found the Fatal Frame series to be a nice little haven where I could expect entries in the franchise to play similarly. And because of that, I look forward to seeing that original shine that caught my eye in the first game replicated across every entry. It's something I've credited these games for in the past, and it kind of sucks seeing them take such a drastic left turn into unfamiliar territory. I know that in the grand scheme of things, adding an in-game shop isn't exactly the wildest alteration that you could make, but that's just the top layer. Below that rest the motion controls, the new item finding mechanic, and the different perspective. I know it sounds dumb, but it's a little sad seeing one of the last bastions of survival horror game design so obviously reaching to attract an audience that isn't made up of survival horror fans. On top of that, you can throw the noticeable decrease in difficulty that makes some parts of the game feel sort of trivial. Add that together with a relatively small setting and the wacky amounts of backtracking you're going to have to do across it, and I'm not sure I would have finished this one if I wouldn't have been interested in its story and, more importantly, its atmosphere. Now, it does need to be said that I don't think a good survival horror title is inherently impossible on the Wii or anything, but I do feel like this one fell pretty far short of becoming that. However, I wouldn't exactly scare anyone away from giving this one a try. I mean, let's be very real here. This is a fan translation of a Japan-only, motion-controlled attempt at the survival horror genre. It's got like a million things that makes it worth checking out. I just don't necessarily feel like there's enough of a payoff to justify anyone playing past the point that it starts to piss them off. The exploration, document hunting, and puzzle solving is all relatively well represented, so a fan of the genre is going to have no issues finding something they like, but I feel like once you start getting overly annoyed, it's fine to just put this one down. As far as entries in this franchise goes, I would say it doesn't rank in the top, but it is interesting enough to justify whatever spot it occupies. I mean, just the circumstances surrounding its release and development secured the fact that I wanted to play it, but outside of that, I'm not 100% sure there's enough to hold over the average horror fan for the more than 11 or 12 hours necessary to beat it. I mean, I could think of a few things you could beat for 11 or 12 hours, but we're trying to keep this video monetized. I knew right from the start I probably wasn't going to get into this game's motion controls, but I was genuinely pumped to see what these games could look like on slightly more powerful console hardware. And before we get into any kind of specifics, Project 04 on the Wii runs at 480p and targets 30 frames per second. Now, as I'm sure you've already noticed, we're using the game's 16:9 widescreen mode, and typically I like to stick with 4:3 for retro content, even when there is an officially supported widescreen option. To be completely honest, I probably couldn't explain why that is to you if you had a gun to my head, but that's just what I like. I chose widescreen here though because I noticed that when set to 4:3, the cutscene showed signs that they were being squished horizontally. I wasn't able to find any 3D graphics that were getting messed up, but I figured since this was happening, maybe this is the aspect ratio that the developers intended the game to be viewed in, and honestly, I'm glad I did. I mean, this thing looks kind of amazing, and I love seeing it nearly fill a modern display. Now, obviously, this isn't true 16:9 widescreen, but I would imagine the rest of the real estate was meant to be stretched by your CRT scaler. And I guess I could have done that same thing to the footage in this video, but I noticed the pixels in the game's dither pattern were perfectly square, so I figured I'd rather have some unused space on the side of the screen as opposed to distorting the image. On that same note, we're cutting out the Wii's baked-in anti-aliasing measures here, which is why the aforementioned dithering might be so much more noticeable. And you know, some might consider more dithering as a downside for disabling AA, but if you know me, I call it a win-win. I mean, I was already on board with disabling anti-aliasing. You didn't have to sell me any further by telling me I get to look at more dithering. In my video on Fatal Frame 3, I commented on how things were moving in a more photorealistic sort of direction as far as graphics went. But here with Part 4, it looks like they're returning to that Part 1 and 2 era of more anime-looking design, which is fine by me because I think the characters in this game look great. Keeping with that theme, the Rogetsu Sanatorium is without a doubt the most detail-rich environment in the series so far. The previous games were certainly no slouch in the presentation department, but they were a product of their time and budget. The world in Part 4, by comparison, feels so much more three-dimensional, which makes sense. I mean, the game's new mechanics has you searching the environment with a fine-tooth comb, so it makes sense that they would want things to hold up to that kind of up-close scrutiny. What I really liked, though, was the game's massive focus on small, immersive effects. Little stuff like the moonlight entering through covered windows, dust circulating in your flashlight's cone, and curtains blowing convincingly in the wind. Much more than photorealism, I'm always going to appreciate a focus on immersion, and I think these scattered, small effects come together to elevate the image to something that you can really fall into. And you know, the menus are gorgeous too, but to be fair, not a single entry in the series so far has had a less than stellar looking inventory screen, so that's not as big of an accomplishment. And you know, to be honest with you, I'm looking at my notes here and there's not really a reason to itemize stuff like this. Just imagine something that you saw in a previous Fatal Frame title. Okay, you got it in your head? Alright, now Part 4 does it just a bit better than what you're imagining. Now, I was very worried that the new perspective and moving camera would have a massive impact on the series' signature look, and to be sure, this game is lacking a bit of the style that you get from a fixed camera system. But because this game sticks so close to that original style, I wasn't as bothered by this change, or at least not visually. I mean, it's me, of course I'm going to prefer a fixed camera system whenever it's possible, but if I can't get one, it is nice when a game looks really good. That being said, it is kind of strange how the camera is perfectly centered behind my character instead of being angled over their shoulder. You really don't see this too much, and that's because anything the developer is going to want you to look at is going to be blocked by your main character's body like 90% of the time. It might not be something everyone's going to instinctually notice, but take a look at where Leon is located on the screen in RE4 and then compare that to FF4. If I'm being charitable, I guess Fatal Frame always has an option to go into first person, so there's no real combat reason to have a less centered character, but in smaller, more cluttered rooms, it did feel like I needed to move the camera around to see past my on-screen avatar. In terms of pure presentation though, I really don't have a lot of negative notes. This is just an amazing looking game that sticks very near what made its predecessor so visually recognizable, and I really appreciate that. At the time this thing was released, Tecmo certainly could have developed it for the PS3 or 360, and I'm really happy that they didn't. Fatal Frame 4 looks absolutely perfect as is, and I think the quote-unquote HD graphics of the day would have just ruined that. In terms of frame rate, it is a mostly kind of solid story, but there are moments when you'll pass through certain doorways or room transitions where the in-game frame rate will suddenly get cut in half. I've got to imagine this is some sort of loading zone thing because I could get it to happen by passing through the same spot over and over again, but typically it doesn't last too long, and I found that coming to a dead stop for whatever reason helps it end sooner. There were maybe 2 or 3 scenarios where this frame drop would follow me into a fight with a ghost, which was really annoying, but because I can lock on to ghosts, I didn't find this issue to negatively affect things too much at all. Like I already complained about at the start of the video, Fatal Frame titles don't have soundtracks as much as they have construction site recordings with a single piano key held down for 5 minutes straight. I will say though, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse ups the ante with a very hard focus on environmental ambiance that I really liked. It feels like every room has its own unique soundstage, and it's helped along by these repeating effects like the wind blowing something over, the hospital settling, or the broken intercom system in the main hall. Little erratic, almost unidentifiable noises like that can be found all over the place, and hearing them constantly really puts you into the game world. And you know, I'd love to sit here and talk audio with you guys all day, but there has been a port burning a hole in this script for a long time now, and I don't think I can in good conscience sit here and not analyze it any longer. If you guys can remember back to the beginning of the video, I said that Project 04 never actually made it to English-speaking shores in its original Wii form, but I was really surprised to see that it had enough of an impact to justify a modern HD remaster, and a recent one at that. At the time of writing this script, this specific PS5 port of the game was released exactly 1 year ago to the day. To be honest, I vaguely remember a bit of online buzz about this, but I never really looked into the situation. The only reason it's in the video is because I beat the Wii original and was doing research for this script and found out it existed. Well anyways, this remaster was released on just about every single device that ever officially had an HDMI port soldered to it, and as you can see, we're using the PS5 version for footage. Although it doesn't exactly matter which one you pick. It's the same HD image across just about every platform, plus or minus a bit of blurriness. I'm gonna assume the Switch port runs like absolute dog shit, and given my experience with that console in the past, that is an assumption I'd be willing to defend in court without ever actually playing it. Getting back on track, the PS5 version of the Fatal Frame 4 HD remaster runs at 4K and aims to double the original's frame rate with a target of 60 FPS, and it mostly does a good job at hitting that. While running around, it only ever dipped noticeably a few times, but for the most part, it was a relatively, let's say, 55 to 60 frames per second. Now, it's worth mentioning that in fights, you can see things slow down significantly for short times, but to be honest, that is kind of something that's been with the series since the beginning, and while it definitely is a flaw, it's one that I've gotten pretty used to since starting this retrospective. Oh my bad, I read that wrong. Since starting this retrospective. As I'm sure most of you are aware by now, with HD remasters, there can be a pretty vast gap in the kind of quality you can expect, and I'm really happy to say that this is one of the good ones. All of the character models have been given brand new textures, which look really damn good. You can tell the backgrounds are still made up of the same low-resolution textures, just scaled up to HD, but to be honest, I really like that look. One really cool addition is that the flashlight now casts real-time shadows on the environment, and they look really damn good. But as you might imagine, they don't work quite as well as they might have in a proper modern game that was made to support them from the get-go. Sadly, the people making this remaster subscribe to the idea that it's not HD unless it has a bunch of bloom applied, so the flashlight can wash things out and reflect off of the environment in a blinding kind of way, but it's not to a terrible degree. It seems like Tecmo agrees with me that the centered camera was kind of weird, but in trying to fix it, they only made the camera more weird, just in a different way. So they did move it over to better approximate that RE4 over-the-shoulder perspective, but they also slightly angled it diagonally towards the center of the screen. Now this isn't much of an issue when you're just walking because the camera stays free, but when you start to run it sweeps back behind your shoulder and it feels like you're running slightly crooked because of the angle. For some reason, this really messed with me. It made it feel like I always had to make these micro adjustments to my direction to keep from veering over, even though I was running straight. Aside from that though, these narrow hallways just were not made for a camera that sits this far off the character model. I found that it was always bouncing off the environment when I'd take a corner or getting caught on light fixtures. As you can see, we're developing a bit of a theme of these guys making adjustments that are really good but just don't exist very well in a game that wasn't built from the ground up to support them. On the plus side though, in fights they really went all out with the particle effects, and this really adds to the spectacle and kind of action-packed feeling of getting a shot off. Getting right back on the downside train though, for some reason the ghosts in the cutscenes lack that translucent kind of effect that they had on the Wii, which leaves them looking like regular people with blue skin. They used AI image upscaling for most of the 2D assets, which normally isn't an issue, but if there is one thing that software AI upscalers always mangle, it's low-res text, and a good 85% of the stuff you'll be picking up is going to be journals or newspaper articles. I wouldn't exactly say it's a huge deal or anything. I mean, I get that cost-cutting measures like this is probably what allows them to bring an old Japan-only ghost hunting game to modern consoles in the first place, so it's not the worst thing to deal with. Would it be ideal for them to hire artists to redraw and hand upscale each image? Sure, but it kinda is what it is. On the gameplay front, I do have a few complaints, and chief among them is the return of the dreaded left thumbstick quick turn. In the Xbox port of Fatal Frame 2, I really struggled with hitting quick turns on accident by pressing the thumbstick in, and while it happened less to me here, it was no less annoying. They also, for some strange, unknowable reason, made the interact button different from the confirm button. So what you press to pick up an item isn't going to be the same button that you press to confirm you want to keep that item. And this one seemingly insignificant change really messed me up for the entire time I played this game. I'm not sure if it was just me being used to the Wii's controls, but I was never able to just mindlessly play this thing. Every time there was a prompt on screen, I would have to sit there for a second and think before I pressed a button. On the plus side, you can use your controller's tilt sensor to line up shots in first person, which I hear some people swear by, and your game automatically saves every time you go within a certain distance of a save point, which is a time-saving addition so genius that I struggle to comprehend it. To be totally honest with you, this is a perfectly serviceable remaster and even adds a lot of stuff that I would have wanted to see in the original. But that being said, it has some seriously annoying issues with the camera, and because playing this game was kind of a chore, if given the choice, I would go with the Wii original personally. Realistically though, I am aware that it's far easier to get your hands on a widely available modern release as opposed to a fan-translated Japan-only Wii game, so I guess let that factor into your decision as well. Well guys, that was a bit of an emotional roller coaster. At first I was ready to hate this game based solely on its motion controls, but then after getting to know how they worked, I actually ended up preferring them over the traditional controls of the remaster. And honestly, I would say the end result is a happy new addition to my all Wii games suck except for list. On the bad side though, I'm kind of torn. Hear me out. This is still a worthwhile playthrough thanks to the story, fun combat, once I understood it, and really cool 480p graphics, but everything just felt like it went on way too long. Kinda like they made way more story than video game and had to stretch things out to compensate. Now, to be fair to the series, ever since its first release, the games have been artificially lengthening their playtimes by retreading the same ground with either multiple characters or chapter refreshes. But to be unfair, this is the first time in the retrospective that practice has been bungled so hard that I count it as a downside. What I'm trying to say is this game flat out doesn't have enough ground to cover to justify its 12-hour playtime. I mean, to be totally honest, it probably could have ended at hour 5 and it would have been a better video game. This is still a game that I recommend people checking out, but like I've already said once in the retrospective, maybe just drop it when it starts getting on your nerves or becoming too boring. I mean, there really is some fun, Fatal Frame branded combat and scares to find here, and let's be perfectly honest, we horror game fans aren't exactly drowning in alternatives right now. So once again, I'm going to cap one of these videos off by saying I am still confident that these rough edges can be polished smooth with a new entry. Tecmo has been edging closer and closer to the perfect horror game, and I hope that a new generation of console hardware doesn't impede that progress too much. But hey, feel free to remind me of this level of gullibleness when I inevitably get proven wrong in the next video. In order for that to go down though, I'm gonna have to get back to work, so we're gonna have to cut this one short. Thanks everybody for stopping by, and in case I don't see you next time, thank you so much for watching The Fatal Frame Retrospective. Now guys, we've come a pretty long way from the start of the Fatal Frame series. What once started as an ode to survival horror eventually crossed the threshold of the motion control era and morphed into something not altogether different, but not exactly the same either, leaving us with the 5th official entry in the franchise. And the question on everybody's mind is, in which direction is it going to lean? Towards the traditional Resident Evil themed roots of its origin, or the new format that was developed to better adapt that style to a motion controlled environment? And better yet, can Tecmo successfully freshen up the formula enough to justify a new entry? Well, that's what we're here to figure out. What's up guys, I'm Jared from Avalanche Reviews. Welcome to the Fatal Frame Retrospective.
Hisoka, what does she want?
She found the photo book.
She did?
Yeah, here, take a look.
Fatal Frame, made in Blackwater, came about in much the same way its Wii predecessor did. Series vet Keisuke Kikuchi saw a new innovation in the gaming hardware scene and recognized that it fit this franchise eerily well. Of course, last time it was the potential of controlling the camera obscura with the Wii's IR-based motion controls, and, well, we all know history has a tendency of repeating itself. And you know, once again, I have to admit, this was a pretty good pairing, or at least theoretically. This time we're talking about Nintendo's Wii U, one of the rare occasions that this company got the public beating that it did and, to be honest, still does deserve. Market performance aside though, the concept of using the Wii U's detached screen controller as an approximation of a camera's viewfinder is just a little too perfect to expect a potential developer to ignore. So when Kikuchi brought the idea to Nintendo's higher-ups, he was able to secure a similar deal to the one he got for Part 4 on the Wii, making Nintendo once again a co-developer of a Fatal Frame game, which does cast an interesting light on a few of the game's more, let's say, tintillating inclusions. From what I can find on the internet, the team responsible for this one was largely made up of people who hadn't previously worked on the series, and at the risk of giving away a bit of this video's mystique, yeah, that definitely tracks. Getting to a more important point though, you may have noticed that there hasn't been any footage of a Wii U game in this video covering a Wii U title, and that's because I've never had one of those god-awful consoles, and to be honest, that's a streak I'm not exactly interested in breaking. Now I did try emulating it, and surprisingly I was able to get the game booted up pretty easily, but a minute or so in I ran into a roadblock. I hadn't really considered it until then, but I wasn't going to be able to use the game's camera without some sort of motion control analog. After all, this was custom built around the Wii U pad and its relatively special skill set. And to be real with you guys, I definitely could have mapped that function to something on my computer, but since it's not going to be real hardware video capture anyways, I really don't care enough to spend the effort. So moving forward, we're going to be looking at the more recent HD remaster of the game, specifically the 4K backwards compatible version running on the PS5. Now you might assume with so many releases on modern platforms, that'd be a dream for a guy who likes comparing ports, but with these modern HD remasters, there's almost never any significant changes across versions. I do know that the Switch port runs at 30 FPS compared to every other release aiming for 60, but aside from that, you can expect roughly the exact same experience to repeat across any form of the remaster you get your hands on. Which is a lot of words just to justify laziness, but what do you guys say we go ahead and take a look at the game's story?
Mew. Forgive me. No.
Alright, so you guys are going to have to bear with me because there is a lot going on here and I am nowhere near 100% sure I've absorbed it all. I think I do have the general idea down, but there are going to be a lot of small details that I may or may not have misunderstood. And in my defense, that's because this is a much larger narrative as far as scope is concerned than what you could find in any of the previous titles in the series. On the plus side, the general Fatal Frame boxes have all been checked. We've got fallout resulting from the failure of a brutal ritual, ghosts, cameras, cute girls, but filling in the space between those ideas, there's a hell of a lot more. After a nightmare sequence featuring a character we'll meet further on, the game starts out with some static text and a bit of a briefing. In this area, some people have developed something called shadow reading, which you could compare to telepathy. And since our current playable character Yuri shows a bit of a knack for it, she's been taken to Mount Hikami by a woman named Hisoka. This scene acts as our tutorial and introduction, as well as a bit of a flashback for our main character. It seems like some amount of time after the game's intro events, Hisoka's gone missing after working on a case. See, both of these girls can shadow read, and they put that to use by running an antique shop with a bit of a side hustle. Essentially, when people want a missing loved one found and the cops aren't doing much, they bring a possession of theirs into the shop and our two psychics get to work finding them. Not a bad way to make a buck and help some people out at the same time. Well, not too long after our boss went missing, a customer wanders into the shop and tells Yuri that she had an agreement with Hisoka. She was supposed to be looking for a friend of hers at Mount Hikami, but she never got back in touch. So Yuri heads over there to both find her co-worker and wrap the job up. In the process of doing just that, Yuri comes across an item of Hisoka's and through touching it is able to see a vision of her wading into some water and getting pulled in by something, which means we now have a third of our setup down. So next up is Ren Hojo, a writer who specializes in the occult. This guy's haunted by nightmares of him killing some girl in a ritual, and after getting a book of photos from Hisoka in reference to the Mount Hikami job, he notices that one of them reminds him of his dream. So him and his Scrappy-Doo adjacent assistant are on the hunt to figure out what's causing all of this.
Will you die with me?
Switching back over to Yuri, our girl has geared back up and returned to Mount Hikami, this time working her way further into the shrines and buildings in the area. In the process, she learns about the ritual practiced here and comes across the missing girl that Hisoka was looking for, which would normally mean a job well done, but while she was looking for her friend, the client came across one of the mountain's many supernatural residents. Yuri gets the surviving girl, Haruka, back to the shop where she and Ren question her. She's not exactly in the most talkative mood though and soon passes out. However, she doesn't exactly sleep straight through the night. After Yuri wakes up to Haruka missing, she checks the security feed and finds that her dead friend came to the shop, leading her back to the mountain. Looking for more leads, Yuri goes through Hisoka's case files and finds another missing girl tied to the mountain. She gets a vision from one of the girl's possessions and heads out to find her, which she does eventually do, and that lost girl turns out to be Miyu Hinazaki, daughter to Miku Hinazaki, main character of the first Fatal Frame game and a third of the cast from Part 3. Apparently, Miyu came to the mountain looking for her mom, who's been missing for a majority of her life, and after meeting Miku's daughter, we have now finally assembled all of the raw components that make up this game's core setup. Yuri's looking for Hisoka, Miyu's looking for her mom, and Ren's looking for an explanation as to why he dreams about murder every night and still hasn't started a death metal band. The rest of the story takes place across these 3 campaigns and is broken up by what I can only call traditional video game levels, complete with an end-stage grading screen. Something we will definitely dive into a little later on. The game likes to shake things up by never letting you complete a single storyline in one go. On one level, it'll have you controlling Ren, and just as you come across some wild revelation with him, it'll put you in Miyu's shoes, and so the cycle goes on. Across all 3 stories, the antique shop is always a constant. By the halfway point of the game, this place ends up being filled to the brim with plot-relevant characters, and all of them seem to stagger their comings and goings. So essentially, while everyone's asleep, Miyu will wake up with a powerful need to save her mom, and just as she's coming back from that mission, Ren will wake up from a nightmare and have to defend the place like some kind of low-rent Five Nights at Freddy's clone. And I think this helped contribute to how dense the story felt. It seemed like I was never getting info in order, but instead, every file I was picking up to read would require me to remember one from a previous level which may or may not have been an hour ago. And adding to this perceived density is this game's version of the classic Fatal Frame cult ritual. In this iteration, this region of Japan was once known for shrine maidens that possessed psychic powers. These shadow readers would take on the role of helping lost souls find their way to peace, which turned out to be fairly necessary, as this area is also known as a spot where people would go to do that thing to themselves that never fails to bring down a YouTube unfamily-friendly ad status. But every job has its occupational hazards, and after these psychics would reach some kind of a tipping point in the amount of anguish and suffering that they could absorb vicariously, they'd be put in a box and sacrificed as eternal flowers meant to ward off the black water. This game's Hellgate or Malice stand-in. And like every other Fatal Frame game, this ritual would eventually go wrong, this time because of a crazy person attacking the Shrine Maidens, which ended up corrupting the place and causing all the people who died here to stick around as malevolent spirits. In between the margins of all 3 characters' personal motivations and this ritual are tons of side stories, like these ghost marriages that people go through where they pledge themselves to one of the sacrificed Shrine Maidens to serve them in the afterlife. Something that would probably seem a little more far-fetched in a world where this doesn't happen. Jokes aside though, this ritual offers a bit of an origin story for Kunihiko Aso, the guy who invented the series staple Camera Obscura. Then of course there's Miku from the first game and her history with her daughter, particularly her conception, something that, well, let's just say I'm hoping that's one of those plot details that I got wrong. And speaking of which, I'm gonna go ahead and pop up the spoiler warning here. If you're looking to finish up the Fatal Frame Dynasty and you want to go in without ruining those sweet story revelations, hop to the timestamp on screen or skip past the chapter mark spoilers. I promise, we're not gonna have too much fun without you. Oh, and by the way, I was lying. I intend on having way more fun with you guys. Alright, so where do we start? Well, remember that ritual I was telling you about? Just like Fatal Frame 1, all it took was a little bit of love and a whole lot of murder to throw it off the rails. At some point, this girl right here was slated to become the next Eternal Flower, but before the ceremony took place, she came across a young Kunihiko Aso. He was there investigating the area's paranormal nonsense, and the two, I guess, really hit it off. At some point during these events, this guy right here came to the mountain to die, as you do, but for some reason he went insane and grew to hate the Shrine Maidens with their psychic abilities, so he dons a mask and takes a bunch of them out before doing the same thing to himself. At some point, I'm assuming afterwards, when it came time to sacrifice Aso's love, her attachment to him and the distress of the recent killings were enough to throw the process out of whack, and instead of containing the black water, the ritual actually unleashed it. And then, I'm assuming years and years later, Miku from Fatal Frame 1 signs up for the whole corpse marriage thing in a desperate attempt to see her brother again. And on the surface, before it's had time to sink in, that sounds like a cute sentiment, but then it washes over you that she married her dead brother and, well, it goes a little further than that. Alright, so in the game, Miyu is referred to as being Shadowborn, and one of the only other times in the game that I can find that term is in a file that recounts a woman getting pregnant by contacting her dead lover. Kind of like how Miku contacted Mafuyu. And I know you can't see it, but I hope that you could hear that I was doing air quotes when I said the word contact. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm missing something important here, but I think the game's trying to tell me that Miyu is the result of some sort of post-mortem, spiritually incestuous pregnancy between Miku Hinazaki and her brother Mafuyu. And after doing some digging and, more importantly, consulting my resident Fatal Frame historian in my Discord, that does seem to be pretty widely accepted as a conclusion. Which, forgive the pun, but this really gives a new meaning to Nintendo's family-friendly approach to video game production. I mean, I guess it's not the first time this kind of theme has come up in a Japanese game, but that doesn't exactly soften the blow. Getting back on track for all of our sanity, it seems like since this ritual failed, the site has been luring in young women, and the spirits that occupy the place have been throwing them into boxes to keep the whole machine working. After learning some more about the last girl to go through this ceremony, Yuri faces off against her in Ghost v Human combat and frees her from her corrupted imprisonment, and this is where things get a little muddy for me. Okay, so as we know it, this ritual was initially put into place to keep the black water from spreading, right? And all of the negativity started when that ritual wasn't able to actively continue. So when we free the girl from being tied to this place and she passes on, why does the black water go away too? I mean, shouldn't it be operating unimpeded now? Because keep in mind, these women were all shoved into boxes and killed so that they could keep this stuff at bay, and Yuri just dismissed all of them from their duties. Of course, there could be some kind of plot element that I missed, but as I understood it, this ending was kind of full of holes. Now, apparently there's a good and a bad ending, and I'm not really sure what the criteria is, but somehow I managed to get the good one on my first go. In it, Yuri gets rid of the black water and takes her mentor back to the antique shop. At the same time, Miyu rescues her mother and begs her not to go off in search of her brother again, and I sort of like this angle. Seeing Miku lose Mafuyu in the first game and then catching back up with her again in part 3 and learning that she's not dealing with that loss so well was kind of interesting. Now we get this sort of end cap for her little story, with her finally coming to grips with his death and breaking off her obsessive search for ways to reunite with him. Now sure, it would have been nice if she would have come to this realization before that obsession caused her to have an absentee ghost baby with her brother, but hey, that's life. Or I guess, unlife? I don't know. Either way, this happens to everybody and you should just get used to it. But hey, we're forgetting a third of the cast. We also get some resolution for Ren's arc, with him finding out that the nightmares he's been having of the ritual are actually those of Aso. I guess Ren must be some kind of descendant of the guys, and thanks to this, he has to facilitate a ghost marriage with this girl, and through it, Aso is able to finally confess his true feelings, putting an end to their unfinished business. Which means yes, you the player get to take part in making a child bride. Listen guys, I don't think this is a word that I've ever used before, but there are some elements here that could fall under the umbrella of being kind of problematic. Not necessarily because they'll trigger someone into a panic attack or something, but more importantly because I personally find them to be gross. But in clear contradiction of that last point, overall this is a fairly happy ending as far as this franchise is considered. I mean, so far, every Fatal Frame title has ended with some scenario where only a portion of the cast is able to make it out alive, and those who survive end up being mentally scarred to the point of long-term PTSD. Like I said before, I have no idea how I achieved the good ending, but it is nice being able to finish one of these games without crippling depression, so that's definitely a bonus. If you can remember back to the start of this section, I mentioned that there is a lot of story here to cover. Of course, most of it isn't necessary to get the core narrative, but I imagine that central storyline would have way less of an impact without all the world building around it. Or at least that's how I feel. In the very first entry of this retrospective, I commended Fatal Frame 1 for delivering a majority of its story via in-universe journal entries and other collectible files. I essentially enjoyed how it gave the story an almost DIY sort of feeling, like I was putting it together myself. And while that style does still exist in varying degrees across the rest of the games to follow, Part 5 was the first one that shared space with so much spoken dialogue, and I think I like the way these two competing elements mix together. All of the important bits that a person would need to know for a brass tacks understanding of the story and the character's motivations can be gleaned almost fully from this game's cutscenes. Something that's common in video games in general, but certainly not this series. It took me a second to realize it because this is such a normal practice for other games, but at the start of this one, there was actually a character there verbally explaining what I was doing in that location, what the camera obscura is, and why I would need to use it. I guess you really don't know how much you miss modern gaming nonsense until you've had 4 successive titles that haven't given you any of it. And with the inclusion of something that previous games elected almost wholly not to include, that being dialogue-driven story, you might expect it to take the place of the traditional Fatal Frame storytelling device, but there's also the franchise standard amount of readable materials as well. It's kind of like the game will verbally and visually demonstrate just the bare minimum to you, and then the readable content swoops in and further expands on all the small tidbits you just got teased with. It's actually a nice combination of the series' traditional storytelling method and the more mainstream-friendly one. Now, I would of course prefer that things that worked remain largely unaltered, but if a developer is going to include stuff for a more casual observer, it's really cool to see that stuff not necessarily coming at the detriment of the thing that I enjoy so much about the series. Outside of that, though, I would say this story feels like the exact textbook definition of par for the course. It checks every Fatal Frame box you could imagine. Failed rituals requiring human sacrifice that lead to malignant hauntings that can only be driven out by cute girls with old-timey cameras. For lack of a better word, all of the required stuff is fully represented here, and I did enjoy the extra bits of detail squeezed in with elements like the history of the ghost marriage system and that guy that went crazy and started offing shrine maidens. On top of that, we get to see a thrice returning series heroine finally reach a satisfying conclusion to her story, and that's genuinely great. But I don't know, I wasn't really feeling this one as much as the previous entries. Like I said, it does fully deliver on all of the elements you would expect from a Fatal Frame release, but there's something that just doesn't hit quite as hard with this one. Maybe it's a contributing factor that with more spoken dialogue comes more cheap English voice acting, and while the VO in Maiden of Blackwater is far from the worst or least skilled I've ever heard in a modern game, it's definitely somewhere in the running.
Excuse me.
Hello?
I'm looking for Hisoka Kurosawa. Is she here?
I mean, the beauty of not having much direct dialogue in the first game was that I could create a voice of my own for a lot of characters mentioned in writing, but now that I've seen these people actually speak, it's kind of hard not to read them with the same tonally confused delivery that they have in the cutscenes. Now, it's not the worst problem to have by a country mile, but when I'm already kind of faltering with the story, bad voice acting certainly doesn't help. There is one more reason I think might be to blame for me not getting as much out of this story as I did with previous FF titles, but it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to get into, so you gotta do me a favor. Do not jump to any conclusions here, just hear me out. If you don't, it might sound like I'm either attacking or agreeing with your predetermined position on this matter, and chances are you're gonna be wrong on both counts. Okay, here we go. I think it's entirely possible that Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater has a little too much fan service in it. Now, it does need to be said that I'm not some kind of prude upset that games are over-sexualized. I mean, that one game that Twitter was ripping itself apart over, Stellar Blade, looks crazy fun, and more importantly, butt cheeks are rad as hell, so I'll probably end up checking it out eventually. Look, I'm not trying to make some sort of thinly veiled commentary on the current dogshit discourse on sexual themes and visuals in video games. If I'm being totally honest, I think most of you have lost your minds, and both sides of the conversation are being led by some of the most unhinged mental patients the internet has to offer. But that being said, I think it's totally possible that painfully obvious attempts at giving me a boner can make for a really odd tone when combined with a story that's dealing with loss, self-deletion, ritual sacrifice, murder, depression, or severe loneliness. I mean, it's not that I'm necessarily against the concept of clothing becoming realistically see-through and wet, short skirts, boob jiggle physics, obvious fan service, or even a cast of mostly women who spend a majority of their day just shy of kissing distance from their attractive friends and relatives. I just feel like having all that stuff so upfront and obvious kind of gets in the way of the seriousness that I would imagine the game's writers would want for this story. There are more than a few scenes that probably would have had a little more emotional impact if my character wasn't wearing a two-piece bathing suit with a wet t-shirt on top. And sure, you could argue that no one twisted my arm into choosing that outfit, but as a response, I mean, they put it in the game. And also, shut up. In all seriousness, though, it is worth mentioning that previous Fatal Frame titles certainly didn't shy away from some kind of sexual theming and imagery. I mean, most of my memories of the third game are me controlling a slender Japanese woman dressed in a nightie as she walks around the house that she shares with her cute friend, who's also in a nightie. And sure, even then it was obvious what was happening, but things were being kept to what I would call an acceptable level. Part 5, by comparison, starts its first gameplay moments off with a cute girl soaking wet, her bra showing through her white shirt as she sprints past an army of sexy ghosts with bubblehead nurse levels of cleavage showing. And believe me, from then on, things don't get any more subtle. But you know, there's genuinely nothing wrong with game devs using sexuality to their favor. As human beings, we're almost all affected positively by seeing a person that slots into our own personal idea of attractiveness, and sex can be used really effectively in serious storytelling. I just think there needs to be a bit of balance, and ideally I should feel like this is a story coincidentally filled with the most attractive people on Earth, and not like I'm playing through an itemized list of the developer's sordid fetishes. Now, those two semi-small problems certainly aren't worth getting worked up over or anything, but I do think they are enough to drag this story down a little lower than it might have been otherwise. Admittedly, I was already struggling with some other elements, like how suspiciously convenient some of the story's events felt and how it expanded the world beyond the confines of the small circumstances and stakes of the previous titles. So when I did come up against the constant overly sexual themes and not so convincing voice acting, it was a little easier to let them become a lot bigger of a deal than they actually are. So sadly, overall, I would say Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater probably shows the most poorly executed story in the series, despite it actually including a lot of really great elements. It does stay true to the general format of the franchise, which genuinely is worth praising, but I think a few smaller flaws organized in just the right areas keep it from hitting the same heights its forefathers did, which created an odd sort of dissonance for me, as the story would introduce something poorly or fumble a plot point, and I'd obviously take note of the failed attempt, but then I'd still appreciate that it fell somewhere in the vicinity of what I expected from one of these games. So in the end, I guess your appreciation for this one is going to hinge really hard on whether or not you really enjoyed the previous Fatal Frame titles, or how much you like watching a mainstream video game tiptoe around the borderline of flat out becoming a hentai, which to be fair is still a pretty big potential audience. Fatal Frame 5 holds an interesting little spot in the series lineup. The first 3 titles followed roughly the same blueprints, and it was a style that wouldn't feel out of place when held next to games released a decade or so prior. Sadly though, that gameplay tradition wouldn't survive being pushed through the filter of the Wii's motion control revolution. The fourth Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, came out feeling like something almost completely different as a result. On paper, all they really did was change the control scheme to account for motion controls, but in reality, the amount of original Fatal Frame design that had to go to make room for that stuff is actually kind of staggering. Love it or hate it, this Wii game would end up becoming a pretty important milestone for the series, and moving past it, Tecmo was going to have to do some soul searching. Did they want these games to continue forward largely as they did on the PS2 with their strict adherence to survival horror, or did they want to keep going with the strange motion-controlled third-person hybrid thing? And if you're looking at the screen right now, you probably don't need to be told which direction that river flowed in, but I will say it was a bit of a necessity. Working with Nintendo again on this one, Tecmo was, I'm assuming, pushed pretty hard into supporting the Wii U's interesting take on gaming peripherals. And like I said at the start of the video, you almost can't blame them. Using little motion-controlled wands to point your camera in Part 4 was interesting, but the Wii U's gamepad was essentially begging to be used as a viewfinder for a camera. And even though I've never had a chance to experience that myself firsthand, based on what I've seen from the people who have, it does seem to integrate into FF's combat pretty intuitively. But before we jump headfirst into that, when you aren't using a nearly one-to-one analog for the whole ghost picture thing, you can expect something that I can only call the obvious endpoint of Fatal Frame's gameplay additions. If you'll remember back to my last video, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse did a fairly good job of representing series tradition with its big locations, backtracking, and puzzle solving, but there was a whole lot of new stuff running parallel to all that. Things like a new mechanic attached to picking up items, a more modern camera perspective, and of course motion-controlled alterations to previous tech. And while it is nice to innovate every once in a while, I found myself growing pretty tired of all these new mechanics. And for those of you who watched that video and could see where I was coming from, I've got some pretty bad news. Literally all of it is back. For example, picking up nearly every item in the game is going to trigger that FF4 reaching for things mechanic. And believe me, I get the reason behind including this stuff. I mean, it feels pretty appropriate for a series inspired by ghost movies, but in practice, it's just sort of repetitive and annoying. Given the type of game this is, you're going to be coming across items every other step, and stopping to slowly extend your character's hand, although not the slowest action in a video game, as you might imagine, over hours of gameplay can really start to add up. How it works is, you hold down a button to keep your character's hand moving towards the item, and you're supposed to let go as soon as you see a ghost hand reaching for you. And at first, it works relatively well. I mean, it's already a kind of tense game, depending on the outfit that you chose for your character, and seeing a translucent, disembodied arm coming at you from the darkness is about as effective of a scare as it sounds. I will say that at first, reacting to these ghost hands felt a little too unforgiving in my opinion, but it didn't take too long for me to develop a sense of the timing necessary. When I hit that point, it was smooth sailing. The only problem being, by the time I figured that out, I also realized that all of this is pointless. If a hand does grab you, all it takes is some very light mashing and you can break their grip. Getting grabbed by these things, at worst, might result in the loss of 1/75th of your life bar, and it's only ever going to happen once on one item, so after that initial grab, you've got absolutely nothing to worry about. And on top of that, these hands showing up is actually a pretty rare occasion, so we're left with a mechanic that gives me no real reason to engage with it, because they don't do enough damage for me to really care, and it doesn't happen enough for me to need to worry about it. And to be fair, I can sort of see why this ended up like it did. I mean, if you're going to put a mechanic in your game that triggers like 30 times for every hour of gameplay, making it both challenging to react to and damaging enough to be a real threat would mean making your game pretty frustrating. I'm sure there's some kind of game dev magic that would have it working much better, but making it so easy that it's effectively a non-issue just makes the entire thing seem like useless busy work. I mean, not only am I not scared or put into a tense situation, but I'm also kind of frustrated at having to break the flow of the game so often to hold a button down for what should be an instantaneous action. Alright, so admittedly we're not off to the best start, but I can say that this mechanic has been cleaned up since its first introduction in Part 4. It's a little faster and a little smoother now, it's just still not very good. Now, like I said before, you can expect series-appropriate amounts of exploration and item hunting, but running a little counter to the average Fatal Frame experience, we have this really weird level-based foundation for all of the game's events. As you come to the end of a chapter, you'll get to watch a cutscene sometimes, but you're always greeted with this end-of-level evaluation screen where you could spend points that you've earned, which is really nice, except for the fact that you can do this at any other point during normal gameplay. You can buy some items or swap out Yuri's costume, which is certainly something, but then you save and boom, the game kicks you back into the next gameplay segment. And if you can't tell by the tone of my voice, it feels really out of place here, getting in the way of the organic flow of how the originals worked. In a survival horror game, a lot of the fun comes from finding that one lock for the key you've been trying on everything and unlocking a whole new location to explore. And in this game, you do get bits of that, but as soon as exploration starts to get good, it'll take you out of that area and force you to play as another character, often in a totally different location. So it's all the tease of your typical survival horror experience, but with way less of the payoff. And let's not forget that these games often thrive on immersion, which it's pretty easy to remember that you're just playing through the fake events of a video game when you're given regular reminders like a congratulations end of level screen. I don't know, I could be wrong, but this just sort of feels a bit soulless. Kind of like they were trying to purposely break the game into digestible chunks, which is a move you usually only find in the mobile game playbook. And call me crazy, but couldn't you have just achieved the same effect by giving the player save points and letting them decide when they want to quit? I don't know, this whole thing just weirds me out, and I'm not exactly sure why. Since Tecmo decided to go with a more modern, third-person style perspective, you can expect the same little downsides from the previous game. Like sometimes the slightly angled camera can catch on the environment, and it makes it feel like you constantly need to adjust your angle. This can be especially bad in the tighter hallways and the outdoor sections. And you know, speaking of which, while writing this script and doing some thinking on how this seemingly insignificant change to the camera has very real effects on the gameplay, I realized something. In the previous Fatal Frame titles, because of the fixed nature of the perspective, the environments could be much more narrow or confined, and they didn't feel quite so claustrophobic or hard to navigate. In Part 5, the camera's set pretty far back from your character, and in the tighter squeezes like the doll shrine or the antique shop, it can feel like the cameras and controls just weren't made to deal with this stuff. Where a traditional fixed camera would always give the player the best viewing angle of the environment, making running and turning feel a hell of a lot less cumbersome even if you are using tank controls. Now, to be fair, there were some really nice shots in this game, but I just don't think you could argue that they have the same level of cinematic composition as the kind of scenes you could come across in the classic entries in the series. This isn't really something that I would expect to negatively affect everybody who plays this game, but if you do find yourself not really enjoying titles that switch from fixed to over-the-shoulder camera systems, maybe now you have a really good excuse as to why. Alright, so enough complaining, on to the main event here, and this is very hard for me to say, so I want everybody to drink this in. Combat in the original Wii U release of Fatal Frame 5 was kind of cool. I am still not a fan of this console, and certainly not the company that makes it, but damn, this looks really, really fun. How it works is, when a ghost shows up, you'd hit a button, then aim your massive controller display thing at the TV, which would give you a look at what your camera is seeing. I mean, sure, it was sheer luck that made this the case, but it really does feel like the Wii U's controller and the camera obscura were just made for each other. Now, sticking with that line of reasoning, if you'll remember in my last video, I commented how the motion controls in FF4 didn't really do enough to make controlling the camera feel any better than doing it with a regular controller. Well, Maiden of Blackwater actually came up with a pretty nice fix for that. Not only do you have to keep these ghosts centered to build up powerful shots, but you also need to keep their vital points in frame, which will often require your camera to rotate on its axis, which once you wrap your head around it is kind of intuitive. And to better incentivize people to use this mechanic, they made shots with more than 4 targets in frame act as a nice little critical hit with massive knockback. What you're going to want to do is hit ghosts with lots of normal shots, which is going to produce more of these little orbs that act as new targets. So what seems like a small addition at first actually does a lot to round out combat here and adds an additional level of strategy. So instead of passively waiting for bad guys to wind up attacks for the resulting zero shot like you would in previous games, you could also be peppering them with regular attacks to make sure that zero shot has the added damage of a full target bonus. It actually works its way into combat really well, and I'm sure you guys will know I've never really been a fan of games changing to adapt to motion controls, but if you are going to do that, I don't think you could have done it any better than this. Like I mentioned before though, I didn't play this game with its intended Wii U pad. I got my hands on the PS5 version of the relatively recent HD Remaster, which turns out to have been a really good choice on my part because PS5 controllers support tilt and rotate motion inputs. Here on PS5, you hit the triangle button, which is going to bring up your first-person camera view. In the Wii U version, they put your camera's HUD and other visual info on the controller screen and then showed a bit of a silhouette of your camera on the TV to represent where it was pointing. Sticking with that sort of format, the HD Remaster has a transparent reticle in the center of the screen as opposed to the windowed viewfinder effect Fatal Frame titles used prior to this one. And honestly, I sort of love it. Now, I will admit that part of me wants to recognize that the old-timey, stylized border made by the camera obscura and other FF games is a big part of the franchise's identity. But there's just something about this unobstructed view with the nearly transparent ghost and all the particle effects getting kicked up. It just looks too damn cool not to appreciate. Getting back to the motion controls though, I'll admit I've never been too keen on this modern hybrid where you use your controller like usual but supplement a bit of that control with some slight tilting and rotating. I mean, it makes perfect sense on paper, but my brain always had an issue marrying the two together. I'll admit though, after 2 or so hours, I really started to get it, and more importantly, enjoy it. Once you're in that first-person view, you can move your body with the left analog stick and your head with the right like usual, but you can also tilt your controller to move it up or down or rotate it to get more targets centered. And admittedly, it's kind of perfect. Or at least it was after I got used to using it. Essentially, how it worked for me is I would use the analog sticks to get myself roughly in the right area, and the small adjustments for verticality were made by tilting. Using both of these methods in unison led to a lot of accuracy that I can admit I would normally never be able to achieve with just my thumbs. For example, the series' reliable, non-violent ghost encounters will often have these guys on screen for a fraction of a second, and when that's the case, being able to quickly flick my viewfinder up to center them is so much easier and accurate than if I were to count on the analog momentum of a stick. I'm sure some of you guys that have seen more than a few of my videos have heard me complain almost infinitely that I can't play shooting games on console very well because I suck so bad with a controller, but I think this kind of addition could potentially change that. In a move that might have you thinking Tecmo wasn't exactly sure of the efficacy of their new motion controls, they brought back Part 4's lock-on mechanic. So basically, you just have to get your viewfinder centered on a target, hold a shoulder button, and stay locked onto it. And in almost the same way as Part 4, this does have a bit of a detrimental effect on the difficulty here. It is nice that the game plays with this mechanic by having some ghosts get rid of their lock-on points or them moving so fast that you're better off just not locking on anyways, but 95% of the time you're going to be in a can't-miss kind of scenario. Sometimes, for a bit of a personal challenge, I would see how well I could do without using it, so if you find the game to be easy, maybe think about applying some self-imposed limitations to your playthrough. I will say though, I really enjoyed the added challenge of having to orient the viewfinder to get more targets in frame. Like I said before, this mechanic adds a satisfying bump to your potential combat strategies, and the PS5 controller's motion sensing feels really accurate. In the beginning, I did struggle a bit with the sensitivity, but eventually you get used to the idea that not much real-world movement is necessary to get the desired results on screen, and eventually you can become pretty proficient. I'll admit I was not expecting these little motion inputs to be as cool as they ended up being, but I'm being dead serious when I say this game 100% turned me on to the idea, and I'm kinda stoked to try it out on other titles. Because we're once again swapping back and forth between 3 main characters, it was great to see each person's camera obscura operate just a little differently. Well, I guess not everybody's. Miyu just uses Yuri's, but Ren gets some different stuff, and I enjoyed it. I would say just like in part 3, playing as the male character is probably going to have you yearning for the lenses that everybody else gets, but it's nice to change things up over the course of a long playthrough. In addition to the normal point payout after defeating a ghost, 5 gives you the chance to earn a little extra by rushing to their ghost corpse, I guess, and touching it before it disappears. On top of being rewarded with points, this is also a great way to get a glimpse at who this person was when they were alive and what led to their death, which feels like a perfect addition to classic Fatal Frame. And since we're talking about new inclusions, FF5 has another little twist on the standard formula that actually plays into the whole wet t-shirt thing. Sure, it's in a way that screams, holy hell, we need some sort of mechanical reason to justify this level of goonery, but I mean, what are you gonna do? It's a Japanese game dev. Just the fact that they're trying to justify it beyond just saying it's fan service is kind of out of the norm. So how it works is, as your character gets more and more soaked, this meter in the corner fills up. Once totally full or wet, you can expect ghosts to show up more frequently, and when reaching for items, you risk grabs at an elevated rate. But like I already said, the combat is such a pushover and the grabs so manageable damage-wise, I kinda stopped caring about it. The game does give you incense items that you can burn to get rid of this state, but outside of a very few ghost encounters that basically poison you until you dry yourself off, you don't really need to worry about it too much at all. To break up the normal survival horror gameplay, every once in a while you're going to have to play as Ren while he keeps the rest of the cast safe as they sleep. Now, I don't care about Five Nights at Freddy's enough to even look this up, but I assume it was still pretty popular at the time of this game's development because it's kind of hard not to see the resemblances. But that being said, these sections were kind of fun actually. There's something really cool about slowly flipping through staticky black and white surveillance footage, looking for a ghost to show up and rushing to that room to save a sleeping friend. Little bit of advice though, don't go anywhere until you actually see a ghost in the room with one of the girls. If you try to beat them to where you think they're gonna go, they just won't show up and you'll have to go back to the monitor to trigger them to come back. Also, as a bit of a personal side note, these sections let me play out this hilarious headcanon where Ren is actually a massive pervert and sells pictures of the girls sleeping to Japanese businessmen online.
No wonder that tour group kept calling me Sleep Horse-san.
By the way, this is your weekly reminder to rewatch 30 Rock. And while you're at it, make sure to clear some time on your calendar. Mask of the Lunar Eclipse seemed pretty damn long at its 10 or 11 hours, but Maiden of Blackwater can cost you up to a good 14. And to be honest, I think a good portion of this game was stretched way too thin to hit that goal. In previous titles, I've applauded some relatively sneaky tricks that helped extend the playtime without making it feel artificially done, but I think there's a threshold as to how long these tricks can effectively work. I mean, even though you're swapping places with 2 other people, you're still going to be walking around the same 3 or 4 kind of tiny locations with each of them, and it can get really repetitive. You're always going to take the mountain path to one of 2 areas, and from there you're either going to explore a house or move through it to an even bigger house. And while my tiny comment before might be a little bit of an over-exaggeration, these places just aren't big enough to justify making me traverse them so many times over. It doesn't take very long at all until you've uncovered 99% of the rooms in all 3 locations, and from there you're just going to be running in and out of the same places for more than 8 hours. And it certainly doesn't help that navigating the halls in between the rooms you've already discovered can be a real pain. It's not necessarily a mechanical issue, but like I said before, the camera's going to get caught up on things and snap around as you go into corners. On the plus side, you can hit a button for a very Dead Space-like waypoint that shows a shadow going where you need to go, which, yes, does impact the fun of survival horror, but when the game's this long, I mean, I'll take whatever they're going to give me. Oh, and on a semi-related note, I also had issues picking stuff up sometimes. You have to have the camera looking at the item for the prompt to show up, but sometimes getting that to happen can be a little finicky. And if you happen to hit R2 in the 1 second that it's on screen, but then it goes away, you'll perform that little detective vision thing, which can move you even further out of range of picking the item up. On top of that, when you get remotely close to an item, the little glimmer that shows up on screen to let you know where it is next to useless because it starts flying all over the place. Oh, and you're also going to run into a few notable combat scenarios in small rooms with stuff on the ground that you can get caught up on, and that's about as annoying as it sounds. You know, looking back on everything I just said, it can seem like it was all negative, but to be totally honest with you, I had a lot of fun with this game. I mean, sure, it wasn't the kind of fun that I was expecting, that being the typical gameplay loop of a survival horror title, but it does get close to that sometimes, and there's just something extra here that made the combat really enjoyable for me. It definitely couldn't have been the challenge, because the combat here didn't even approach difficult, so maybe I was more laid back while playing it? I don't know, but for whatever reason, I was really able to flow with this one. Now, I of course fully recognize that a lot of the changes Part 5 made and the ones it inherited from Part 4 kind of fly in the face of the survival horror roots of the series, and I think you guys know that I would prefer to play a game that stays true to those roots. And besides that, there were a few genuine issues here that fall far outside the general realm of I wish this played like older games, but all of that withstanding, I don't know, I had a really okay time with this one. Which is surprising because it's probably about twice as long as it needs to be, and the level-based nature of it kind of pisses me off. Now, this is going to be an emotional roller coaster, but all that being said, if I had to pick a Fatal Frame title to pull down and play for a bit, it probably wouldn't be this one. While it does have a pretty laid-back and kind of fun general atmosphere, it just doesn't have enough of the elements I typically enjoy these games for. I guess my evaluation, for whatever that's worth, would be that this game is pretty fun, it's just not a great Fatal Frame title. So if you're looking for a good time in the form of a vaguely horror-related game, this is definitely going to get that job done, but I think if you're coming into this one to specifically play Fatal Frame, you're probably going to come away disappointed. I mean, the skeleton of the series blueprints are still here, I just don't think there's enough meat on the bones to really make that much of a dent. It's my sincere hope that if there is ever another entry to follow this one, that they make a real effort to marry the great elements here like the responsive motion controls and fun combat with the kind of gameplay you could expect from the first 3 entries on the PS2. Because even though I enjoyed myself much more than I thought I would, I don't think I want to keep playing these games if they'll continue following in this one's footsteps. I don't know what it is about survival horror franchises that they're not able to survive past their 4th entry, but there's some kind of curse going on here. Visually, Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater is kinda complicated. It has these moments where it'll look amazing, but then in some scenarios it can look more like a low-budget early Xbox 360 game. And to be totally fair, I mean, it is an HD remaster of a Wii U title, so if we're looking at it through that lens, it is pretty impressive, but there are moments where its Wii U origins will start to peek through really hard. Like I said before, I'm playing the PS5 port of the remaster, which runs at 4K, but all the jaggies in the image tell me that's not native. Probably it's something closer to the PS4 version's 1080p being internally upscaled, which I'm totally fine with. This thing also targets 60 frames per second, and for the most part it hits that target. You're probably going to feel a few moments of slow performance randomly throughout the playthrough, but overall it's not so common to be overly noticeable. And you know, if you ask me, I'd say all the HD magic went into the ghosts. I mean, if you handed me a controller in the middle of a fight and told me this was a remaster of a Wii U game, I just flat out wouldn't believe you. These things look absolutely great, and the particle effects, distortions, and screen blur that accompany them all make for a really sharp-looking image. I've also got to give him props for doing a really great job upscaling the in-engine cutscenes, because it was only after I finished the game and started looking through my footage that I even noticed they were pre-rendered. If you're staring really close, you might see some crawling edges, but it's more than convincing enough if you're sitting a few feet back from your TV. The environments you're going to explore here, however, are kind of disappointing, honestly. Throughout the series, one of the better handled elements was the physical game world. I mean, even with the limited processing power of the PS2, they were able to put together locations that felt convincingly real and effectively creepy. And if you twisted my arm, I guess in a sense that is sort of the case here. I mean, the general design of everything can be pretty on par for the series, with a few standout areas being really impressive, but for the most part, it kind of looks like this game is in an awkward middle ground. With the increased resolution, it's kind of easy to see how simplistic the environmental geometry is and how muddy the textures are. Now again, this is a Wii U game, so we are grading on a curve, but keeping that in mind, I think I still prefer the low-res but more detailed look of the originals. Yeah, imagine all of your surprise, right? Jared prefers a classic game's presentation to a modern one. Talk about really challenging the status quo with this video. You know, it's sort of hard to explain, and I can't at all assure you that nostalgia isn't the majority motivator, but there really is something about these HD environments that feel a little soulless and empty when compared to what could be found on the older games. And it's not necessarily that Part 5 looks bad, but I'd say it's lacking a bit of the visual charm that the series is typically known for. Now, I'll admit, from a technical perspective, realistically see-through clothes thanks to varying degrees of wetness is actually pretty impressive, but it's sort of like watching the Disney Channel. Innocent enough, but it's kind of hard to enjoy something when you know someone somewhere in the world is jorking they peanuts to it. Like I already mentioned before, I really dig the way the camera is represented by a transparent rectangle on screen instead of the obscuring, framed-out kind of look it's traditionally had. It just matches the big HD presentation this game's going for. It's kind of like they didn't want anything in between your eyes and all the work they put into remastering this thing. Certainly not what you would expect if you're like me and you just marathon the previous games, but it still looks cool regardless. Moving on to the more negative side of things, as I played this remaster, I kept catching something out of the corner of my eye. It was really bothering the hell out of me because it was one of those things that you know is going on, but it's subtle enough you can't exactly point to it. In fact, I'm sure some of you have already noticed it in the video. So after I finished the game, I ran my captures through my editing software, and it turns out there was something going on. During the in-engine cutscenes, just as a camera angle is about to change, you get this single frame where the background's still there, but the game has deloaded all the character models. It's not always super noticeable, but it tends to register in your eye as a fast-moving hitch or some kind of hiccup. Now, I can assure you in this field, I'm nowhere even approaching an expert, so I very well could be talking out of my ass, but I have been told that this is something common to the Unreal Engine, so maybe that's to blame. Now, I'd say personally, it wasn't bad enough to cause any genuine real issues, but it was sort of annoying not being able to pinpoint why the screen seemed to hang for a microsecond every so often. Now, it's been brought to my attention on several occasions that I can be a little, let's say, over-observant of these kind of things, so I'll go ahead and play a cutscene uninterrupted here for a second, and you guys tell me if this is something that would bother you if I hadn't have just pointed it out to you.
What we're looking for should be in here. This is an excellent chance for you to take the lead. Here, take this. This is a camera obscura. It will let you see the unseen.
Aside from the weird single-frame anomalies, I think I might have done myself a disservice by picking up the HD remaster first. I imagine a lot of this would have been pretty damn impressive on the Wii U, and potentially seeing the game in that lower res form might have better contextualized what I would see here in the remaster. Without having that visual experience with the original, all I can see when I play this one is how flat it can look and the almost lifeless, confusing image of its overly sharp edges but conversely soft and muddy textures. It's certainly not something I can blame on the developers because this is at the end of the day a 2015 Wii U game, but I guess I can blame them for putting their game on a console that nobody liked and even fewer people owned. Alright, so I can admit to being a little negative with this one. To roll the previous parts of the video together into a single idea though, I wouldn't necessarily say that this was a bad experience. I did enjoy myself despite a few bugbears, and with just a molecule of tweaking, this could be my favorite iteration of camera-based combat in the series. What gives me pause is more the added weight of this being the fifth entry in a franchise. I mean, there's an expectation in this kind of scenario for a little more of the series' style to shine through. And to be totally honest, I don't think we can blame Tecmo for this one. Fatal Frame, Maiden of Blackwater, and to a similar degree its direct predecessor, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, are victims of not bad game development, but the state of the gaming industry when they were made. I mean, when the first Fatal Frame title came out, it was totally possible for a AAA dev to take a chance on funding a game that might not appeal to a mass audience. You would just adjust that project's funding based on the estimated value it may have in its more niche crowd. Now, you could certainly see things starting to move in a worse direction by that point, but it was still possible for these almost middle-market titles to find genuine success and sometimes even cross that threshold into the world of bigger budgets and bigger sales numbers. As parts 4 and 5 entered the market, though, things had changed. The cost of game development has grown exponentially since the PS2 was king of the scene, and the fact of the matter is, it's just not feasible today for a AAA dev to spend the kind of scratch it would take to see a modern game through development without at least being relatively sure that they stand an okay chance at seeing a return on their investment. It feels like the days of risky, small audience titles being released by major gaming competitors are sort of over, and now we have to look to the indie scene for those kind of games. Nowadays, all the games that operate under that AAA banner are sort of locked into this system where the only way to even get them worked on is to gut all of their unique appeal as to better make room for whatever trite might be the in thing of the moment. And in that sense, I'm not sure I can hold any sort of animosity for Fatal Frame 5, despite it committing the same game dev sins that I've railed about in the past. Now, would I prefer for things to remain largely unchanged from those early PS2 days? Yeah, I think you guys know the answer to that, but since that's just not something you can reasonably expect from a company interested in turning a profit, I'm stuck in this holding pattern of don't hate the player, hate the game. This is by no means a bad horror game. Of course, it can be lame with its brazen Coomer bait, and it's disappointing to see it not picking up the mantle its forefathers carried, but as an interactive experience, it's perfectly fine. It's just more everything else and less Fatal Frame to my eye. Well, this is definitely not the most positive note to be potentially ending a retrospective on, but if I ever do get the chance to play another one of these games, I hope I get to praise it for its return to tradition. This new take on the style, with a heavy emphasis on cheap streamer scares and motion controls, was interesting enough at first and not overly offensive, but it's definitely not the gameplay that drew all of us to this series in the first place. I hope that in the future, whoever gets to lead a potential Fatal Frame 6 project is someone who appreciates what makes this franchise so special, but until that day comes, I guess we're done here. To be totally honest, this series has been way more ups than downs, and that being the case, I'm really happy I did this. In the small world of survival horror games, Fatal Frame was able to intelligently innovate in ways that the genre's creators couldn't even get right. And it was able to offer an incredibly unique experience that just flat out couldn't be found outside the series. I mean, yes, the entire franchise suffers from a list of issues that you could conceivably be crushed to death under, but even as it pulled against me, I wanted to keep going. It's actually kind of sad getting to play through all these games and seeing firsthand just how close they came to taking advantage of such a massive source of untapped potential. With every release, the series seemed to be gradually honing its core blueprints to a fine point, and before they were able to finish that process, the era of motion controls had fallen on us, and I just don't think it survived that onslaught with its spirit intact. Definitely not the most ideal outcome for one of these retrospectives, but it has given us a few hours of content to hang out over, which can't be the worst thing in the world. I'll keep hope alive that at some point in the future I'll be able to add another video to this series, but to be honest, if that never happens, I'd be okay with that too. But hey, at the very least, I am thrilled that you guys came to hang out for a bit. Here's hoping I see you in whatever I end up working on next, but if I don't, thank you all very much for watching the Fatal Frame Retrospective. Well, hey there. Thanks for sticking around. If you made it this far, I've got to assume there's a good chance you liked what you saw, and if that is the case, I've got links to my Patreon page and YouTube memberships in the description. I'm far from saying that viewer funding makes up even half of the money that this channel brings in, but it offers me a very effective safety net that lets me continue doing the stuff that I like and not what gets views. So a big, massive, huge, giant thanks to all of you who keep this possible for me, and here's hoping these videos are a good enough trade to even things out. I'll talk to you all in the next one. Bye-bye.